Hey guys, welcome to this live session by Intellipaat. So in this session, we're going to learn everything about GCP, starting from the very basic of what it is to the most advanced concepts. So before moving on with this session, please subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and also leave a like to our videos if you enjoy watching them. So now let's look at the agenda. We'll start off with the introduction to GCP, where we'll understand what is GCP and how we can use it. After that, we'll understand how to use various GCP regions for our benefit, where we'll understand the GCP global infrastructure. After that, we'll learn how to do networking in GCP and how networking works in GCP in VPCs or virtual private cloud. After that, we'll understand Google Cloud's virtual private networks. And moving ahead, we'll be looking into Cloud IAM or Identity and Access Management, where we'll be understanding how to create a custom user and how to define a custom policy and how to bind a custom policy to a custom user. Then we'll start off with machine learning in GCP. So here we'll understand various machine learning APIs, in which Vision API of Google Cloud is one of them. Once that is done, we'll move on to Stackdriver, which is a monitoring tool for Google Cloud. So once we completed all these services, monitoring is really important to understand how these services are working, look at their performance, and get the maximum benefits out of them. Once that is done, we'll do a quick comparison between AWS and GCP, where we'll understand the major differences between them and also similarities. Once all of the concepts is done, now we'll look into the top cloud engineer or Google Cloud Engineer interview questions and understand what will be asked in an interview and how to answer it. And that might help you in the next interview you're getting into. So that would be the agenda, guys. Now without any further delays, let's get into this session.
Before going into the depths of GCP, we must first understand the underlying technology, right? So let me begin with the session by introducing cloud computing to you guys. What is cloud computing? Cloud computing is the delivery of computing services like servers, storage, databases, networking, software, analytics, intelligence, and many more over the internet. Still confused? Well, simply put, cloud computing is using someone else's computer for your own personal needs. What it basically means is that, let's say you're storing some data on someone else's computer instead of doing it on your own personal hard drive. Now, you store the data and access it on someone else's computer using the internet. We can take Gmail here, for example. You receive emails, right? And you can access them anytime you want, but they don't really get stored in your computer's hard drive, do they? So how are you able to access your emails? Where are they actually getting stored? Well, for now, let's say they're getting stored on Google's personal hard drive and you access them using internet. Moving on, let's now look into the types of cloud computing. Since cloud computing is an ever-growing field, there are multiple ways of categorizing it. The two most common categories of cloud computing are deployment models and service models. Now, service models are categorized on the basis of the kind of services that you are provided, whereas deployment models are categorized on the basis of how you can deploy your applications in the cloud. And service models are further divided into three kinds of models, namely infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And in deployment models you have public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. So let's discuss all these models one by one, starting with service models. We'll discuss service models on the basis of services that you get to manage and the services that are managed by cloud providers for you. So here, first we have infrastructure as a service. It's like renting the whole IT infrastructure, that is servers, networks, storage, and more. Now, when you're renting a server, it'll be like getting a fresh piece of computer where you can install any OS you want, you can decide how much data can be stored in that computer, you can basically decide what is the purpose of that computer. So, the services that you get to manage in infrastructure as a service are applications, data, runtime, middleware, and OS, that is operating system. Coming to platform as a service, here you'll have no control over the underlying architecture such as operating system, storage, and more. as these are managed by cloud providers themselves. All you get here is runtime environment for deploying, testing, and managing applications. So this might be the best option for those who just want to host their application and focus completely on that application. So the services that you get to manage here are applications and data. And then we have software as a service. Here you only get access to web-based applications or software. You can access and operate the software with just your browser without having to download or install anything. So everything in software as a service is managed by cloud providers, including updating and maintaining the software. Now coming to deployment models, first we have public cloud. In public cloud, everything is stored and accessed over the internet and it's meant to be used by general public, which means that anyone can use public cloud. All the hardware and software is owned and managed by cloud providers. On the other hand, with private cloud, the cloud infrastructure is exclusively meant for a single organization. The services and infrastructure are managed through a private network. And then comes the hybrid cloud, which lets you get the best of both worlds. With hybrid cloud, users can enjoy the benefits of both public as well as private cloud. An organization is most likely to use hybrid cloud if, let's say, they want to store their confidential data on private cloud and use public cloud for the resources and services that are shared with external partners. So as we have already established that cloud computing is an ever-growing field, so naturally there's a huge number of cloud providers as well. Let's look into a few of them. So here first we have AWS, that is Amazon Web Services. Then we have Azure, Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Adobe Creative Cloud, VMware, Rackspace, Oracle, and Salesforce. So out of all these cloud providers, what makes GCP special? Well, time to find out. Let's discuss why one must opt for GCP. GCP offers various unique features such as best pricing, automatic task scheduling, live migration, customization, flexibility and scalability. Let's discuss all these features one by one, starting with best pricing. Google Cloud uses a pay-per-use model according to which you only have to pay for the resources that you use. Also, Google Cloud hosting plans are said to be cheaper than other cloud hosting plans. So, GCP provides customer-friendly pricing where there is no upfront cost and termination fee. Automatic task scheduling. Google Cloud allows you to virtually schedule any task or job, be it running your staging VM environment only for working hours or turning down half the machine fleet in the middle of the night. The cloud scheduler will let you automate many of these tedious tasks in a managed manner. Live migration. Google Cloud's live migration feature allows proactive maintenance of all resources without causing any hindrance in the performance of the virtual machines hosted by the organization. This saves businesses from the headache of dealing with downtimes or outages. Customization. GCP provides a custom machine type feature that lets users create a virtual machine customized to their needs. Custom machine types are priced based on the resources that you use, and in some cases you can even save up to 50% or more compared to other cloud providers. Data privacy and security. Google Cloud Platform has put a significant amount of effort in ensuring data protection and security for their customers. Google has hired a team of professionals called Information Security that constantly work on securing and protecting the data stored in the Google Cloud. Also, Google uses several layers of encryption to protect the data of customers that are using GCP. Flexibility and scalability. Google Cloud Platform is known for the scalable system that it provides, which automatically adds more capacity as the workloads increases. You can specify how much CPU and memory each instance of your application needs, and the flexible environment will provision the necessary infrastructure for you. So these are all the main features that make GCP stand out the most. So moving on, let's now understand what exactly is GCP. So Google Cloud Platform, as you must already know by now, is a cloud platform offered by Google. It offers various cloud computing services such as compute, network, storage, and more. But that's not all. there is more to GCP. I bet you all must have used or at least be aware of Google products such as Google Search Engine, YouTube, Gmail, Maps, and Hangouts, right? What if I told you that Google uses their own cloud platform to manage and operate these products? I mean, how awesome is it that Google offers the same cloud infrastructure as they use for their own products to its users? We all know how amazing are Google products, right? So imagine how awesome will be the underlying infrastructure. And you'll get to use that same awesome infrastructure if you use GCP services. So here's another huge reason for you to choose GCP. So moving on, let's now understand GCP global infrastructure. Even though GCP is fairly young, they have been able to establish a reliable infrastructure which is growing across the globe at an awe-inspiring rate. Google Network is known worldwide for its speed, reliability, and capacity. Google Cloud is made available in 19 regions, 58 zones, 134 network edge locations, and 200 plus countries. And it will also be soon expanding to places like Japan, Indonesia, and Los Angeles. So now let's talk about the services that GCP offers. These services are categorized into different domains such as compute services, storage services, networking services, machine learning services, big data services, identity and security services, and many more. But the main services that can be used to host any kind of application are compute services, storage services, and networking services. Let's now understand these services individually, starting with compute services. So in compute services, first we have Compute Engine, which is basically an infrastructure as a service offering from Google Cloud Platform. Compute Engine service provides VMs, that is virtual machines, hosted on Google's infrastructure. Now, being an infrastructure as a service, you can think of it as a fresh piece of computer where you'll be given various options for OS, and you'll be given various options for units of CPUs and memory that you want for your virtual machine and everything else. Basically, all the configurations will be at your hands. Next comes App Engine, which is a platform as a service offering from Google Cloud. It's basically used for hosting and deploying your applications on Google Cloud Platform. So if you're using App Engine to deploy your application on Google Cloud, you won't be given any access to the operating system configurations or storage or the installation of the frameworks that you will need to deploy your application, because that will all be managed by Google Cloud itself. All you have to do is upload your application using App Engine and you'll be provided a link where your application will be running. So next comes Kubernetes Engine, which is basically a cluster management and orchestration system for coordinating Docker containers. So if your application is running in different Docker containers and you want to deploy that application on Google Cloud, then all you have to do is migrate those Docker containers using Kubernetes Engine, and you can then deploy your application on Google Cloud. So after compute services, next comes the storage services. So in storage services, first we have cloud storage. Cloud storage is an online file storage web service for storing and accessing data. Cloud storage can be used to store any kind of data. So when you're hosting an application on Google Cloud and you want to store the application data somewhere other than your server itself, then you can use cloud storage, which is also reliable and secure. And also, it's always considered good practice to create distributed architectured applications. So next in storage services, we have Cloud SQL, which is structured query language. Cloud SQL is a fully managed MySQL database service for hosting relational MySQL databases on Google's infrastructure. So if your application deals with only relational or structured data, then Cloud SQL might be the best option for you. Next storage service is Cloud Bigtable. Cloud Bigtable is a fast, fully managed and highly scalable NoSQL database service. Cloud Bigtable is actually used for big data applications like Hadoop. Now after storage domain comes the networking domain. So in networking services we have VPN, that is Virtual Private Network. VPN provides a private network to create a secure environment for your deployments. So basically, let's say you launched an instance and then you launched another instance and you want both of them to be communicating with each other. Now for that to happen, you'll have to include those two instances inside a network which will provide the instances a secure environment to be communicating with each other. So that's how VPN works. After that we have cloud load balancing. Cloud load balancing is a service that load balances and auto-scales GCP compute resources. So basically, cloud load balancing is a service which will distribute the incoming traffic of your application to multiple servers. Now there are two kinds of load balancing. First one is classic load balancing and the second is application load balancing. Now if you want the traffic to be equally distributed to multiple number of servers, then you will have to use classic load balancing. But if you want the traffic to be distributed on the basis of requests that you're getting on your application, then you'll have to use application load balancing. For example, if the user is requesting for storage upload, you may direct the user to some other server. So in networking services, next we have Cloud CDN, which is Content Delivery Network. Cloud CDN is Google's globally distributed edge points of presence to cache application content close to users. Suppose you hosted an application on Google Cloud in some region, but the user base of your application also exists in some other region. So when they try to access your application, it'll obviously take some time for your application to respond because your application resides in some other region and the user base is in some other region. So what you can do is you can use Cloud CDN to create a copy or cached version of your application and place it on a server which is in a region closer to your user base. So now when they try to access your application, it won't take as much time as it used to. So that was all about networking services. Now moving on, let's discuss big data services. So in big data services, first we have BigQuery. Query is a fully managed data analysis service that enables businesses to analyze big data. After that we have Cloud Data Flow, which is a fully managed real-time data processing service for batch and streaming big data processing. And then we have Dataproc, a fast, easy to use, managed Spark and Hadoop service for distributed data processing. After big data services, we have identity and security services. So first we have Cloud IAM. Cloud IAM lets administrators authorize who can take actions on specific resources, along with built-in auditing. After that we have Cloud Resource Manager, a service for programmatically managing the resource containers and also used to group and organize GCP resources. Cloud Security Scanner, a web security scanner for common vulnerabilities in App Engine applications. Now let's discuss machine learning services. Cloud Machine Learning. Cloud Machine Learning is a managed service for building machine learning models using TensorFlow framework. Cloud Vision API. Cloud Vision API is used for image recognition and classification, detecting individual objects and faces within the images. Cloud Speech API. Cloud Speech API is used to convert audio to text. This API recognizes over 80 languages and variants. Alright guys, so now let's move on to the hands-on part. Like I said before, we'll perform a practical where we will use various GCP services. So let me quickly brief you about this hands-on. What we'll actually do is that we'll create an application, a PHP application that lets you browse your local machine for an image and lets you upload that selected image onto the Google Cloud storage. We will then also deploy this application onto the Google Cloud. So before we start, let me show you how this application actually works by running it on my local machine. Since it's a PHP application, I'm using XAMPP. So for those of you guys who don't know what XAMPP is an open source cross-platform web server solution which lets you run your PHP scripts on your local machine by providing you a local web server. So to run my PHP application on my local machine, I had to first set up my machine, right? I had to download XAMPP, then I had to install it, and now I can run my PHP applications. So guys, before I run my application, let me quickly show you where all your PHP files should reside if you want to run your PHP application on your local machine using XAMPP. So when you download XAMPP and install it, you'll probably find a folder in your C drive called XAMPP. So in this folder, you'll again find a folder called htdocs where all your PHP files should reside. So my file is index. So to run my PHP application, all I have to do is type in localhost on my browser /index.php, my PHP file name. And when I press enter, here's my application. So as you can see, there are two options here, choose and upload. So let me click on choose to browse and select an image from my machine. Here I have an image called GCP tutorial. I'll select this image, open, and as you can see, the image has been selected, GCP tutorial.png. So before I click on upload image, let me also show you my cloud storage bucket so that you know it's empty, and after I click on upload image, the image will be uploaded. So here I go to my bucket. I've created this bucket for my application. So right now you can see it's empty, right? So going back to the application, if I click on upload image, it says the image has been uploaded to your bucket successfully. So let's go back to our bucket and confirm if that's true. See here, if I press on refresh bucket, here you can see the image has been uploaded. Okay guys, so now you know how the application works, right? So now let me tell you what are all the components that you will need to run your app. So first of all, you will need an App Engine instance to deploy your application on the Google Cloud. After that, you will need Cloud Storage Bucket where you will be uploading all your images from your application. After that, you will need something called Cloud SDK. I'll tell you what it is and why do we need it once we get there. After that, there's something called service account key that you will also need. And then there is Composer. Again, I'll let you know what it is and why do we need it once we get there. So guys, these are all the components that you need to deploy your application on cloud. But what about creating your application? What are the things that you need to create your application? Well, first of all, of course, a PHP code file which you will run as an application. And then there is app.yaml file, which is a configuration file that you will need for your PHP code file. Okay, so now let's get started with our demo. For that, you'll have to go to your Google Cloud Console. In GCP, everything you do that includes any service you use, any resource you run, any application you deploy, absolutely anything that you do is counted as project. So basically, if you want to perform any activity, you'll first have to create a project where you can associate that activity to that project, or you can just select any of the previously existing projects. So guys, if you want to create a new project, then all you have to do is go to this tab that currently says hello. That is because the project that I've selected or the project that I'm currently using is named as hello. So when you click on this tab, you will be able to see the list of all the projects that you have previously created. For creating new project, you just have to create a new project, and then you can name your project anything you want, and then after that you can just click on create. Also, here as you can see that every project has something called ID. So when you create a project, GCP will auto-generate a unique ID for all of your projects. So once you have created a project for your application, make sure that the name is reflected over here, because that means that the project that you just created is currently selected and you're going to work under that project. So after creating the project, the next thing that you have to do is create your first App Engine instance. Now you need App Engine instance to run or deploy your application on the cloud. As you guys saw, when I was running my application on my local machine, I had to first set up my local machine to run my PHP application, right? I had to first download XAMPP and install it, and then I had to make sure that all my PHP files reside in that particular folder. So basically, I had to set up my environment for running my application. But when you're deploying your application on App Engine, you don't have to worry about any of that, because App Engine, as I've already mentioned in this video before, is a platform as a service offered by Google. So all the necessary infrastructure and the environment setup will be provided to you, and you can just directly deploy your application and run it. Now, to create an App Engine instance, there are actually two ways of doing that. First, you can directly create an App Engine instance using this console, or second, you can use something called Cloud SDK. Now, Cloud SDK is a set of tools for cloud platform, which also includes command line tools. So basically, you'll be able to access and use any of the services provided by GCP using a command line tool. Also, Cloud SDK is what you need to deploy your code files onto the cloud. So in this hands-on, we'll be using Cloud SDK. To use Cloud SDK, we'll first have to download it. So let me show you how you can download Cloud SDK. you just have to click here and you see downloads here, right? This option is basically the home for all the tools that you may need to use with any of the GCP services. So if you want to download any tool, you can just click here and you'll get a list of all the tools and you can download any one of those. So let's click here. So here, as you can see, this is the list that I was talking about. You can download any of these tools whenever you need them. So right now we need Cloud SDK. So let's click on that. So now we are directed to the Cloud SDK documentation. So I'm using Windows, so I'll just keep it this way only. But if you're using some other OS like Linux or Ubuntu or any of these, then you can select those. And after that, you just have to click on this Cloud SDK installer. Once you click on this, the Cloud SDK installer will be downloaded to your machine. So all you have to do after that is run this exe file and the Cloud SDK will be installed on your system. So after you have successfully installed Cloud SDK onto your system, you'll probably find a shortcut to your Cloud SDK shell sitting on your desktop, like this. So now we have Cloud SDK, which we'll be using to deploy our application code files onto the cloud. And we'll also use Cloud SDK to launch App Engine instance where we will deploy our application. So now one of the remaining components that we need for this hands-on is Cloud Storage Bucket. So let's move on and create a Cloud Storage Bucket. To do that, we'll go to our console. Here, if you see on your left side, there's a list of all the services offered by GCP. So we'll navigate to Storage and then there it is, we'll go to Browser. So here you can see a list of all the buckets that I've already created, and on the top of the list there's the bucket that I was using for uploading the images from my application onto the cloud. So since you have to create the bucket from scratch, let me show you how you can do that. You just have to click here on this option called Create Bucket. And then you'll have to provide a name for your bucket, which by the way should be unique globally. So let me try. So as you can see, if you're trying to use a bucket name that is already in use, then GCP will inform you like this. So let me try some other name. Alright, so I guess I found a name. So next we have default storage class. So here we have 4 different options. Multi-regional and regional storage classes are based upon regions, whereas nearline and core line storage classes are based upon the usage of your bucket. Multi-regional is to be used with a bucket that is going to be accessed frequently from multiple regions, whereas regional should be used with a bucket that is only going to be accessed from a particular region. Nearline should be used with a bucket where the data of the bucket is going to be accessed once per month, whereas core line should be used with a bucket where the data of the bucket is going to be accessed very rarely, that is once per year. So here for this hands-on, I'll use multi-regional storage class for my bucket, and then I also have to specify that my bucket is to be accessed from multiple regions in Asia. Alright. You can further also compare storage classes on the basis of the cost, but then you don't have to worry about that if you are in your free trial period. So moving on, we'll just click on Create. And there you go, your bucket has been successfully created. So now we have Cloud SDK. We'll be launching App Engine instance using Cloud SDK. We also have a storage bucket. Let's now look into service account key. Service account keys are used to authenticate machines such as compute engine instances or app engine instances to use other cloud services. Like in this hands-on, we are using service account key to authenticate our app engine instance to use our storage bucket that we just created. So let me quickly show you how to create a service account key. All you have to do is go to APIs and services and then on credentials. After that, you just have to click on create and then select service account key. Here you have to choose new service account and then give a name to your service account such as select the role as project and then owner, and then make sure the key type of your service account key is JSON. After that, you just have to click on create and the service account key will be downloaded and saved on your system in JSON format. So here you go. Now make sure you keep this file safe because we are going to need this. Now we also have service account key. So what's remaining is Composer. So let's get to it. Composer is basically a package manager that deals and handles with all the packages and libraries that you may need to include in your PHP code file. So when you download Composer, all the necessary packages and libraries that you may need to use with your PHP code file will also get downloaded in a folder named vendor. So let's download our Composer. I'll mention the link to download the Composer in the description below. So once you're directed to this page, just click on download and then click on composer setup.exe, which will download the installer for you. After the Composer setup is downloaded, you can just run this exe file and the installer, as mentioned here, will download Composer for you and set up the path environment variable, so you can simply call Composer from any directory. After the Composer is downloaded and installed successfully on your machine, like I said before, a folder named vendor will also be created containing all the necessary packages and libraries for your PHP file. So moving on, let's look into our application code files. So this is the folder where I've kept all of my application code files. As you can see that I also have a JSON file here. This JSON file is the same service account key that we just created and downloaded to my system. So let me open my PHP application code file and show you my code. So here's my PHP application. First of all, let's just get over with the front end of our application. Here's a regular HTML code where I have included a form for the front end of my application. And here's the whole PHP code for all of the backend work that my application is doing. You can find a similar PHP code on Google Cloud documentation also. So I'll just tell you all of the things that you will have to include in that code on your own. So first of all, I have included a file called autoload.php, which is basically a library which resides in the folder named vendor, which was downloaded when I installed Composer on my system, under which I am running my application. So for this field, you'll have to include the project ID of your own project that you created in the very beginning of this hands-on. After that, I have included these 3 lines of code where I have provided the name of my JSON file which was downloaded to my system when I created my service account key. So you'll also have to include your service account key in this field. After that, here in this field where I have actually created a variable called bucket, I have included the bucket name that I am using to upload my images from the application that I've created. So in this field, you'll have to provide the cloud storage bucket name for your bucket. This is the basic PHP code for uploading images from an application. After that, I have included these 2 code lines where basically I'm uploading the selected image to the bucket. Here I've used the variable named bucket, which I created when I was including my bucket name. After that, I'm simply displaying a message that the image has been uploaded to your bucket successfully. So that was all in my PHP code file. Now let's look into app.yaml file. So app.yaml file is basically a configuration file that tells App Engine how our application is going to behave. Let's go line by line to understand this app.yaml file that I have. So the first field that we have here is runtime. Runtime tells what kind of script I'm going to use to deploy my application on App Engine. So if you're using a Python script, then you'll have to mention Python here instead of PHP. After that, we have API version. API version specifies the version of runtime environment that the App Engine is going to use to deploy your application. Specifying the value 1 here tells the App Engine to use the latest supported runtime environment. And then next we have handlers. Handlers section defines which requests are going to be processed by which script. So for this hands-on, the application that I am using contains only 1 script, right? But what if I had 2 different scripts? Let's assume that I had 2 scripts named image.php for uploading images into the bucket, and then the next script named file.php for uploading text files into the bucket. In that case, I would have mentioned in the handlers that for the kind of request where the user wants to upload an image into the bucket, my image.php script should be processed. And for the kind of request where the user wants to upload a text file into the bucket, my file.php script should be processed. But right now we don't have to worry about that because I only have one script, that is index.php. So that was all about the app.yaml file. Going back to the PHP file, once you're done including all the necessary files like service account key and your bucket name, your application will be able to upload images in your storage bucket. You can test it by running it on your local machine using XAMPP like I did in the very beginning of this hands-on. Once your application is up and running, you'll be ready to upload your application onto the cloud. Moving on, let me show you how to do that. So, the very first thing that you need to do is start your Cloud SDK shell. So, let me do that here. So, before we can start using our Cloud SDK shell, let me first tell you that you'll have to append the path of your Cloud SDK in your environment variable. Repeat, once you've done that, you can start using your Cloud SDK shell. So, now what we need to do is, we need to run the command gcloud_init. So now since I've already logged in using my account and I have already selected my project, I don't have to create a new configuration. I can just reinitialize this configuration with new settings. So let me pick my numeric choice as 1. So I would like to choose my account only. Alright. So again, I will use the first project because that is the project under which I'm going to run my application. Alright, do you want to configure a default compute? Okay, yes. I'll choose Asia South. So now we are ready to deploy our application onto the cloud. But to do that, we'll also have to deploy our application codes onto the cloud, right? So to do that, I'll just have to move to the directory where all my application codes reside. So let me first do that. I'm moving to the project directory where all my application codes are. So we can also view all of the files and directories residing inside the project directory with this command. And so now you can deploy your application codes using this command, deploy. Do you want to continue? Yes. So it says file upload is done. Alright, so now my code files are deployed onto the cloud. So to run my application on App Engine, all I have to do is copy this from here and I'll paste this link on my browser. And here you go. Now my application is actually running on App Engine. Let's see if it's still working or not. Again, I'll choose this image and I'll click on upload image. And then I'll go back to my bucket to see if the image has been uploaded or not. So again, the image has been uploaded. So guys, that would be all for this hands-on.
Now, why do people use Google Cloud Platform? So first of all, it's cost effective. Why? Because they charge you on a basis of per minute or a per second basis as well, right? So some cloud providers which are out there, they also charge you on per hour basis. So let's say you use your service for 20 minutes, you will have to pay for the whole hour, right? But with Google Cloud Platform, it's more precise. It's to the minute or to the seconds pricing. So the bill that you get is very precise. And in the same sense, even the products which are offered by Google Cloud Platform are very competitive in nature when it comes to pricing. Obviously, the quality is at par with the other cloud providers, but the pricing is also very competitive, and hence Google Cloud is one of the most cost-effective cloud platforms. Right? It is highly scalable. Now, this is the same reason that other cloud providers are also chosen, because you have an unlimited number of resources when it comes down to deploying servers in the cloud provider. Your application can also be scaled by making or exploiting the infrastructure that you have beneath your application, right? There are custom machine types, which basically means that if you want a 6 GB server, you can get that. If you want a 12 GB server, you can get that. So there are custom machine types that you can deploy on a cloud provider, and that is also true for Google Cloud Platform. It is very good at managing Internet of Things application. It is very good at managing the API ecosystem. It is very good for big data analytics. So I think out of all the cloud providers, Google Cloud is the best for big data workloads, right? It also has given us a lot of machine learning and AI services, which are again very good to use and are basically best in the market. And similarly, it offers us a lot of serverless applications as well. I mean, the future of application development is going to be serverless. If you don't know what serverless is, I will explain it to you in a little while. But the future of development is going to be serverless. So right now, what people do is they basically rent a server, they deploy their application on there, and then that's how they work. But in the future, there will be no servers. It will just be your code which you deploy on the cloud platform, and the cloud platform will decide which machine it has to be deployed on. You will not have to deal with the operating systems directly in the coming future, and that is exactly what serverless services are. And every platform offers it, and Google also is not far behind. It offers best-in-class serverless services as well. Okay, let's talk about the core infrastructure. So guys, the core infrastructure of any cloud provider is basically the infrastructure which is most used and is uh, you know essential for any kind of application that you want to deploy on a cloud provider, right? So you have something called as compute engine, you have something called as storage engine, and then you have something called as the network engine in Google Cloud Platform. Okay, now in these engines, you have multiple services that you can make use of, but the three domains or the three engines of Google Cloud that we're going to talk about today is compute, storage, and networking. Okay, now let's jump on to the Cloud Console directly, and let me explain you there as to what are the different kind of services or infrastructure services that are basically offered by GCP for us to use. Okay, all right. So guys, this is how your GCP console looks like when you basically sign up on it, right? So what you have to do is just go to cloud.google.com, right? And if you already have a Google account, you will be signed in. What you'll have to do is you'll have to click on console, right? So once you click on console, it will say that you're not signed up for Google Cloud. You have to sign up there, and all the details are just like signing up on any email service. In the end, it will ask you for a credit card number. You enter that, it will deduct $1 if you're outside India, and if you're in India, it'll charge you ₹2. And once the transaction is successful, this will be reversed back to your account, right? So this is just for verifying that the credit card works or not. And once you sign up on Google Cloud, what you get is you get a credit worth of 13,000 rupees, or let's say $200 worth of Google Cloud credits. And what you can do with those Google Cloud credits is you can launch services on Google Cloud, right? And you can try out them, you can understand how they work, and you will not be charged anything, right? So until and unless you exhaust those credits, nothing will be charged to you, and you can make use of those services for your personal use and understanding. Okay, so that's what Google Cloud gives us when you sign up for the first time. A couple of information over here, which is good to know, that Google Cloud is having its servers in more than 200 plus countries, right? And if you talk about services, these are the different kind of services that it offers. But today, like I said, we will be focusing on only the domains of compute, storage, and network. So let's understand what these services are. Okay, so first thing that you do is you click on this navigation menu, and then you get a list of all the services that Google Cloud is basically giving you. Okay, so this is the set of compute services that Google Cloud has. So you have App Engine, Compute Engine, Kubernetes Engine, Cloud Functions, Cloud Run, VMware Engine, and I'll be talking about each one of these in a little while. Then in storage, you have all these services. You have big table, data store, file store, storage, SQL spanner, memory store, data transfer. And then in networking, you have VPC network, network services, hybrid connectivity, network service tiers, network security, and network intelligence. Okay, so let's go about these services one by one. So let's start with the most popular service, which is going to be services which are going to be there on Google Cloud, which is the compute services. Okay, so in compute services, there are two kinds of services over here. The first kind of service is called infrastructure as a service, and the second kind of service is called platform as a service. And these different types are also going to answer your question of what are serverless services. Okay, so let's talk about compute engine first. So guys, compute engine is just like having a server, right? And this server is now on cloud. So it's just like having a computer which is deployed on cloud, but you cannot see it. So that's why it's called the compute engine. And in compute engine, you can deploy virtual machines. So let me show you what virtual machines are. So once you reach here, so just click on the virtual machines section. So you have VM instances over here. So what you can do with VM instances is you can launch a server with the help of VM instances. Now let me show you how you can deploy a server. So the first thing that you do is just click on create. And once you click on create, what happens is you get this kind of a dashboard. Now you will understand over here exactly how cloud computing is so powerful. Okay, so let's name your computer something. Let's name your server something. Let's name it, let's say, Intellipaat -1. Okay, this is the name that I'm giving to your computer.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
Next, you choose the country that you want to deploy it in. So you have so these are basically regions which are based in different countries, but you get the idea, right? So for example, if you want to deploy in the Asia Pacific region, these are the different regions that you can deploy it in. Similarly, if you want to deploy your servers in the Europe region, then you have all these different locations that you can deploy your servers in. So why do you have so many locations? It's because let's say if you talk about Intellipaat, so we have a customer base in US, and in other major parts of the world as well, right? And we have a user base in India too. So what happens is if I launch servers in India, obviously the response time for the Indian users would be more, or would be the least when you compare it with US users if they are pinging the same server, reason being the distance. So what happens is when you talk about a global service, for example, when you talk about google.com, or let's say when you talk about a service like Netflix, which I'm pretty sure most of you must have used some point in time. So these services are basically used by a global audience, and that's why they are expected to deploy it in multiple regions as well, to cater to different kind of audience that they have. So people who are accessing it from India will obviously be connected to the Indian servers. People who are connecting from US, they will be connected to the US servers, because they want to give their best service to their customers, right? And in their best experience, or in the best experience that they want to share with you, also comes with the fact that they have to give you the least response time for the service to work. right? And that is why these companies deploy it in multiple regions. So again, you can choose whichever region you want to deploy it in. Let's say we deploy it in Las Vegas. So we just choose that, right? Then comes which machine, what kind of machine that do you want to deploy it in, right? So when you talk about the series, so series basically tells you, uh, let's for example, if you're choosing N1, so this is the first generation of servers that they had, which is basically powered by Intel Skylake CPU platform, right? Now they have a second generation as well, which is E2. But when it comes down to the series, basically the newer servers, they're not uh, that much available as the earlier servers, right? So that's why they say that the recommended choice is N1, because there is abundance of servers when it comes down to the N1 type of servers. The E2 type of servers, on the other hand, since they're very new, it is not deployed that much on the infrastructure yet. So you can choose whichever you want. So we'll go with the default, which is N1. Now you can also choose the kind of RAM and the number of cores of CPU that you want, right? So let's say you want to go ahead with a 614 MB of memory, and you want just one core of CPU. You have an option of that as well, and it goes all up to 360 GB of RAM as well. So this is what one server that you are deploying can have, right? At the click of a button. That's how soon you can get it, right? Similarly, if you want even a higher memory, you have 624 GB, systems as well. And if you want higher CPUs but not that much RAM, even that is available as an option too, right? So it's all up to you how you want to deploy it. Let's say we go with a two-core CPU and an 8 GB RAM, right? This is the kind of server that I want. The next thing that it'll ask me is which operating system do you want to launch, right? So I can say that you know what I want. Let's see what all options do we have, right? So you have Debian operating systems, then you have Red Hat operating systems, you have SUSE operating systems, you also have Windows operating systems which have a pre-installed SQL Server installed on it, right? Then you have CentOS as well, you have Ubuntu as well, or if you want a plain Windows server, even that is available as an option. So let's say if you want to deploy Ubuntu, let's deploy this, and the standard, so this is the hard drive that the amount of hard drive that you need. So let's say we want around 100 GB of space in a hard drive. Okay, so this is what we choose. So now that I've chosen the Ubuntu operating system, now what I can also choose is the version of Ubuntu that I want to launch. Right? For example, after 16 came 18, then came 19, then came 20 as well. So whichever one that I'm comfortable with, whichever one my application is going to support, I can deploy that too. So let's say I choose the 18.04 version of Ubuntu. Okay, so I'm just going to click on select. So now that I have configured my operating system, I have configured, the number of CPU, the number of memory, the amount of memory that I need. Uh, I can just click on create. Rest everything can be left at default. I can just hit on create, and now my server will be created for me. And just notice the amount of time it is going to take to basically deploy the server. Okay, so starting now, I think this server should be deployed in a matter of seconds. And as you can see, the server is already deployed now. So now I have a server. So this green tick basically symbolizes that the instance is running. Now I have a server which is running the amount of RAM that I specified, which is running the amount of core CPUs that I specified, and it is running the operating system that I want, and it's now ready to use. Right. So all I have to do is I have to copy this IP address, and I can actually go ahead and run it from here. Right. It's all ready to use. So in order to connect to it, now what you have to do is you can go ahead and do a remote access to this using the SSH profile. So if you click on SSH, you have this option of either connecting it using a browser window, using SSH key, or any other thing. So the simplest method is using the browser window. So what it is going to do is it's going to SSH into your virtual machine, and you do not need any client for it. It will directly do it using the browser, which is awesome. You can also configure it to connect to it using any other client as well. But I think this is the best way to connect to it. So as you can see, I've connected to my server now, and I can use the Linux commands over here. I can also make it a little bigger for all of you to see, right? So I can run all the commands that I would normally run on an Ubuntu server. For example, if I want to update this machine, so I just type in sudo apt-get update, and this machine is now getting updated. So now let me make it, let me take it a notch up. What I'm going to do is let me deploy a web server over here, right? So let me make it a little smaller for everybody to see. Okay. And now what I can do is I can also, let me go ahead and install a web server on it. So this will basically now install a web server on this machine. So while this is happening, okay, Amit is saying, what does instance mean? So Amit, what we have done is we basically have just launched a server. So this is an instance. An instance can be called a server. A server can be called a computer. An instance can also be called a virtual machine. So all these are interchangeable terms that I'm using, right? So let's stick to a server. So what I've deployed right now is an Ubuntu server, right? And this Ubuntu server is deployed on Google Cloud. On the dashboard, what you see it basically being called is an instance, right? And there's a technical it's a technical term, instance, and why it's called an instance is because it's a part of a larger hardware, right? So whenever you deploy, so let's say this is the machine that I've deployed, right? So it has 2-core CPU and it has 8 GB of RAM. So this infrastructure is not a single computer in Google Cloud Platform. It's basically probably a very big server, but in that big server, they have virtualized a machine for me, which has 8 GB of RAM and it has 2 core of CPU. And since it has come from a larger server, it's called an instance, right? So that's the reason behind calling it an instance. But when you talk about the fact that what it is to us, it is for us, it's a server, right? For us, it's a place where I'm going to deploy my software and then I'll be able to use it, right? So what I've done right now is I have basically installed the Apache software on it. And now if basically we go ahead and if we try to access it using the IP address, we should be able to access this service over the browser. So one small thing that I'll have to do is I'll have to allow HTTP traffic. And with this, we should be able to access the website on the browser. So while this is happening, let me go to VM instances. And this is the instance that we have. Let me copy the IP address. And let me give it to you guys. So you can find this IP address in the chat. And if you try to put this IP address on the browser right now, you should be able to see this web page. So what we have done right now is we have basically deployed this web page on this server, right? And this server can now be accessed by anyone who is there on the internet on this particular IP address. Okay. So it's basically a name that they have given to their server. So it's N1, right? It's basically a machine, code that they've given to their server. So there's no logic behind why it's called N1. So guys, this was a server that I have used, right? Now let's talk about the other services that you have in Compute Engine. And then from there, let's get the idea of what a serverless service is. Okay. All right. So you understood what compute engine is, right? Now let's talk about app engine. So app engine is, again, it's just like, you renting a server, but in this case you do not get access to an SSH terminal like I just did. You do not get access to an operating system. So let me show you how app engine basically looks like. So this is an app engine dashboard. Now here, what you can do is you can again deploy apps if you want. So let's see how app engine basically helps us. So you can start off by specifying a region where you want your server to be deployed, right? So let's say we want it to be deployed in Asia, but in South. Okay, let's do that. Let's click on Create App. Now it's asking us what kind of language is your website going to use that you are going to deploy on this. So you have a lot of options to choose from. Let's say it's going to be Python, the default. And the environment, do you want it to be standard or do you want it to be flexible, which means that you can upscale or downscale according to traffic. So let's say it's standard. Let's click on next. And now what is going to happen is my app or my app engine is basically getting created. Now you will notice a very uh, stark difference between what we just did here and when we compare it with what we did on VM instances. So let's go to dashboard. So it says that your app engine application has been created. Great. So what you can do is let's first go ahead and go to Python. So here I'm going to show you how you can basically deploy a Python application like we just did, right? So okay. So first of all, you need to have a code which you're basically going to deploy uh, on the app engine that I basically just deployed on Google Cloud. Now, this app engine basically is a server that has automatically been deployed in the backend, but I do not get access to this server. What I do get is basically a command line from where I can upload my code onto this app engine, and that's about it. My application will then be hosted. So what is the difference between this application that we have just launched uh, versus the server that we deployed, right? So when we deployed the server, what we had to do was we had to configure the server from scratch, right? For example, in this, I have basically installed the Apache 2 software, and then I'm able to go to this IP address, and then I'm able to use the web server, or see the web server over here, or see the web page over here. But when you talk about the app engine, over here, do not get access to the server just like this, right? What I do get is a dashboard kind of a thing, which is this. And in this dashboard, what I can do is I can deploy my code, which I have developed, right? For just take the example of what I discussed in the starting, wherein let's say you're a developer and you want to deploy your app, right? So in this case, you will deploy your code directly. So we chose that we need a Python runtime. So the Python runtime automatically gets installed on whatever server Google Cloud is deploying in the backend, right? And that's about it. And now it says just give me your code and I run that code and your application will be ready. So I'm not dealing with a server over here, and hence this is a serverless service. Okay, here we are not dealing with any servers. We will only be charged for the amount of traffic which is going to come on our website and the amount of processing that it is going to take to deal with that traffic. That's about it. We will not be charged for a server running irrespective of the fact whether we are using it or not. For example, even if this server is idle right now, I'm still being charged for it, right? But when you talk about App Engine, when I deploy an application, when it become accessible on the internet, only then I'll be charged, for App Engine. I will not be charged otherwise. So this is the App Engine service that you have in Google Cloud. Okay, so guys, this was the App Engine, and this is the serverless concept that are not dealing with the server, but what doing is you are deploying your application, and the cloud provider basically takes care of where your application has to be deployed, which kind of machine it has to be deployed on, based on the traffic that you're getting. Okay. Then the next kind of service that you have in the compute domain is basically the Kubernetes engine. So Kubernetes, I think, is for people who already knows Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is also available for downloading or using on your local system as well, right? So Kubernetes is basically a container orchestration platform. Okay. If you do not know about Kubernetes, it is all fine, but people who use Kubernetes day in and day out. So Google Cloud has basically given you an option that you can basically use it on the cloud infrastructure without worrying about installing it, configuring it, etc. Right? And at the same time, you do not have to deal with commands. You can simply just use the UI to deploy your application. So that's the Kubernetes engine. Cloud functions are again serverless services, but in cloud functions, what happens is it's an event-driven, service, which basically means that, let's say you want to do some image processing, okay, and image processing you do not want to do on your web server, which is basically hosting the traffic for you. You want to do it on a separate server so that even if the load is more for image processing, your traffic should not experience any lag. So in that case, what happens is cloud functions, you just put in the code for the image processing, and then your web server will basically just invoke cloud functions. It will do the processing for you and it will give you a response back. Okay, so that's what cloud functions are. It's basically used for serverless deployment of code when you have to do batch processing, or when you have to deal with processing which you do not want to do on your web server. Then you have something called as Cloud Run. So Cloud Run again is a serverless service which is basically offered by Google Cloud. In case of Cloud Run, basically, if you're dealing with stateless machines, or if you're dealing with stateless systems, which basically mean that you do not have the option of, storing user information or storing live user data, then you can make use of Cloud Run for hosting even stateless websites as well. Okay, so that's what Cloud Run is. And again, the beauty of Cloud Run is it is basically invoked based on the request being made, right? So when you talk about cloud functions, you do not deal with HTTP, HTTP based requests. You basically can deal with APIs, which are not on over the HTTP protocol, but basically it's event driven, like I said. So event driven in the sense that other Google Cloud services can call the cloud function to execute something and then respond back. But when you're dealing with Cloud Run services, it's based on HTTP. So even outside of the cloud, the Google Cloud paradigm, if you want to request for a website kind of a traffic, then Cloud Run service can be used to serve the request, and it's again serverless. Then you have something called as VMware engine. So some companies which have their applications on-prem are finding it difficult to migrate to cloud because of the sheer pre-migration steps that they have to do. Because if you are on a VMware machine, obviously the kernel or the operating system libraries are different, right? So when you want to deploy it on Google Cloud, you cannot simply just migrate that VM image directly to Google Cloud, right? And it can also be that you have a process in place where you have to work with vSphere or vCenter or other kind of VMware tools in order to deploy your servers. So if that is the scenario, Google Cloud also gives you the VMware engine, right? Where what you can do is you can deploy the whole VMware ecosystem on Google Cloud without even worrying about without even worrying about how I should train my workforce in order to use Google Cloud now. So your workforce can still work on the VMware ecosystem, but now your hardware will be hosted on Google Cloud instead of your on-prem system. So this is again a very fantastic service in the compute domain, right? So this was basically an overview of the compute domain of Google Cloud, guys. Next type of services that you have in the Google Cloud is for storage, which is again used a lot by people who basically are using Google Cloud. Right. So here again, you have services like Bigtable. You have services like Data Store, Firestore. So Bigtable is basically used for big data services. So whenever you have data in a NoSQL format, which is also at the scale of big data, right? In that case, you can basically store it in Bigtable. Bigtable. Obviously, it'll be a little more expensive than other NoSQL data stores, but it will be able to give you the I/O required for a big data workload. So that is why Bigtable, service is offered. Similarly, you have something called as data store. So data store is a normal NoSQL database that you get from Google Cloud, but this is not for big data workloads, right? And at the same time, it's a lot cheaper than what Bigtable also offers, right? So if you have workloads which are not on the scale of big data, but you want to deal with NoSQL database, probably because you are using MongoDB now or some other NoSQL database, but you are migrating to cloud and you want a service which can serve your NoSQL needs, then you can choose data store, right? Similarly, there is an upgrade to data store and it's called Firestore now, right? And Firestore basically gives you a lot more features that were available in data store, but with the competitive price being the same, right? So the price is same, but you get a lot more features, you get better performance, and that's what Firestore services for you. It's again a NoSQL data store. Then you have something called as file store. So file store is basically a service which basically gives you a network drive which you can mount on multiple systems in the Google Cloud VMs. So let's say there's a VM that I've just deployed, right? So I have just deployed a VM and it has this particular volume attached to it, which is around 100 GB in space. Okay, so it's called the SDA disk, which has been attached to it, which is 100 GB in space. Now, what I can do is I can attach one more disk over here, which probably can be of any size that I specify, and I can use it for my storage needs. But the good point about that disk that I'm going to attach over here in this operating system is that it can be connected to multiple machines at the same time. So it's like having a shared drive between multiple machines across your infrastructure, and this shared drive can basically be read onto or written to by multiple systems again. Okay, so this is very useful service which basically is finding its ways in systems which are stateless, but let's say they want to share information between each other. So in that case, you can make use of shared drives like these, and then make that stateless system stateful by sharing the information between the servers. Okay, this is also useful in Kubernetes use cases. So if somebody is from Kubernetes or DevOps background, there's something called as persistent volumes in Kubernetes. So these persistent volumes can be mapped to a file store in Google Cloud Platform, right? And with that, what you understand is that you can have a persistent volume of any amount possible and also on a remote platform without relying on the server where that Kubernetes pod is running. And with that, it gives you the liberty of deploying it on any node of Kubernetes cluster without worrying whether the storage would be available there or not, right? Since the storage has now become remote. Okay. Then you have something called as a storage service. So storage service is just like, in Amazon, you have something called as S3, right? So similarly in GCP, you have storage, and this can be used to store objects or files on cloud, which can either be private or can be made publicly accessible. So it's just like Google Drive, but on Google Cloud, and with a lot more features such as versioning, such as getting a link which is publicly accessible, which can be used to download with It also gives you unlimited storage. It also gives you a lot of tiering options. Do you want to download it? Uh, Correct. Right now, you can wait, and based on that, what you can do is you can also choose the pricing option. So let's say you have a lot of data to upload to cloud, but it's just backup. You might not even need it in any point in the future, right? But you still have to store it somewhere. So how you can save cost on this is you can basically save it in a tape type storage. And tape type storage is probably the cheapest storage available in the cloud market. So the price that you're going to get for an SSD storage and for a tape type storage is around the 10 times difference, right? So it will be 10 times more cheaper to basically store it on tape storage. The only drawback of this being that it will take a lot of time to retrieve from tape storage. Okay, so that is how the Google storage service comes in handy. Then if you are into relational databases, then you have the SQL service also. If you are into a distributed SQL service, then you have the Spanner service. If you want a cloud-based caching system, then you have Redis and Memcached also hosted on Google Cloud, and that's available in the memory store service. And then you have something called as data transfer as well. So let's say you have terabytes or petabytes of data which is sitting in your company, and since you're moving your infrastructure to cloud, what you also want to do is you want to transfer all that data to Google Cloud now. So when you're doing that, you can do it using the data transfer service. What they do is they send a device to your storage location which can store a lot of data. You store or you connect your servers with that device, and you copy all that data on that device, and then that device is shipped back to the Google company. And what they do is then they upload it from there to their servers, and that's how you save a lot of time and at the same time cost of internet without sending your data over the internet, but the traditional way of storage by putting it on a device and shipping it to the company that you want to give it to. Okay, so that's what the data transfer service is. And you have multiple options over here. Let's say you are on any other cloud provider and now you want to shift to Google Cloud, right? So in that case, the transfer service is also available for a cloud provider as well. So let's say your data is on AWS or on Azure, and now you have decided to basically migrate to Google Cloud. So even that option is available over here for data transfer. Okay, so now let's talk about the networking domain, right? So in networking, so as you have networks in your office, right? So what you do is you have network routers, you have switches, right? So all these devices are also available on Google Cloud to use, but they're all virtualized, right? And you don't have to deal with configuring them manually. All of them comes pre-configured. You get a UI kind of a view, and with this UI, you can configure. So for example, let's say you want multiple IP addresses, public IP addresses. It's just a way at a click of a button. If you want to have a firewall for your servers that you want to configure, firewall is all ready to use. You just have to set in the rules, right? If you want to define routes, if you want to connect two networks, if you want to mirror the traffic which is going on a network onto some other stream, that is also possible. So all of this is possible in the networking domain or in the VPC network service. The fact being that if this had to be done in office premises without you making use of any cloud platform, you will have to buy a lot of devices to make this particular thing possible, and a network administrator as well, who can set all this up before you can actually put in the rules. But with this, you don't have to do that now because all those devices are pre-configured. All you have to do is set in the rules and set in the behavior that you want for your network, right? Then you have other network services, such as the most important being load balancing, DNS, and CDN, right? So these are all services that are again part of the network domain. Load balancing meaning that let's say you have a fleet of servers that you are dealing with. Let's say you have 25 or 30 servers which are catering to 1,000, 1,500 people. For example, let's say you and I, we are making use of let's say google.com, right? So the google.com website that we see is obviously hosted by a server, and it will be very non-technical to think that the whole website of Google is hosted on one server. It hosted on multiple servers across the world, right? And you can land up on any server without your knowing. How is that possible? That's possible using load balancing. So you hit one URL, you hit google.com, and from that URL, you're basically routed, across multiple servers to a specific server, and that is possible using load balancer. So load balancing job is to distribute the traffic among multiple servers based on the kind of request which is being made. Then you have something called as cloud DNS. So cloud DNS basically means that, let's say if you have, let's say google.com, it's a domain name. So that domain name is basically pointing to a IP address, and that IP address is basically mapped to the domain name in the domain name service. So this cloud DNS basically helps you to map your domain with an IP address or a load balancer using the cloud DNS service. So that's what it's all about. Then you have something called a CDN. CDN basically is again, used to serve your data faster to a particular audience, uh, irrespective of which part of the world they are living in, right? So that is the CDN service. So you more details, I think we can discuss at some other point in time. But then also you have something called as NAT, you have traffic directory, you have service directory. So all these are networking services that you can explore in Google Cloud. Hybrid connectivity talks about, you're not just having the cloud infrastructure, but also having some servers on-prem. And if you want connectivity between these two, separate clusters, so one on being cloud and one in your office, if you want all these offices or all these systems to be on the same network, then you can make use something called as VPN, right, which is a virtual private network. So what this does is it basically connects all your server fleet in the cloud to the server fleet which you have in your office premises, right? Then you have network service tiers, which basically gives you, uh, different performance tiers in network. So let's say you want an absolutely great bandwidth between your servers. You want it in GBs, right? So there will be a separate pricing for that. If you do not want that much high bandwidth, I think if your work can be done even in MBs, then you can choose that service tier. So it all depends on which service tier you choose, and according to that, you will be charged. So that's what network service tiers is all about. Then you can also talk about, something better than firewalls, such as you can also talk about SSL certificates, policies. You can also talk about a high-level firewall, which is Cloud Armor, which you can again explore in Google Cloud's network security domain. The network intelligence is all about monitoring. It's all about your performance of the network, which again is basically visible or is made visible in the network intelligence service domain. So guys, these were some of the core infrastructure services of cloud. Now, obviously, this is not going to help you out just by attending this session. You will again have to explore more about these, right? So these are very wide variety of services, and each service has a lot of things to learn about, in which is all covered as part of the cloud architect certification, right? So this should be a stepping stone. This session should be a stepping stone for you to learn cloud more in detail as you move along. Okay.
What we'll do now is we'll try to access two GCP resource. Very common when it comes to cloud. The first thing people usually prefer is how to create virtual machines. The second one is how can I store some data. Storage and compute usually is the starting point for every learners. So what we'll try to do is we'll try to access these two resources, compute and storage, using four different options. The first one is web console, command line interface, which is more towards command line, client libraries, and REST APIs. We'll see all the four options. Web console. So this is your web console. Same like, yeah, it's very much similar to your AWS. Most of the stuffs, it would be somewhat similar. Some of the terminologies, like there it is called as availability zone. So that's how it is called as. So very similar to your AWS stuffs. Now, so once you have your console, this is you have a dashboard which indicates what is your project name, project ID, all those details, and it also has few resource information, whether is there any resource you have provisioned, some getting started guides, and some documentation. One of the important thing in this dashboard, I would say, is this platform status, whether all the services are up and running. Just click on this to see is there any service disruption or any outages on the various products and services which we saw: App Engine, Compute Engine, BigQuery. And if you see in Kubernetes Engine, there was a service disruption on January 24th. There was a disruption. So that's what it mentions. If you want more details, click on this to know what was that information details, what was the problem and when it was started. It started on 23rd of January and it was resolved here. So you'll get that full detail. So this would be an information helpful when you're doing something in production. If something is not working, come to this cloud status, platform status, to see every service is up and running. If it is down, then it is nothing to do with your application, but something to do with the platform itself. So that's the information with respect to this dashboard. And these dashboards are draggable dashboards. So if you like, you want to move it to different place, you can do it. But this is a nice sleek dashboard. You'll also have this free trial status. If you just click on this, it will show you this part. What is your status? Never ever click on this activate or update button. So they have just made it a change. It is activate now. Previously it was upgrade. So never ever do this. If you do this, it will start cross charging in your credit card. Just dismiss it. So that's a small tip which I wanted to share. There's other few stuffs which we'll discuss as time comes. Now what we'll do is we will not use the project which Google created for us. This is my first project. This is a container, a logical container in GCP. If you're coming from AWS world, there's some concept called as accounts. Whatever you do it inside that account. If you're from Azure, there's a concept of subscription. Whatever you do, it's under a subscription. Similarly, in GCP, any activity which you do that inside a project. So how do you create a project? Click on this drop down. You should see a create new project. Before creating that, let's look at the structure. So if you are using a free tier account, you will have no organization. What is organization? So if your organization purchases GCP product, their name will be available here. Something like, let's assume abc.com is the organization name. So it will be an entity here. It will show there, and all the employees under that, if you have upgraded or like added all those username, they'll be able to create use GCP thing. So in that case, your account, in this case, for example, I have used a Gmail ID which is like learning.gcp2019 at the rate gmail.com. If your organization has purchased this, then it will be like Mahesh at the rate abc.com. It would be something like that. It would be at the rate yourcompany.com would be your ID with which you would have logged into your Google console. So let's not use this one. Let's create a new project, brand new project, so that we know how to create the project also. That's the key stuff. Click on project, new project. You'll get this. You have around 24 project quotas remaining, I guess. In free tier, maximum is 25 projects you can create. If you activate to a full paid account, you don't have any limit on the number of projects you can create. So let's give a name, learning-gcp. So that's our project name. This is your human readable name. The moment you do this, under your this thing, it shows you something called as project ID. This is dynamically generated by the system, and this is globally unique. And this name comes from a pool of names. So later tomorrow, like maybe tomorrow, if you delete this or shut down this project and you create another project with the same name, the project ID would be different.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
For now, remember the project ID has to be globally unique. If you do something like that, let's say for example, test, it will give you a randomly generated name which is of this form, but this is again unique. If you do the same stuff in your screen like test, the ID would be something totally different. If you something give a very nice name, say for example, learning -GCP Mahesh, the project ID and the project name would be very almost the same because this is very unique. But if you just give it as demo 123, these are something generic. Everybody will use the same stuff, standard one. So it will give an ID which is like auto generated. So let's give learning GCP itself should be good enough. It is giving adding few numbers, like I guess it is adding a specific random number to make it unique. If you want, you can try to edit it. If you try to, you can add numbers, that should be okay. And because we are using free tier account, there's no organization. So with that information, let's click create. If things all go well, you should see a project created. This is your notification window which shows a project is getting created. So our project is created. So if you click on this, you will get into your project will change from my first project to learning GCP. Tomorrow, if you want go to back to a different project, just click on the drop down and you can switch. That's one thing. And the important thing which you need to remember is what is your project ID. This is your project ID which you can get it from the home screen. Just click on this Google Cloud Platform. It will take you to the home screen and it will show you the project. Under project information, you will see that project ID. So if you see, you gave the project name, project ID was generated by the system. There's one more thing which you see, project number. This is again automatically created by the system. This is used again for something called as service accounts, which we'll discuss in module 4. That is the only place where you'll see project number being used and no other places. Project ID would be used extensively throughout all the stuffs. Whenever you create resource, it will ask in which project I should create. So you need to pass this information every time. So remember this. If you don't remember it, no worries. Come to the home screen, see this widget. You should get that. That is one way. Or click on this drop down. You should see this ID. That is another way. The third way, which is my favorite way, is look in this address bar. Just a URL hack where you can see what is your project ID. If I switch to my project, my first project, project ID will change. So very easy way because you'll be doing demos. Address bar will always be there. Just copy it from the address bar. That's how I do it. But the other better ways are just look into the project info. You'll see that. So we are in our project which we had created. What we'll do is we'll create a compute engine using web console. What you see is your web console. So to access your compute engine, click on this hamburger menu. So if you see this for a longer time, just do a hard refresh in your browser. Let's see whether the APIs are enabled. And these are live demos. I'm not doing a canned demo. So sometimes the demo may break and we'll also do a debugging on that. So that's how you will learn. So I'm not doing a recorded video. So it's a live demo. So the APIs are enabled. So you see that create button. Just click on create. So for now, just let's try to understand how to use the web console. That's our main aim. So let's give a name like learning because this is Google Compute Engine. let's try to use this acronym GCE. In the exam, sometimes they will use acronym. Let's get used to those terminologies. Google Compute Engine. So learning hyphen GCE. That's what is the name of our virtual machine. Region, as I mentioned, you have 18 regions. What we'll do is we'll select Mumbai region. When you select Mumbai, you'll see 3 zones. Select any zone of your choice. And because we are using a free tier, this is my small tip. Try to create with a small compute option so that even if you forget, because you are doing this for the first time, there's a high chance you create a VM and forget it, not to shut it down, it will incur cost. So if you select micro VM, on your right hand side, you see the price details, one vCPU and 3.75 GB of memory. You need to pay $30 or roughly $29 per month. If you forget stopping it, but if you make it micro, you'll be just paying $5 per month. So this could be a small tip. That's the thing which I wanted to give. So give a name, select the region of your choice, make it micro, and by default, the operating system would be Debian Linux OS operating system. If you want, if you're a Windows guy, click on this change and you can change the boot disk. What you want, whether a specific different distribution you want, you can select, or if you're a Windows guy, select a Windows operating system of your choice. But for us, just a Linux machine should be good enough. The reason why I'm going with Linux is it is free. It will not incur additional cost. If you select Windows, your price will go up again because you need to pay for the license. These are enterprise software. Free is, Windows are not free. Maybe I can quickly show you that. You see micro VM, its operating system is Debian, it is 5. If you change this to Windows, it will add the license cost. Let me select Windows 2016. You should see it increased to $21. And if you click on the details, you should see the license fee. So it's not free. We'll discuss more on this in our compute section. For now, let's go back to our default Debian operating system. So all good. You can just click create, but I'm not going to do that. I want to share some other information before I click on create. So the first thing which I want to share is this two stuffs, command line and REST APIs. So we know there are 4 options of accessing GCP resource, right? One is web console, other one is command line, REST APIs, and client libraries. So this would give you a hint for that. Just click on this command line. Let me just zoom this for a little bit for your better visibility. So this is your command line option to provision a virtual machine. So what does it stands for? G Cloud, Google Cloud Compute. What is your project ID? You see that project ID is getting started using. What you're trying to do, you are creating an instances. Instance create, and what is the name of your instance? What is the zone? What is the machine type? You have lots of details which you can provide here. So this is how you can provision your resource from command line. If you want to run this command directly, there's an option which I'll show you later using something called as Cloud Shell. For that, I need to explain you what is Cloud Shell. We'll come to that later. So this is one option. You will know what is your gcloud command. This is a very, very handy option. Tomorrow you change certain stuffs, because going forward, once you get used to it, every time you'll not come to the console and provision a resource. You want to automate it by using a script. So running this will be a good option. Like give a various options, click on the command line, and you should be able to see the option for that. So that's one option. So this is your REST API form. So where you can provision your resource programmatically, like if you use a curl command or utilities like Postman, which is an add-on in Chrome browser, you can just use this, authenticate it, and provision your resource. The important line which you see, it's a post command. It is googleapis.com/compute. So this is the important stuff. So you can provision resource easily Just fill the form. You should get the updated REST API information or command line option. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click create, and the instances gets provisioned in few seconds, like maximum 20 seconds or 30 seconds. That's it. That is that blazing fast in GCP, which is not the case with AWS and Azure. The reason is Google has its own fiber broadband across the globe. That's the key stuff. As I'm talking, the resource is provisioned, and you see that green tick. It's not just provisioning. I can just click on SSH in the browser. I don't need any third-party SSH client like Putty. If you're from Windows, if you're using Windows machine, just click on this SSH option, which is from the browser itself, and you can log into the virtual machine directly without setting up any keys or transferring any keys. AWS, it's a pain. Similarly, it's Azure, it's a pain. But in GCP, if you want to access Linux machine, it's damn easy. And I'm all good. I'm in the machine. I'm going to update the operating system. And because it's a Debian, I'm going to do it. You see, in few minutes, I'm able to update all the stuff and I can do everything. So that's how easy it is. So let me leave this as is. GCP will not automatically select the preferred zone. You need to specify the zone where you want to create. But one option is, say for example, if you're working for a project, for example, in this project learning-GCP, all the resources which you're going to provision will be always in Mumbai. What you can do is scroll down to the settings. You have an option where you can set what is your region. So every time you provision a resource, it will always create it in South, which is Mumbai, and in Asia South 1B zone only. That is possible. You can set your preference. So in for a specific project. That way, it will next time when you create a new resource, it will be always showing that drop down updated. So that is one way where you can select your specific zone. But Google will not give you automatically selected. So you need to set your preference. So it's updated. If I just do, I'll just show you one more option of creating one more time. Edge location comes only when you are working with storage or where you want to cache stuffs. So we know Google has 18 regions and 55 zones. These are the 134 edge locations. So what it means is it's called as point of presence. So if you see in India, there are 3 edge point of presence. So if you want to enter Google's network, it is in Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai. So these are the point of presence where you can enter Google's this thing, Google's edge point of presence. So data center, don't get confused with a data center. So once you get into this, you will get, there's only three data centers for GCP in Mumbai. So that is your zones. So don't get confused with the other data center concept. Like if you see in Asia, in Singapore, there is a data center. This data center is not for your GCP stuffs, but it is for GCP, but the other stuffs like when you are serving a request for YouTube, Gmails and all in EMEA, it is coming from Singapore data center. That is it. That is for your end user products. But for GCP, it is called as zones. It is not called as data center. So if you if you again create a new instance this time, you see the regions is not updated. This is because the UI is not refreshed. Let me do a hard refresh. If I do a hard refresh and when I try to create a new VM, you see the region and the zone is preset because of my preference setting. That's the thing. So that's one way of creating your virtual machine. We have created a virtual machine. Looks good. Now what we'll do is after compute, the next thing usually people try to do is storage. So let's create a storage. So one option is click on the hamburger menu, scroll down to storage, where you can click on the storage, Google Cloud Storage. That is one option. The second option is you can use the search option. Just search for storage. You can click it. It's your choice how you want to navigate. So it is very similar to your AWS S3 buckets where you can create your bucket. So you need to create a bucket. It's like a container. Give a name, and the name has to be globally unique. The reason is whenever you have any storage bucket, it can be made public. The bucket can be made public, and the resource in that can be accessible publicly. So if it's accessible publicly, it is accessed via a URL, and URL by default has to be unique. So for that reason, you need to make your bucket name globally unique. So if you just give test, it will not, it will say it is already in use. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, it will be again used. So try to give a new unique name. So recommendation is you can use your project ID itself as your bucket name. It says it is good. The Ajax call is done and it says it's a valid one. For or if you want, you can do it like this, GCS. Let's see. Yeah, it's a good name. Learning Google Cloud Storage. That's the stuff. And you can have your buckets in various options, like in various, the storage option could be in multiple regions or in a specific region. If you have multiple region, it could be US, Europe, Asia, that is possible. In regions, it will show you those 18 regions, and you have various storage classes. We'll discuss those things in detail in our storage section. But for now, let's give a name and just click on create. It should create a bucket. So we have a bucket learning hyphen GCS. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just slightly delete this name. I'll just delete it. I'll tell you the reason why I'm deleting it. Let's create a bucket. There's nothing like country here. There's no concept of country. It's region, multi-region only. So you'll be selecting Mumbai as one of the regions if you want. Storage, and I'll mention the way I created it. It is using web console. So name is there. So if you want regional, then it could be in Mumbai. If you want, you can select Mumbai and it will create in Mumbai region. Or if you want multi-region, this is for to make your data accessible easily across the globe. So for now, let's leave as default and it is multi-regional and let it be in US. Just click create. You have the bucket created, learning hyphen Google Cloud Storage, and it has been created using web console. Let's upload a file. That's damn easy. Just click on upload, click a file. That's it. You have the file here. And if you want to make it public, you can make that object public and give access to it. More on this in our storage class. Let's not go much deeper. The only intent of this introduction is to get our hands dirty, how to use the various options, how to use web console, all those things. That's the only reason. Now we have created our first part. That is, we have at least now have a good understanding how to use web console to provision various resources, in particular compute engine and storage. So now what we'll do is we'll do the same steps, but we'll try to do it in a different option, that is using command line option. So for that, what we'll do is, if you want to do this command line option, you have two options here. Let me go back to my home screen. So if you want to do anything, you need to run the gcloud command. Where will you run the gcloud command? You have two options. First option is use this option. Let me highlight it. Use this option. This is called as Cloud Shell. So what is this Cloud Shell? Let's see that by clicking on that. So just click on this, activate Cloud Shell. So when you do this for the first time, it will show you an animation to see what and all you can type in. All your gcloud commands, Git related commands. This is like a free virtual machine which Google provides you free of cost, and where you can use this virtual machine to run your gcloud commands, any commands related to your Google Cloud platform. It could be gcloud. There's other commands like gsutil, kubectl, or to run or to build a Docker image. All those things you can use it. And if you see, it is a Linux Debian operating system, 5 GB of persistent disk in your home directory. So this is 5 GB. It's all free. It does not come under your free tier account. It's totally free of cost, and it is attached to your email ID. And it comes with pre-configured softwares, like you have popular runtimes like Python, Java, Go, Node.js, and tools like Docker if you want to build Docker, or if you want to create like if you want to connect using a MySQL, you have a MySQL client. All those things you have. The key stuff is 5 GB of persistent disk is there, meaning if you just start it, you can have everything. You can have any files or anything stored in /home partition. It will be persisted. And if you store data in any other place, it will not be persisted. So that's the key stuff here. Let's wait for this virtual machine to be provisioned. It's provisioned. And the important thing is, when you provision it from a specific project, it will take that project ID automatically and show you what is your project ID. And if you want to switch to a different project ID, say in this case, my first project, one way is close this project, this Cloud Shell environment, and change the project ID and again relaunch it. That is one way. That is totally in a user interface way. But if you want to switch program like using command line, what you can do is just copy this ID, run gcloud config, and it's auto complete. You can just type few letters and hit tab, it gets auto completed. You want to change the project ID to different, have an eye on this yellow color text, it will change to a different one. You see, it's now emerald diagram. So we are now switched to your my first project, this thing. So that's how you can switch from the command line. So let's go back and use our the old the learning GCP project itself. I just wanted to show you how to do that. Let's hit enter and switch back. So clear the screen. Now we wanted to create a virtual machine. So what I'll do is, if you don't remember the command, the easy way is provision a resource. Click on the bottom of the screen where you'll see the gcloud equivalent of it. It acts as a cross reference. Just copy paste it or run this in Cloud Shell. If you just click on this, it will paste the command here and you can just run it. That is one way. Or if you remember it, you can just do it. I'm going to type in the command to show you the flavor how to run it. So in a very simple stuff, what we'll do is we'll try to provision one resource we had provisioned in which region. Let me see. It is in Mumbai. Let's try to provision compute engine now, this time in maybe in London. So what we'll do is we'll do gcloud. That is the command which we saw, gcloud compute instances, create, give a name, learning hyphen GCE, and it is using Cloud Shell. Just give name Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell, and you need to mention what is your zone. If you don't remember or if you don't know what is the London zone, what you can do is just click on create instance. You should see this option. You see the various options. London is Europe West 2, and let's do it in maybe West 2A. Just give that thing, Europe. This will not be auto completed. You need to type it fully, West hyphen A. That's it. What we'll do, if you just hit enter, the remaining stuffs, if you see, this is a very small command, but if you see the equivalent of this, there are lots of stuffs here. What happens is, if you don't give any other details, it will take all the values as default. So that's the key stuff here. If you want specifically to override certain stuffs, you can give that. Otherwise, it will be all default settings only. For instance, the machine type will take it as one vCPU. It will not be micro, and the operating system would be Debian. So these are all default. So you no need to specify it. If you want to override it, you can give it. That option is available. So it's a very simple command, gcloud compute instances create the name of your virtual machine. We have just mentioned we are creating it from Cloud Shell just to make the name difference. That's the only stuff. In London zone, specifically in -A, that is our zone. So you can just hit enter. It should get provision, but I just want to show you how fast Google can provision this thing. So I'm just putting a time. So this will show you how the actual time it is taking to provision a resource. Let's hit enter. So this should be your real actual time it takes to provision a resource. So this shows the fastness with which Google provisions the resource. Let's see. Because I'm doing a demo, it would be usually sometimes slowness I have seen. So the actual clock time is 17 seconds. I can challenge no other cloud vendor can create a resource that fast. It's all because of Google's network. This is emphasized many times. I'll be emphasizing it many times because of that uniqueness. So that's the key stuff here. In 17 seconds, you have your virtual machine ready. So if you want to see that virtual machine, you can just click on the hamburger, come to your compute. You see that it is there, and it is in Europe West 2-A. Minimize my this thing. So this is one way of creating your virtual machine. Let me clear the screen. I can minimize it. So this is one way. So advantage with this Cloud Shell is you have not installed anything on your laptop. The reason is why I wanted to emphasize on this is if you just have the browser, you can do everything in GCP. No need to install anything on your local laptop. Reason is there are few organizations even today, service-based organizations where they put a restriction on what kind of softwares you can install or download. There's no admin privilege on their laptops or desktops. So if you're working in such organizations, this could be a good option where you don't install anything, just browser based. Definitely you will have at least browser installed. You should be able to do all your stuffs which you want. So that's the key stuff which I wanted to highlight. Now, the second option which I mentioned is you don't want to run from you don't want to use Cloud Shell. What is the other option? You can install Cloud SDK, Google Cloud SDK. So just use that. It will select, you will have various flavors, one for Mac, Linux, and for Windows. Select the one which you have, which is of your choice based on your operating system. If it's Windows, it's a standard next kind of an installation. Just install all the stuffs and you should have something like this. This is my Windows prompt. So if you just type gcloud version, you should see the up-to-date version which I just installed it recently. So this is the one which you can do. So you can do the same provisioning which I did from my laptop, and I should be able to do that. So that is something possible. So that's the stuff. So you have two options when you comes to command line options. Now let's what we'll do is we will see we'll try to configure our this project learning learning-gcp project this thing so that because whenever you provision your cloud shell environment, it knows what is the project id, what is the account, all those things. But if you're running from a third-party system, that is my laptop in this case, you should share the details. Okay, this is the email id, this is the project, all those details you need to mention that. So currently I guess it has been configured. If you want to do it for the first time after installing your sdk, you should do this. gcloud init. So if you do this, it will initialize the stuff. So by default, it tells this is my account, that is my Gmail ID, and it is using a different project, Emerald. This is my first project. If you see, that is a project ID, my first project. So it is using a different project ID. If you want to reconfigure it, you can configure it, or do Control C, use the command which I shared, mentioned you, set project, copy your project ID. Copy your project ID. You're all set. So you can, so if you just clear the screen and run init, this is one way to see what is your current project account, what is your current project ID. Or another option is, sometimes gcloud commands are important. They may ask you those things in your exam also. If you run this another command, gcloud attend list, it will tell you what is the account using, at least what is the Gmail account it is using. So we have set it to our current project. So far, so good. Now we have created a virtual machine using command line. Similarly, what we'll do is we'll create a storage bucket using command line. So hope it is interesting. So we have only one bucket which has been created using web console. Let me open my Cloud Shell environment. There's a small Linux command which I'll use so that I can get my full screen. Like if you see, this prompt itself is half the way. Whatever the command I type, it comes to the next line. So I'll use this small Linux command so that my prompt is like this, very clear. I get the full real estate to type my big commands. So whenever you're working with Google Cloud Storage, you can interact with the storage using command line utility called gsutil, Google Cloud Storage Utility. It's not gcloud command. You may get a very basic question also in the exam. What is the utility to connect? So usually if it's a 50 question exam, some question would be the toughest question which you have ever seen, followed by a very simple damn easy questions. So that is possible. So gsutil is a command with which you can interact with your Google Cloud Storage bucket. So let's create a bucket. Make bucket mb is your command which you will use. So, and if you work with AWS, Amazon's S3 bucket, you will always use S3 colon //. So here you will use something called as Google Cloud Storage, GS colon //. Just give a name, learning hyphen GCS hyphen Cloud Shell, because we are provisioning it from Cloud Shell, right? That's the reason. So hit enter. If things are all good, bucket should be provisioned. It's provisioned. It's not reflecting here. You can use this refresh option. Click refresh. You should see a second bucket created with the name learning GCS hyphen cloud shell. What we'll do is we'll try to upload a file from my Cloud Shell to the storage bucket. How do I do that? Is there any file? I see a readme file. What I'll do is use gsutil. So this is where your Linux skill set comes into picture. If you want to copy a file, what will you use? Copy, name of the file. Now what is your destination? The destination is a storage bucket. So just copy this. That's it. Hit enter. You should see a copy command working. It's copied. You see the object not reflecting. If it's not reflecting, refresh this thing. You should see that readme file showing here. Very straightforward. If you want to upload something to your storage, say for example, to your Cloud Shell environment, how do you do it? You see this three dots, click on this, upload a file. you can upload a file from your laptop. Let me upload this demo.gif. It will upload to my Cloud Shell environment. Let me just refresh it. You see that demo.gif. You have it. Now you can move that to your storage bucket. This is like two-folded. If you don't want to do, you don't directly want to transfer a file from your laptop to a storage bucket. How can you do that? You can use that's where your command line option, Cloud SDK option comes into picture. Let's do that. Uh, Let me see, is there any file here? Okay, I have one JS file called creategce.js file. What I'll do is I will run my gsutil copy create. So this is what I'm trying to copy. That's it. I'm going to copy it from my laptop to Google Cloud Storage bucket. It would be slightly slower. Let's give a minute or so because this is from my laptop. So it is taking time to authenticate all the steps. But if you do it from the Cloud Shell, it will be faster. Good. It's getting copied. Yes. Just refresh it. You should see a second file with the name creategce.json.js file. You see that? I can copy it from any location as long as I have the right utility installed. So that's how you can access, interact with command line options. If you're working extensive, because if I do close this and start again, half my screen, because I already zoomed this for your better resolution, for you to see it better, I get little real estate. See, almost half of my screen is filled with this prompt itself. I don't want this prompt. Just use export one, or if you want a different symbol. Now, if you're a programmer, based on your workflow, based on some specific logic, you want to provision a bucket or provision a compute engine programmatically. What is the option? Option is using client libraries. So what are those client libraries? If you just go to this URL, Google supports almost like 7 client libraries for a specific set of languages like Go, Java, Node.js, Python, Ruby, PHP, and C Sharp. So if you are a developer using any of these languages, you should be able to create your virtual machine programmatically. So let's do that using Node.js. The reason why Node.js is it's very lightweighted. That's the reason I chose that. If you want, if you are not a Node.js guy, no worries. From the exam perspective, the syntax is not at all important. Mostly it's the concept is what you are expected, because the exam is more towards solution architect. So you don't expect an architect to do a coding, but if you have a experience, it will be really good. I can show you by a Python. If you want Python, just click on this Python repo. You should see the code. So the codes are available. So everything is there in the GitHub. So no rocket science. If you just look at those things, you should be able to get it. If you're a Python guy, look into that specific link. You can try it out of your choice. For the demo purpose, I already have a code which I have created. It's again from the GitHub, slightly modified with names and all, nothing else. So let's do that part. So this is my Node.js program, roughly around 40 lines of code. I've tried to zoom this so that it is having a better view for you guys. So it's using Node.js. Don't worry if you this looks like Greek and Latin for you. No worries. The key stuff is the concept. So if you look at this part, because we are going to create a compute engine, you need to have that specific module or library or DLL, whatever you call from the language from which you come. That is the one which you need to have. We import that library or module, and you need to mention what is your project ID. Copy this, update it here. That's it. And I want to create a compute engine, and in which zone? It is in Singapore zone. And the name of the VM is Learning GCE-SDK using Node.js. That's the name of this thing. And the operating system is Debian. That's it. All standard stuff which I'm mentioning. And if you are a programmer, you may quickly see this JS file, JavaScript file is in my laptop. I should be able to create a VM in a cloud, in a specific account. How do I do that connection from my laptop to the cloud? That is using this option. You can get the access credentials and authentication by running this gcloud command. So let me run this, copy this command, open my cloud shell, my Windows prompt. I am already in this folder where I have this files, everything. I'm in this folder. Let me clear the screen. Now I'm going to type this command. What it will do is it will give me access to the GCP credentials, meaning once I get the credentials, I don't need to save any tokens or username and password in this code. This code is free of tokens or user credentials. So if I upload this code to a GitHub and a hacker scans my code, he will not get any username and password. That's the beauty of this code. So let me hit enter. It should authorize my SDK. That's the only thing. It opens the default Edge browser in my machine. Sometimes it does not work, so I'm going to close this, but I'm going to open this in my Chrome browser. If I hit enter, it will ask me to authorize. What is the username? It is my learning.gcp2019@gmail.com. It is going to ask allow my libraries access to that. I will allow it. Once I allow it, it will show the SDK is now authenticated successfully. You should see my credentials are saved in this place. It's a JSON file, encrypted JSON file. It is saved here. So it's saved in my local laptop. So no worries. So if you have a worry, like if you save all your credentials in your code, there's a problem like somebody tries to hack, it could be a problem. So this is your credentials in an encrypted fashion. All good. Now, what I'm going to do is to run any Node.js program. If you're a Python guy, you will run it in Python, the name of the file name. Java, you will run Java, C and Java, and compile it and run it. If you're running a Node.js program, you need to type node and create the name of the file. Create Google Compute Engine. Hit enter. It should take a minute or so to provision, and you should see a third instance created in Singapore zone. So let's wait for it. Fingers crossed. Let's check whether it's creating. If it does not create, there could be an error. We'll try to fix it. No errors. Looks like it's all good. Let me do a refresh. You see, it's reflected. The one which we gave the name, it's created in the right zone. It is created. And quickly, if you see, you may see there's no external IP address, because in the code I did not mention I need to have an external IP address. That's the reason because of which it did not provision, nothing else. Specifically, I did it just an introductory thing. I didn't want to show you 100 lines of code and scare you. So I just want to keep it very short and simple. Just give the project ID, name of this thing, what zone, that's it. You were able to provision it. If you still want to get access to create a public IP address, it is possible. Just click on the virtual machine. We'll talk about this in our module 4 in detail. But if you're curious, click on edit, scroll down to your networking. The external IP address is currently none. Make it ephemeral and just save it. What this will do is it will create a external IP address. Let's wait for this notification window to be. You see, it got an external IP address. Once you have external IP address, you can SSH into. So far, so good. So programmatically, we were able to do it. Similarly, we'll try to do the same stuff where we'll try to programmatically create a storage bucket. We have only 2 buckets. Let's do it. So let's look at that code. It is create GCS. Same style. You get the authentication. If you are already authenticated, no need to run this again. That's one thing.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
And instead of compute, you are going to install a storage library. Make sure your project ID is correct. This project ID is not correct. I'm going to copy my project ID. Just update the project ID and give the bucket name as learning Google Cloud Storage hyphen SDK hyphen Node.js. Straightforward. What we'll do is I'm going to run the program create GCS.js. Bucket created. Good. Let me refresh it. You see that bucket? Because it was all default setting, you have the thing using the same thing. So we saw the 3 options how to provision it. If you are a programmer, maybe C++ programmer, C programmer or Perl programmer, and you see you don't have your client libraries there, don't be scared. Your REST APIs comes for your rescue. So if you want to do something using REST APIs, and or if your language is not there in the client libraries list, that could be your option. How do you do that? So to do anything with the APIs, click on the hamburger menu. You see APIs and services. Click on that. And you see libraries. Everything, whatever you see in GCP are API driven. Behind the scene, everything is API. And if you want to create a compute engine, just type compute. You should see that compute engine API. And when we started our compute engine in the web console for the first time, there was a wheel spinning. Why it was taking a longer time was this API needs to be enabled. Getting this enabled was taking time. That was the reason it was taking a longer time. Since it's enabled, you see that green tick. If you want to try this API yourself, you want to create a virtual machine by calling this API, it is also possible. Click on this, try this API, which will open up a URL called as developers.google.com. So this is where you can use all your APIs. Just wait for the screen to refresh. Or if you want to create compute engine, you just use compute instances dot. It's not create, it's insert. It's slightly a variation in the REST API. You should see those specific API for creating a virtual machine. You see 2 methods. Select any one of them. Both are the same. I'm not sure why it is showing both. Just click on that. You should see a screen where it will ask, give me the project ID, the zone in which you want to create it, and the machine name, machine type, all those stuffs. You can just fill in this form and click authorize and execute. You should be all good. In the interest of time, what I have done is I have filled the details already. Let me just zoom this for your better visibility. I've already filled in my project ID. I want to create it in US Central A. That is a zone. I've given all the necessary fields. Machine type, machine name would be learning-GCE-REST. All the details I have given. Now click, you need to authorize this API and execute. Click on this. Click on authorize and execute. This will use my Gmail ID. It's popping up. Let me select my Gmail ID. If things are all good, it should create a virtual machine with the name learning-GCE-REST. What is it is saying? Invalid name. No worries. Let's fix that. Okay, there was a white space here. That's the stuff. Let me recreate it. Just execute. Let me see if it works now. Okay, 200, HTTP code 200, meaning my virtual machine is created. How do I verify it? As usual, go to your compute screen by clicking on the hamburger menu. Click on compute engine. You should see a fourth instance. You see it's getting provisioned. Let's give a minute or so for it to get provisioned. You see, all good. Similarly, since I did not give more details, it does not have a external IP address. No worries on that. But we saw how to provision it, not programmatically, by using REST APIs. We saw this. If you send all this in a JSON format, you will be able to provision it. Now let's try to, instead of compute, let's see storage and create a bucket. Buckets, insert. This is very straightforward. Don't click the beta one, select the generally available command. It asks for you what is your project ID. As usual, I'll copy it from the browser, from the URL, give a name, then I just need to give a bucket name. That's it. Learning hyphen Google Cloud Storage hyphen REST, because I'm trying to create it from the REST API. So that's it. Authorize. It should be able to create a bucket program like using REST APIs. Let me use my Gmail ID. Things are good. It should give me 200 HTTP 200. That means my bucket is created. Go to your storage bucket and see the fourth bucket created in US, because that's the default this thing. You see this? This is the one which you created. Now, if you see, we have created almost how many? 4 instances, all working in one in Mumbai, one in London, one in US Central, one in Singapore. If you just leave it as this, you will incur cost. So you can know what is the cost for each of those things. When you are provisioning the resource, you were able to see that price, right? Compute engine. Or if you want a better information, what you can do is you can just go to this pricing calculator. As any cloud provider, you have a pricing calculator available. You can know how much cost it will incur. So you can just mention, I want one instance which is running a Linux operating system and so configuration, like one vCPU and 3.75 GB of RAM, and in Mumbai, and it will be running for 24/7. If you see, you will see the price for that. It will be like $29. So you'll get that pricing information. So based on that, you will have a decision whether should I stop this virtual machine or delete this virtual machine. If you don't need this, if you stop it, what happens is you are paying zero compute. But because this is a virtual machine, you will have a operating system. It will incur storage cost, which is very little. So that tomorrow if you come back, you can just start it and start using it. So during the night times, you are not paying for your compute option. So that's the beauty there. But it is only for demo purpose, and you don't need this virtual machine later. The various VPC concepts. What we'll do is, let's go back to our console. So one thing which you need to remember is, whenever you create, we've just created VMs only. We did not provision any network or anything. We did not configure any firewall rule. Everything was without configure anything. we were able to communicate easily. So how it was possible is, whenever you create a new project in Google Cloud Platform, you would have seen that it takes good amount of time, at least 1 to 2 minutes. In that duration, what it does is it does various stuffs. One of the important stuff it does is it creates a network, default network or default VPC. It is available under network. To access that, click on the hamburger menu, scroll down to VPC network. So if you just click on this, you will see one network created, one VPC created with the name default, and that is the VPC name, and it will have 18 sub network, one for each region. As of today, there are 18 regions in GCP. So you see 18 subnets, each has its own address space, 10 dot address space. So tomorrow, if 19th region comes in, it is automatically added to this default VPC. Because of this, we were able to communicate without doing any extra work. So this is the benefit which you get when you provision a project in Google Cloud Platform, and you can see the firewall rules. It's not just the network, you need to also have the firewall rule. The firewall rule which helped us to SSH and do a ping was these two commands. Allow default ICMP, this is for your ping to work, and the port 22, which is your SSH port. Because these two firewall rules were enabled, we were able to communicate. So it's because of these two things along with routes. So a network is created by default for across for all the regions, one subnet for all one region. So that's how it works. And there's a firewall rule, there's a route. Because of these things, we were able to easily just provision of two VMs in two different regions in the same VPC, and things started working. So you may ask me, and one of Google's recommendation is, whenever you are provisioning any resource in production, don't use default VPC, because you may have a different business requirement. You may have a business which spans across only Asia only. Maybe it may have an office in Singapore, one office in Taiwan, one in Mumbai. That's it. You may not need to have networks in all other places. This could be a risk for your business. So what they recommend is, the moment you are in a production project, delete this default VPC first and create your own VPC, create your own firewall rules, and based on the VPC, the routes gets created automatically. So that is Google's recommendation. So nothing from the exam perspective, but when you become an architect and you want to implement certain stuff, one of the best practices, delete the default VPC and create your own VPC based on your requirement. So that's what we'll try to do. Now we will do the same example of pinging two machines in the same network, but we'll try to learn the harder way. We just created VMs and things started working. But today we'll try to learn the harder way, meaning we'll try to create our own VPC, and we'll try to add a subnet, maybe a couple of subnets, one in Singapore, one in maybe we'll try to add three subnets, one in US, one in London, one in Singapore, and see how things will work. We'll try to learn the harder way. So by doing that, we'll also learn the concepts of VPC. So let's click create VPC network to give the CIDR range, so that you know what should be the IP address range when you are giving the subnets. So usually 10 dot address space, 172, 192, these are the address space you should use when you are using internal IP address or RFC 1918 standard. So let's give a name. Let's give it as learning VPC. Learning, I'll start with learning VPC. Going forward, we'll change it as we go through it. So this is the name. No straight, it's a straightforward thing. And when you want to create subnets, there are two different modes of creating your subnet. One is automatic mode or auto. The other one is custom. So Let's click on automatic first to understand what is its features all about. So when you click on automatic, you get subnets for all the regions. Now you have 18 regions. If you see, you have a pagination. So all the regions, the 18 regions are made available here. And each region has its own subnet range or CIDR range. So that's thing, it's automatically created. You don't need to do anything extra. Plus, what you have is you will have 6 firewall rules, out of which 2, hope this is good enough for you people to see. And you have 6 firewall rules by default when you are configuring it in a default auto mode. So the first rule is, let's start with this one. It gives you a name, allow all egress. What is egress and ingress? So whenever you have a virtual machine, any traffic which is incoming inbound to your VM is called ingress. Any traffic which is going out of your virtual machine is called egress, outgoing traffic. So by default, any incoming traffic is denied. So this is what I mean by trust nothing by default. And it has a priority which is 65535, which is the lowest priority. As if you want to override this firewall rule, you need to have a priority which is lesser than this. It is one number less than this. So this gets overridden later, like where you can SSH, ping, all those stuff. So that comes into picture. So if you want to override, you can have a higher priority. Higher the priority, lesser is this number. That is how firewall rule works. And the second default firewall rule is allow all egress. Anything which is going out of your VM, you allow all them. So that is, these two firewall rules don't have a checkbox, meaning you cannot delete these two things. If you want to override, create a firewall rule, have a priority which is lesser than that. If it is less, means the number being less, the priority being high. So that's how it works. So apply a firewall rule. Usually when you create a firewall rule, the priority would be by default 1000, meaning it will override what you have in your default firewall settings. This will be overridden. So these are the 6 firewall rules which comes inbuilt, and if you want, you can select few stuffs, or you need to do it. This two things gets automatically added, and you have the option of having this routing. We'll come to this later when we go into much deeper stuffs, where you will use something called as cloud router, which will advertise what is the subnet in that region, or it has to be global. So you have two options. Let's go with the default one, which is regional. That should be good enough. So with this, if you just click, you will be able to create a auto mode VPC. As a best practice, click on this command line where you can see the various commands which it shows. Let me just zoom this for you. So it is again gcloud compute. It's not instances here, but it is networks create, where it creates a VPC and the subnet mode is auto. You may get a question on such things. The auto hyphen subnet hyphen mode is auto, or there's one more mode called as custom. We'll show you that in a minute or so. So that is one thing. You created a VPC, then there are firewall rules which you need to apply. So there are 4 firewall rules. The 2 is always hidden. You don't need to explicitly mention it. So these are the 4 firewall rules which you can override for the default one. So this is what you get. So all good. You can create it, but there's no fun creating a auto mode because we already have a default VPC which is exact replica of what we are trying to do now. So there's no fun there, but let's explore custom VPC, which is really fun because this is what, in this custom VPC you will create each and every subnet based on your requirement. And a point to notice, whenever you're creating in auto mode, all the CIDR range would be in 10 dot address space. The reason is, in 10 dot address space, you can have up to 16 million IP address. So that's the reason Google has chosen this CIDR range. In custom VPC, what we'll try to do, we'll try to explore all the three variations, the 10 dot space, 172 space, and 192 space. Everything we'll try to do. So it's like learning all the stuffs in one shot. So what we'll do is, let's give a name, just edit it as learning custom VPC. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to do automatic. There's no much fun there. So let's give a name. So let's create something in US. US should be fine. First, let's start with US, slowly move to London and Singapore. So let's give a name like subnet hyphen US. Region is US Central. Let's give that. Let's give a CIDR range like 10.21. Make sure if you try to do something wrong, it will tell you it is not in the standard RFC 1918 standard. It's very intuitive. The UI is very, very intuitive there. So make sure you have it. So what it means is like 24 bits are blocked by the network. Only the last 8-bit is changing. So your address range will be starting with 10.21.0, will be ending with 10.21.0. So this last 8-bit can change. That's what we are saying. So that is one thing. The next important thing is there are two important flags. Let's explore what it is. So there's something called as private Google access. I got a question on this, so it's worth spending good amount of time because sometimes you would not have, because this is a small checkbox, you may ignore it, but it's worth spending good amount of time understanding what it means. We will do a detailed demo on the same topic. So this is called as private Google access. So what it means, when it comes to this kind of features, Google is very intuitive, the UI is very intuitive. It gives you a help, a very short help, which helps you to understand what is this feature all about. So set whether VMs in this subnet can access Google services without assigning external IP address. Meaning, if you make it on, you can access all the Google services, the APIs, the compute API, storage API, all the stuff which is access, maybe Google Map, all those APIs, you can access it using internal IP address. So what is the advantage? The egress cost is less, more secure. You don't need to expose it via a external IP address. This is turned off by default, but the question I got is like you should enable this and do something, access certain services. Once we finish good amount of content, we'll have some questions. So this way you'll get prepared what kind of questions comes, how you should look for the various questions, like what should you debug in or decode the specific stuffs in your questions. We'll do all those stuff. So this is important. If you want to access APIs, Google APIs, be it compute engine, storage, Google Maps, or any other APIs of Google, you can enable this on so that the VMs in this subnet can access those APIs using internal IP address. So that's one thing. The other option which you get is flow logs. This will help you to see how the flow is happening, the traffic flow. You can get information logged in, whether the firewall rule is blocked or whether there's any issue with the subnet. You can get all those things. Logging is enabled. If you want, you can turn it on. So this will help you get all the log information with respect to your networking. This would be a handy option when you are debugging certain stuff. So click done. We have added our first subnet, which is in US. Similarly, we'll add two more subnets, one in London. We'll add it. London. That's what we'll try to add. So, and purposely what we'll do is, okay, you'll get used to this. What is Europe West 2? If you don't remember what is this, you'll get used to it since I'm doing demos extensively. I remember it. If you don't know, okay, what is this maps to Europe West 1, what this maps to which region? One simple handy option is go to your compute engine. So if you create a VM, you should see that screen, right? The regions, all those stuffs. That is a place where you can quickly know. The reason is the user interface is good there. You see Europe West 2, London. So, or you can definitely look into the documentation. But if you don't want to go to documentation, want to just get the information from the console, this could be a place. West 1 is Belgium. So I'm going to use West 2, which is London, and I'm going to purposely give not 10 dot address space, but I'm going to give 192 address space. So looks good. And if you want to turn on, turn it on. It's your choice. Or if you want to turn it off, you leave it as is. Done. So I just wanted to show you that example. That's the reason I turned it on. So by default, I'm turning it off. So, but private Google access makes a huge difference when you are working with only internal IP address. And I had got a question on that. So there's a chance, if you are lucky, you may get a question very similar to that. So the next subnet is in Singapore. So this way you know where your organizations is having a data center or where you want to open up a specific subnet, you can open it specifically, and you will have the like privilege of what should be your CIDR range. So because it's not always you will do everything in cloud itself. May need to interact with your on-premise data center also. At that time, if you are using default VPC, where all the address, the CIDR range is 10 dot address space, you may have a conflict. So, but if you're creating your own custom VPC, you know, because you cannot change what is there in your on-premise because it's a huge setup. You cannot change, okay, this is IP conflict, let me change the IP of my machine. That could be a tedious task. Change the IP address, the range in your cloud, because it's very flexible. It gives you a choice, but on premise it could be an tedious task. So that's the reason why one should prefer custom VPC when you are in production, when you are deploying a production application. So Singapore is Asia Southeast 1, and now we had 10 dot space we had used, 192 space we had used. Now we'll use 172 address space. So I just wanted to show you that how these different address space can still communicate each other. That's the gist. Click done. So we have created to this thing. Let me just edit it, give a proper name like US. There are various regions in US. Let me make it as US Central so that it's very clear. All good. We gave a name. We created a subnet, 3 subnets. Let's leave it as default for now. And you can click create, but I don't want to click create. I'm going to click on command line, where you will see one command for your custom. You see that previously it was auto, now it is custom. And we have 3 gcloud commands for creating the subnet. So I'm not going to run it from the command line. This thing, I'm not going to click create. I'm going to run it from the command line. There's a reason for that. Let me click on this. If you click on this, it will launch your Cloud Shell environment. If you have not, it will launch automatically, and all those 4 commands will be sent to the terminal automatically. Okay, so it is sent, and if you see, all those 4 commands are appended by using this AND operation everywhere, so it becomes like one single command. So let's hit enter. The reason why I'm trying to do it in the command line, there's a reason. Command line options is more verbose in nature. It gives you more information, lots of information, what's happening behind the scene. This could be helpful. That's the main reason. Okay, you see the screen. Instance in this network will not be reachable until firewall rules are created. As an example, to allow internal traffic between the instance, you need to have these stuffs. And they are giving us an example also how to create a firewall rule. Let's assume we are adamant we don't want to take this recommendation. Let's ignore this recommendation, and we'll see the consequence of that in a minute or so. So, but this kind of information you will not get if you are just clicked create in that web console. So that is the main reason I wanted to show you this option. Let's for a minute assume we ignored it or we did not see this message itself. Let's see that and see what could be the consequence of the thing. So the subnet is the VPC is created, the subnets are getting created, US Central is created, London is created. Let's just wait for the Singapore subnet to be created, and then we'll go back and create our those things, the VMs in those subnets. I'll show you how to create virtual machines in a specific to use a specific VPC. We'll show you that. So it's all clear. Let's clear the screen. We don't need our Cloud Shell environment. Just close it. So if you now click on this VPC network, you should see two VPCs. One is your default, which was automatically created during the project creation. Second one is the one which we created. The three subnets, all those things are there, all good. And you see this, it is custom. This one is auto. That's what you see. And one more observation is auto VPC, auto mode VPC can be converted to custom. That is possible. But if it is already a custom, you cannot change it to auto. That is the thing. So that is, it's only one way. You cannot change it. Auto mode, you can change it. So that is one thing. With that information, what we'll do is, so we have just created VPC and subnet. That's it. Let's go to our compute section and we'll create two or maybe three virtual machines. US 2 should be good. So one in US Central. Select US Central. Any zone should be fine. Select a micro VM. Now, but for now, what we'll do is we'll only change a small settings in this. So we'll just do one small setting. That is the networking stuff. If you scroll down, you'll see a link to change your network details. So click on that. Click on this networking tab. By default, if you don't do anything, it chooses your default VPC. If you want to change it, click on this pen icon. You should see default. The reason is maybe I have selected, what was the region I had selected? Or maybe I should refresh it. Okay, let me refresh the screen. I did not refresh it, so it's not reflecting it actually. It was in a different tab. I just clicked it. The VPC which I created, it's not reflecting. So let me refresh it. So US server, central, any zone is fine. Make it micro, scroll down, click on the networking link. So click on that tab. You should see by default the default VPC is selected. Click on the pen icon. You should see your new VPC which we created, learning custom VPC. Select it and it will show you one subnet only. If you swap back to, because in we have added only three subnets and in US Central we have added only one subnet. There is a possibility of, if based on your requirement, in the same region you can have multiple subnets where you can add multiple subnets and see how it will impact your VPC workings. So we'll do that also. So for now there's only one subnet which is in 10 dot address space. Just select it and click OK. Click create. All good. That's it. So this way you can know you're not using now your default VPC, but you're using a different VPC, the one which you created. It's a custom VPC. Let's create one more VM, maybe in London. So select US, Europe West 2. Any zone is fine. Similarly, click on the networking. Edit it. You should see your learn custom this thing. And the thing is that based on what is your region you select, that specific subnet will appear. Just for example, let's assume you make a this thing like Mumbai, and if you recollect, we don't have any subnets created in Mumbai. And if you now scroll down, you see there's no subnets. So VPC is global and subnets are regional. So let's switch back to London. Scroll down, you should see the London subnet. All good. Click done, click on create. And if you want, you can create one more thing in Singapore. It should be the same stuff. I'm not going to do that. It's a very standard one. So what we'll do is SSH into both the machines and do a ping. So I'm going to do back to back screen so that you can see what's really happening. Let's do the same stuff, ping. So we have done it in our own way. So we have not used the default VPC. We have tried to learn the harder way, how VPC is global, to learn to understand how VPC is global, all those stuff. So let's see what happens. You may see some messages soon, and let's see that. And this is how I personally learned VPC when I was like when I started my career in this thing. I did a mistake there, so I wanted to showcase that mistake. Let's just wait. You see it is taking longer time compared to the usual time it took to SSH. This could be something fishy. Let's see, is there any chance that this console will give us more information? Let's wait for a minute or so. Okay, you see something here, cannot connect, retrying second time. It is telling you need to check this serial port, and you can do that. Typical issue here, you are trying to SSH and you may recollect the recommendation which the command line gave. If you want to communicate, you need to have the firewall rule created. And now if you go back to your VPCs, click on the firewall rules, you may see there's no firewall rule created. Yes. To access, yes. To access port SSH, you need to have open port 22. We did not open, we ignored it. The recommendation which the command line gave, we ignored it, and that's the consequence which we are facing. We are not able to connect it. So let's create the firewall rule. So you don't see any firewall rule. All the firewall rules, it is only for your default VPC. Let's create our own firewall rule. Click on create firewall rule. Give a name. So let's give it as learning custom hyphen VPC hyphen FW firewall rule. There are lots of other stuffs here. You can turn on the logging, all the stuff. But let's try to use this fill in the details which is mandatory. Give a name to which network you want to apply this firewall rule. So firewall rules are attached to specific VPC network. So click on this learning custom VPC. That's where we wanted to apply. And you can quickly see the priority, 0 being the highest and 65535 is the lowest firewall rule, firewall priority. By default, it shows you 1000. So when it comes to firewall rule, there are different types of traffic, whether it's incoming traffic or it's outgoing traffic, ingress or egress. So we want to connect to the VM, right? So it is incoming to the VM. So that's what we are trying to go. So we'll put it as incoming traffic to your VM. What is the action we want to allow? That is one thing. Now let's click on where to which target you want to apply. So what we have various options. I'll show you both the demos, all the demos. So first, let's use the easiest option. Let's apply this firewall rule for all the instance in this network. So we have two instances running in this network. Let's apply it to all the network. Okay, apply to this. Now you can have a filter. Who can connect to this virtual machine or to these machines? You can put set of rules. What you can put is we can use IP ranges. Like you can specifically mention what is your IP address range you want to allow, or you can open it to everybody. So if you just give this, so it's open to everybody. Anybody can connect as long as they have the right public and the private key options. If they have that, they can connect to that. So let's start with this, slowly put more restrictions on it. So that is the range which we have given. And what are the IPs, or what are the this thing we want to give? We want to open port 22 so that we can SSH into that machine. So as a best practice, click on the command line to see what is the command actually getting converted to. It's gcloud compute firewall rules create. So that's the key stuff here. At least as you go through this, you'll get used to those gcloud commands. That's the reason whenever I'm having a new service enabled, I'm showing you the command line option. So gcloud compute firewall rule. So that's the thing. Click on create. And you should see a notification. It's once it gets, we should be all good to SSH. Okay, it's created. You see, it is applied to which network? Our custom VPC. And one more important, a small tip which I wanted to give is, if you have tens of more than like 20 virtual machines, you don't know to which network these virtual machines are connected. A good option is click on this column, and there are lots of other columns which is not shown. So just select this network. It will tell you to which network your virtual machine is connected to. This could be a very handy option. And if you want to get what is the settings for this network, just click on this three dots. You have an option of view network details. This will help you, okay, what are the firewall rules open, what is the routes, all those details. So quickly you will get, this is the NIC. So there's one NIC connected to one NIC, and the network name is this one, subnet is this one. Then you have the firewall rules, ingress analysis, which helps you, okay, only port 22 is open. Gives you a quick information. So that's an handy option. Now let's SSH. Hope this time it works. If it does not work, we'll see what is the fix. If it works, we will do the same process of pinging each other machine and see whether the ping works. Okay, looks like it is working. Clear the screen, get the IP address. Here, clear the screen in. So ping from US machine, try to ping the London machine. And similarly, ping the US machine from London machine. So before I do it, any guess whether the ping will work or not? If it works, what should be the, why is that working? If it's not working, why it's not working? Anybody wants to give a try? What could be the possible outcome based on what we had done so far? Let me hit enter, show you what's really happening. The men are mentioning it will work. Mahesh also mentioning it will work. But the answer is, we were so adamant not to follow the firewall, the recommendation which it gave. So we opened up port 22, it thinks solved, but for ping to work, what is the protocol you need to open? It is ICMP. If we have added that, you will be able to do it. So let's leave the screen as is, go back to our console, edit this firewall rule which we created, and add one more firewall rule, put a semicolon, ICMP. Just save it, and you should see the moment it gets updated, you should see the ping working in a minute or so. You see it started working. It should be reflecting even here. You see, it's just taking time for everything to be propagating. Now it's working. So we learned the harder way. So the stuff which we saw yesterday, it's not a security breach, but it's a feature which Google provides. It's all because of default VPC, which creates a firewall rule, a route, everything for us to make our life easy. But today we learned the harder way, where we created our own VPC, created three subnets, created firewall rules, specific firewall rules we created, and we saw the ping is happening between two virtual machines which are in the same VPC network. So that's the stuff for you. Going through this journey, we learned what is firewall rule, what is custom VPC, how to create it, the commands for it. So all those things we learned. So that was our learning through this journey. So usually you cannot, if you want, you can at least see the firewall rule. There's no option of copying firewall rules from one network to another, but you can look at what is the configuration. So if you want, so you can look into that. So there's one question like can we copy the firewall rule? Option of copying is not possible, but you can just click on this. At least you'll know, okay, what is the pattern it has been applied. Say for example, you see this is where every TCP port, every UDP port and ping is enabled. So you can get a syntax. If you want to know the syntax, you can get it and you can do the same stuff there.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
And one suggestion which I wanted to give is whenever you're working with firewall rule, multiple firewall rules, sometimes you may get things not working. So if things are not working, you have a tendency of deleting it. You may feel like deleting it. Okay, this is blocking something, let me delete it. My suggestion is don't delete it, edit it, and there's an option for you to disable it. So at least you will know what's really working, what was not working. So try to disable it. So it's always good. That way you can reuse the firewall rule later. Priority, it can be from 65535 to 0. 0 is the highest priority. It will override everything. So whenever there's a tie break, the priority comes into picture to do the tie break. It cannot be anything, the priority cannot be anything, it should be always between this. If you make it 2000, no worries, but it is still higher priority because the lowest one is 65535. So if you give 0, this priority cannot be overridden by anything else because that's the highest priority. So that's how firewall rules works. And if you click on routes, so in simple terms, like in very simple terms, if I want to explain routes, so this is how your packets gets routed. In very simple terms, if I want to give an analogy, if you want to commute from your house to office, so usually you will take a specific road. So maybe a ring road, whatever it is, a road, you take that road and you reach your office. So the way you take it, that is called as route. And your car or your bike is a packet which is moving on the road or moving on the route. And once you reach the office, it's not that you, because there's a road, you can go till your office. There will be a security check at the entrance. That is your firewall rule. So your firewall rule plus your route makes the packet to be transferred from one machine to other. So both the things are very important. So just a small analogy so that it's easy for you to understand if you're not coming from a networking background. So both firewall rules and routes matters. And when it comes to route, you don't, and if you remember, we did not create any routes, but you can put a filter for a specific network. You should see the routes there. So the routes is automatically created by Google when you create a custom VPC or a auto VPC. In any type of VPC, the routes are created automatically. There are two routes which is created. One is per CIDR range, so that's what you see, and there's one more route which is created for internet gateway. This is your default internet gateway. This is for communicating with the external world. So if you want, you can just disable this. That is possible. You can delete it so that avoid any access to the external world. But the routes which you create, this is for internal communication, those routes cannot be deleted. You see that? But if I select this internet gateway, you can delete it so that you can avoid the communication. But these routes, these are important. You cannot delete these local routes. We will create a route during the demo, the next following demos, but just for your information, these routes are automatically created by Google when you create a VPC, be it custom or auto. All right, let's go back to our concepts. Hope it was a good concept or learnings. Now let's review our concepts. So VPC network, including their associated routes and firewalls, are global resource. Firewall rules, routes, VPC, these are all global. Subnet, which we created 3 subnets, these are all regional resource. And there are 2 types of VPCs available. That's what we saw. One is auto, another one is custom. Google recommends you to create custom VPC in production. That's the stuff. And every time a project is created, there's a default VPC created, and default VPC is in auto mode. That is the one. And you'll have firewall rules which is controlled by the network. That is one thing. And you will have 2 routes for each network. One is a default internet gateway, another one is for internal routes to communicate with the internal machine. So this is the standard stuff which you will have when it comes to the VPC concepts. So let's move on to the next part, service tiers. So this is a nice diagram because when you are learning cloud, you'll always have this tendency like how really my packets are getting transferred when I do something from my laptop, how it's getting connected to cloud, all those things. You will have always have this. I felt this slide is a good slide actually. Let me just zoom this a bit if it is not good enough to see it. So when it comes to the network tiers, there are 2 types of network tiers offered by Google. The first one is called as standard. um, no big thing deal with this. So what happens is end user. So assume it's me here, end user. I'm connected to my ISV, internet service provider, and when I transfer any packet, it goes via public internet. So this is called as a hot potato. It keeps on having lots of hops here over the public internet. Only when it reaches Google point of presence, then only it will reach the Google's optic fiber, the global network. Only then it will reach. So but to reach, it has to go through this entire process of various hops. So this would create a slowness, latency will be there, and so that's a drawback. So this is what most of the cloud vendors use, AWS, Azure, because they don't have their own global VPC. So that's the main reason. There are organizations who feels the moment point of presence, this is where Google has exposed its network to the external world. If you connect to POP, point of presence, the moment you connect, you can connect to Google's global network. From there, it is all internal communication. So this is where you can expose to. That is what is called as POP. In premium tier, the moment you leave your service provider, it is connected to Google's point of presence. So any port, yeah, there should be nothing to do with the port should be okay. You have various ports open there, and you can get those details, what ports to be communicated. So usually it is the packet level. It's nothing to do with the port level. It is at the packet level, I would say. So the 7 layers of OSI model. So when you look at it, so it comes at the lowest layer. So it is at layer 2. That's where POP works at. So layer 2, it's nothing. It will not do with anything with your ports, because ports and all is at network layer 3. But this works at layer 2, where it is directly connected to your Ethernet switch, all those stuffs. So that's where it will come into. So with premium tier, you're directly getting connected to your Google point of presence. So these dots which I showed you, these are your edge point of presence, the POP. This is your POP. And if you're from India, you should see you have 3 POPs, one in Mumbai, one in Delhi, one in Chennai. So far we saw how things works as long as everything is in one single VPC. So now we'll try to expand our wings. We'll see how things happens if there are multiple VPCs. And we also saw maintaining a VPC, creating a firewall rule, all those things could be a nightmare for folks or for a team who's not good at networking stuff. So that's where Google offers you various other options where you don't need to worry about your networking stuff. Just work on your project, the specific application you are working, hand off all your networking stuffs to some other team. So this is what usually works in your organization, right? In your on-premise data centers, there's a dedicated team which is called as networking team. And if you're working on a specific project and you want to expose an IP address or open a port, you will raise a ticket and they will do that thing for you. You don't need to know what is the networking stuffs there. So it works like a black box. Similar stuff works with GCP also. It is called as shared VPC, where there's a dedicated project called as host project. Let me get my highlighter. Called as host project, where you have your routes, you have your VPC, you have your subnets, all those things you will have. Everything you configure as what we have done now, and you can have service projects. That's what you can have. And these service project can directly connect to the network of its choice. So this project may be working for US West related project. So it will connect to that subnet. And this service project, which has some instances, it can connect to US East specific subnet, and they will do the same stuff. Like the only thing is that you're handing off all your networking related stuff to a different project. So this is called as host project. So as a service project, like maybe this is like an R&D team who is good at building some web application. They're good at building web application only. They're not a networking geek. So what they do is they try to tap onto the stuffs which the host project has already done. So all the networking stuffs, they rely on that, but they only do the development. So this is how you can share your VPC. The VPC gets shared. So the advantage here is host project acts as a central point of contact for controlling your firewall rules, routes, everything. So this service project has no control, meaning this project, when it is created, definitely there will be a default VPC, right? What they will be usually doing is they will purposely delete that default VPC, meaning these projects will not have any VPCs in their project. They will be always relying on these shared VPC. Everything is controlled by the host project. Sometimes this could be very advantageous because you don't need to worry about any networking stuff. It's been handed over to a specific team. Sometimes it could be somewhat difficult. If you want to quickly open up a firewall port, you need to raise a ticket, all those stuff. So it could be an advantage or it could be a disadvantage based on in which situation you are in. So this is shared VPC for you. Usually there could be questions on shared VPC. The questions typically would be like where there are different teams, they want to access their own and have their own projects, but don't want to create VPCs or maintain VPCs, but they still want to communicate between two different projects using internal IP address. So that could be the type of question. So if you see here, service project B, service project A can communicate each other. These two instances can communicate each other provided the firewall rules are open. Because if you see, it is nothing but the exact stuff we have done so far. Only thing is that the VPC which we created will not be used in the same project, but it will be used by some other projects. It's like VPC as a service in very simple terms, I would say. So that's how shared VPC works. So typically in a very large organization where there's a dedicated team to take care of your networking, this kind of VPC will work. A word of caution here, shared VPC works only within a organization only. Why I'm saying is we'll see a next feature which you will see which can be working across different organizations. So but shared VPC works only under a single organization. So click on the hamburger menu, scroll down to your VPC where you should see shared VPC. So if you click on this, you may get a message saying shared VPC is only available for projects within an organization. What it means, it is expecting an organization node, meaning if you click on this projects, you see this organization node. For us, it is no organization because we are using a free tier. We have not attached it to any organization, because of which you cannot create a shared VPC. So only if you have an organization node, then you can create shared VPC. So because of which we may not be able to do a demo using our free tier, but should be okay. The concept is very important. So how it will happen is you will create a shared VPC, and so once you are creating a shared VPC, you should be in a host project, have it, share it, and the process would look like you share it with a specific network, subnetworks, and those subnetworks can be accessed by services, by VMs in different projects like service project 1, service project 2. So you can access it and they can start using the VPC to communicate each other. So that's how shared VPC works. In an account where you have organization attached. So that's how it works. Is the host project created on demand or it is created by default? It is a wonderful question, I would say. So just let me go back to the slides and explain you that part. So the question is, let me get the question is, when it comes to shared VPC, you have two stuffs. One is your shared host project, another one is service projects. The host project, you need to create it explicitly. It's not created by default. Any project can be made as a host project as long as it has a VPC and set of firewall rules. That's it. In your service project, it's recommended you don't have any VPC set, so that you just, it's like totally free from any networking stuff. So that's the recommendation. To answer your question, it's not created. Any project can be a host project as long as you go and share it. The moment you share it, it will become a host project. So there's nothing like a dedicated host project created automatically. It has to be created by you. The one which we see, the one which we are using so far, learning GCP, it can also be a host project, but since we are using a free tier, we are not able to do this demo. VPC peering. This is a very nice concept. In this one, what you can achieve is you can achieve the one which we saw here in shared VPC. The concept was looking good. The one of the drawback which I would say is, as a service project, you were not getting control, like can I restrict certain specific firewall rules, or can I put some firewall rules? That was not possible there, because everything was it's like centralized, decentralized kind of concept. Everything was centralized in shared VPC. You did not had any control as a service project. But if you want something like that, I want to share my, I want to communicate with other VPCs, but I want to put my own restriction. I should have full control. If that is the kind of way you want, VPC peering can come handy. So in this example, you see network A, network B, network C. What you can do is, network A has its own set of subnets, firewall rules, and there are VMs connected to that subnet. What you need to do is you need to peer explicitly with each network with which you want to share or you want to communicate. So say for example, network A and network B wants, if their VMs needs to communicate, you see this blue line, if they want to communicate, you need to peer them explicitly, both the sides. A should pair with B, B should pair with A. So that is required. Similarly, if you see network B and network C are paired, so it does not mean because B is paired with both the network, it does not mean network C is can pair with A. That is not possible. Everything has to be explicit. You need to be explicitly paired so that the virtual machines in these different networks can communicate internally using RFC 1918 address spaces. So that is a must. So let's go back to, let me zoom it out. So that's where VPC peering comes into picture. And one advantage with VPC peering is, first of all, you can communicate between two different or you can have a interaction between two different VPCs using internal IP address. That's the one. And it could be within a same project or across two different projects or between two different organizations who are using GCP. So if there are two different organizations and they want to communicate each other over internal IP address, VPC peering is a good choice. So usually the traffic is always flowing inside GCP projects only. It's not like external. If you want your data center to communicate or peer, this is not the option. This is still GCP. Only thing is that we are expanding our wings from a single project to two different projects, or projects in the same organization, or projects in two different organizations, everybody using GCP. So that's where VPC peering comes into picture. One of the important advantage of VPC peering is you can build software as a service applications. So what do you mean by that? So let's take an example. Let's assume network A belongs to organization A and network B belongs to organization B. A is good at web application. This is good at AI. So what, and assume network A is a bigger organization. So they feel like, okay, our web application is only like driven by rules. Can we make our web application more driven by AI? Because that's the current trend. So what they do is they either acquire this network organization B, or they can work with it, doing some agreement between each other. Let's assume they acquire it. So if they acquire it, usually when the acquisition happens, both the systems should start communicating each other, right? So how can you do that? Since both are using GCP, both are GCP customers, you just do a VPC peering between each other. If you do that, what happens is the web application can access the AI capabilities. Maybe it could be some finding something in an image or doing some text classification, or it could be a chat bot. Whatever it is, it can access those services using internal IP address. That is the key thing. Two different organizations can share the details over external IP address. There's no big deal there. It's very damn easy. It is prone to security risks because you're opening up to the external world. But if you're using internal IP address, your egress cost is less, it's more secure. So advantage is there. So if you do a VPC peering, you will be definitely be able to access two different networks using internal IP address. So that's the advantage of VPC peering. You can have so, and once you connect your web application with an AI driven capability, you can expose this as a service, software as a service, and you can monetize from it. So that's how VPC peering could be advantageous. So how many VPC networks you can peer? You can peer up to 25. That is that's a quota limit, I guess. It's not a hard limit, so it's a limit. So if you want, you can increase it. Can the peering be specific to a subnet, or is it for a complete network? Can the peering be specific to a subnet, or it is for a complete network? Let's do a demo on this. So for this, what we'll do is we will try to peer default VPC with learning custom VPC. These are two different VPCs. So we'll create a VM in one network, and we'll create another VM in this network. We'll see whether the communication happens, and the communication will not happen because these are in two different isolated network, and we will try to peer them, and then we'll see how the communication works. So that will be our steps. So to do that, first we need to have, what we'll do is let me delete the London machine. So the US machine, I don't need it. I'm going to retain the London machine because it's already connected to our custom learning custom VPC network. I'm just going to create another VM, maybe Mumbai. We'll try to do it in Mumbai, but let it use our default VPC server hyphen Mumbai. make it this thing. If you just leave it as this, it will be definitely default VPC. But since we know how to change our VPC settings, let's double check it. What is our network? It is our default VPC and it is 10 dot address space. Looks all good. Click create. Let's wait for the VMs to create. Let me SSH into this. And you see here, the US server is getting deleted. Don't focus there. It's just a delete process. The focus was towards the London machine and the Mumbai machine. Click on the SSH and you can quickly see the Mumbai machine is connected to default VPC and the London machine is connected to our custom VPC which we created. So these are in two different networks. Let's wait for both the stars. Get the IP address. The London machine is in 192 address space. So try to ping it. It will not work because it's in two different networks. And this is in 10 dot space. Again, it will not work. So it's like back to square one where we started. We have come to here. Now, the problem is nothing to do with the firewall rule. It is because these are two different network altogether. We want two different networks to communicate between each other using internal IP address. So that's where VPC peering comes into picture. Let's set up that VPC peering explicitly and see whether the ping will work or not. I'm going to leave the screen as is. I'm going back to, okay, let me make it big. Go back to VPC and you should see to an extent explored shared VPC. We were not able to do demo because of our free tier, but you see there's an option for VPC network peering. Click on that. So there's an option here. You can activate this. You don't need to have any privileged account there. So the free tier itself should be good enough for peering. Let's click on create connection. Continue. So let's give a name. Let's be very explicit. Peer default VPC with learning. The name is big enough, but it is very descriptive. So peering with default VPC with learning VPC. Let me copy this. This would be helpful. So this is the name of our VPC peering. So it asks you what is your VPC network. So it is my default. So there was a question, is it at VPC is it at a VPC level or it is as a subnet level? The answer is it is at a VPC level. You don't have the option of creating this network specific subnetwork. You cannot do that because it has to be at a VPC level. So that's the main thing. So here you want what is your peered VPC network? Is it in the same project? Then it will show you the other one. If it is in a different project, you can just give me the project ID, I can connect. So this is where mentioned project ID is very, very important and it has to be globally unique. It will be globally unique. Even if you try to give some specific name, it will not take. It has to be globally unique. The reason why is it's because of VPC peering. So if it will work, that is possible. Or if you have a different project created, like for example, this one, you can use this project ID also. You can have it, so that is possible. So you can put it here. So if you have a project, I can put it, but I'll not be able to show you the demo. So that should be okay, but just I asked it, it should work. So you see, I can put two different project ID and in that, what is my network? You need to give a network details. That is possible. But for simplicity reasons, what we'll do is, so if you have a project already, mostly you will have, what you will have is a default VPC. I have to use my custom VPC because if both the sites are default, you will have an IP conflict, because whenever a default VPC is created, it will be the same thing. My default VPC will be exactly like your default VPC. So peering two default VPCs will have an IP address conflict. So it should be, one should be non-default VPC. So I just wanted to show you that this thing. You have the capability of connecting to two different project IDs, which is not in your organization. That is possible. That's the key stuff which I wanted to convey here. When you just click on another project, it could be another project in your organization or another project in some other organization. The only key is it has to be a GCP project. That's it. So let's go back to in the same project. Since we have two VPCs, it will show me that second VPC here from default to learning custom VPC. That is one peering is what we are trying to establish. Click create. That is that damn easy to do the peering. So let's wait for the screen to refresh. And we have done one-way peering. And what it shows us, let me just zoom this out. So you see this waiting for the peer to connect, peer network to connect. So this is, it has to be handshaking from both the side. One side, the hand is now shown. You need the other side for the handshaking to happen. What you need to do is click again, create VPC peering. Now let me put the name. Let me copy this name. It's a big name, but easy to put it. So now what I'm going to do is peering learning VPC with default. This is what we are going to do. So now your network should be learning custom VPC, and the other network is in the same project. It is default. So this is the swap. Now let's click create. So it will get established, but let's open the screen. So the moment it gets provisioned, you should see the ping starting working. Let's see the screen. I just want to open the screen. You see the ping started working. What it means is both the networks are peered explicitly, because of which the ping is now started working. Now, if you go back to the screen, you should see the handshake has happened. Both are connected. That's it. VPC peering in action for you. There was a question whether the peering is at a subnet level or at a VPC level. It is at VPC level. You saw it yourself. So as a best practice, what I usually suggest is once you are done, just delete it so that it will not incur any cost. So just make sure you just delete the stuffs. Just try to start this housekeeping stuff regularly so that you can use your 300 US dollar credit points like extensively. You can use it. That's how I used to do. So, and let's go back and delete those two virtual machines also. We may not need it. If we stop the VM, you will still incur cost. The cost is your storage, the persistent disk where your operating system is there. You will still incur cost. If you delete it, zero cost. We'll come to more compute options where you will see you don't need to worry about stopping all the stuffs when we work on platform as a service. What we are working currently is virtual machines. These are infrastructure as a service, like above the network, all those things. You have your own operating system, so that will incur cost. So what we are doing is infrastructure as a service. So that's where even if you stop it, you may incur cost, but there's an option where it is something called as platform as a service on serverless options, where you're not going to stop any service. If there's no traffic, nobody hitting your website, you don't need to pay anything. So we will see features like that in our compute section. How two machines can communicate each other in the same VPC. That's what the first demo we saw. The now we saw with VPC peering how two virtual machines into different VPC network can communicate still using the same internal IP address. So far so good. Now let's try to expand our wings and see how So all those things, VPC peering, all those stuffs, what we saw, it was all still within GCP only. Now let's try to go out of GCP and see how we can connect GCP resource with on-premise data center resources or other cloud resources. Like you can communicate between Google Cloud Virtual Machine, GCA instance with AWS EC2 instance, again using internal IP address. That is possible. I'll show you how to do that. Maybe we'll not do a demo, but I'll try to show you how to do that using the concepts. And we may do a small demo on that also using Cloud VPN. So we'll see that. So now we are coming out of GCP. So how can we connect our on-premise data center with GCP, but still using internal IP address? So that's what we're going to see. So when it comes to connecting your GCP with your on-premise world or with other cloud, you have three options. The first one is called as Cloud VPN, which is a very standard one, more like heavily tested, more reliable. Everybody knows how to set up a VPN tunnel and how to work with it. What are the advantages? What are the drawbacks of it? One of the advantages, very well tested, reliable. Every organization or every networking folk knows how to set up a VPN tunnel, a gateway. It's a standard one, no rocket science there. The drawback there is it is over public internet. Even though you have an encrypted line, it is over public internet. So when you are communicating over public internet, you will have latency, high latency, because it has to do lots of hop jumps between lots of hops, so you will definitely be having a slower network. So that's the drawback. And another drawback with VPN is this number could be important. Maximum you can support up to 3 Gbps, gigabits per second, per tunnel. So if you are a very data rich organization, you want to transfer lots of data between GCP and your data center, and say for example if it's like 5 Gbps you want, VPN tunnel could not, cloud VPN may not be a choice at the first thing. If you still want to use cloud VPN, what is the suggestion is, have two tunnels. One tunnel will take up 3 Gbps, the other tunnel can take 2 Gbps of capacity. But maintaining the tunnels, all those things could be a hectic task, and it is over public internet. So slowness is always there. Latency is always a problem with cloud VPN. But if you want something very quick and easy to be set up, that could be a choice. So that's where cloud VPN comes into picture. The second option is, if you are an enterprise organization who has huge amount of data to be transferred to and forth between GCP, then what I would suggest is use the option of cloud interconnect. This is very similar to your direct connect in AWS. The advantage here is you can get up to like 80 gigabits per second. So you can have up to like, this is like physical links, VLANs, which you can get connected to Google's edge point of presence, and you can, each link has a capacity of 10 gig, 10 gigabits per second, and you can go up to like maximum 8 links. So 10 into 8, 80 gigabits per second. So with this amount of bandwidth, you can transfer petabytes of scales of information in few minutes. That is possible. That is one way. But to use this cloud interconnect, you should be close to Google's point of presence, edge point of presence. For example, in India, it is called as co-location. So in India, there's one place, it's in Mumbai. So that's where you have, if you have an office headquarters or your data center in Mumbai, it is easy to connect to that co-location. Otherwise, say for example, if your office or your headquarters or your data center is in Bangalore, you cannot use this option directly. You need to work with a network partner. So using that, what you can do is you can just work with a network partner to achieve sub-rate bandwidth. So two reasons why you work with partners: either you are not in one of the co-locations facility, that is one reason, or you may need a sub-rate bandwidth, like something like 5 gigabits per second or 2 gigabits per second. If you want something of that sort, you can work with a partner. The SLA is almost like 4 nines. The VPN is 3 nines only. But with cloud interconnect, there are two options: dedicated interconnect, that is where you directly connect to Google's edge point of presence in the co-location, or if you're not near to Google's co-location facility, you need to work with a partner. There you get sub-rate bandwidths, so that is possible. So these are two options. If you are a big organization, this could be a good option because you are directly connecting to Google's edge point of presence. The network speed would be tremendous. It will be like lightning speed. So you will be able to fastly transfer a huge amount of data. Because you're able to transfer fast data, your can come down. The data transfer rate can be very cheaper. But cloud VPN, if you want to transfer the same amount of data over cloud VPN, it would be taking longer time. So you'll be paying more egress cost there. And the last option which you get is something called as peering. So here you need to meet certain requirements, you need to have your ASN. This is something related to routers and all. I'll discuss that in a minute or so. So it's something called as autonomous system numbers. So these are routers. You need to be compliant with Google's requirement. Only if you fulfill Google's requirement, then you can connect to Google's edge point of presence. You need to work with Google's technical and sales people for this part. So what we'll do is we'll go into one level deep into each of these features, try to do a demo also, and try to conclude which could be the best option, because there's a chance that you may also get a question. I personally got a question on the speed or the capacity. I'll tell you the question later, but let's first go through the concepts. So let's go with first cloud VPN. So this is a typical cloud VPN setup. So where you on one side you have your GCP network, compute engine, all the stuffs. On the other side you have a on-premise stuff which has its own IP address, all the stuffs. When you want to communicate, you set up the VPN gateway. This is your gateway, GW. Similarly, on-premise gateways or AWS gateways, and you create a tunnel, VPN tunnel, and it is over public internet. This is the stuff. This is a typical standard architecture when it comes to setup when it comes to VPN. Now we are doing a demo here. We don't have a on-premise network, so that's what we don't have something of this sort. What we have is only my laptop, and we have a GCP console. So what I will try to do is, for the demo purpose, just for the demo purpose, we will try to do something like this, where we'll try to put both the sites GCP itself, but two different networks. That's what we are going to do. One is called as VPC Mumbai, another one is VPC Singapore. It could be in the same project, no worries. You may quickly tell me if it is like two different VPCs and you want to communicate between each other. We can use VPC peering, right? You're absolutely right. But if you want to understand the concept of cloud VPN with the limitations which we have, this architecture should fulfill our need without doing much of extra work, because you cannot ask your network admins, can I expose your gateway, all the stuff. So you cannot do that. So this could be a very easy option. Uh, if you are a AWS folk and you want to explore certain stuff, what I would suggest is there's an article. If you have an AWS account and you want to try certain stuffs, this is a nice guide. I'll just put that into this thing. So this, what it shows is where one side is Google Cloud, the same image which I got, which I showed in the slides. So one side you have your GCP stuff, and I assume if you are an AWS guy, you know how to configure the other side. But Google has put it in a document, very nice documentation. Only thing is that if you have both the accounts, you can just follow it and you can see how the communication can happen between an EC2 instance and a GCE instance. A nice article. Try it at your leisure time. But since we have only GCP console with us, this thing, I don't have a AWS account. So what we'll do is we'll try to do this architecture. And I have seen, because I visit customers who are very traditional, who likes to have architectures like this, even on GCP. Have seen such customers. Even if we explain, there could be better options because Google's VPC is global, but they are still adamant, saying like we want to go with this kind of architecture. So this could be like even if you say, they tell okay, we want something very traditional only. I have seen few customers who wants like this. So this could be sometimes even used in production also. But the best option, if you ask me, go for VPC peering in such scenarios. So this is what we are going to do it. So we know how to create a VPC network. What we will do is we'll create, when it comes to VPN, you need to have a gateway. The gateway needs to have a static IP address, which we have not explored so far. We'll explore that. We'll create a static IP address, then we'll create a gateway, then we'll create a tunnel. So the tunnel has to be both the sides. And if you are coming from AWS background, whenever you're creating a VPN tunnel, it creates two tunnels for redundancy purpose. But with GCP, it creates only one tunnel. There's by default, so there's no restriction, but by default it creates only one tunnel. If you want, you can create multiple, but in AWS by default it creates two tunnels.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
So let's try to implement this architecture in action. So first of all, we need to make sure we have these two VPCs. Let's quickly create these two VPCs in our project. So click on VPCs. So we already have two VPC. Let me click create. Let me give a name, VPC hyphen Mumbai. Mumbai, all good. Let's have only. So, and another important thing is the number of VPC networks which you can create in a single project is only maximum is 5. This is a quota, meaning it's a soft limit. If you want to increase this quota, just raise a request. There's an option to raise the request. It is under this place, IAM and admin, quotas, raise a request, and Google, specific Google team will approve it based on certain criteria. I'm not sure whether they will approve it if it's a free tier account. If it's a paid account, definitely they will increase the quota. But if it's a free tier, I'm not sure. So, but just keep this in mind. The number of VPCs which you can create, including default, maximum in one project, it's only 5. If you by default have, if you create a project, by default it creates one VPC, right, automatically. So meaning you'll have only 4 left. So that's one of the reasons why I mentioned delete your default VPC so that you can use the entire 5 quota in your project. So we have already created 2. Let's create 2 more. VPC hyphen Mumbai. I'll be doing this bit faster because we have done this multiple times. So let's give an address space like 10.5.4.0.24. Is it valid? It's not the CIDR range. It is the name which I need to give. Let me give it a name as subnet hyphen Mumbai. Let me give it as subnetwork. All good. The region is Mumbai, which is Asia South 1. All good. We have explored what is private Google access. Click done. We just need one subnetwork. So all good. Click create. We don't want any other stuffs. So it should be getting provision. By the time it gets provision, let's provision another VPC network, which is VPC hyphen Singapore. Again, it's a custom VPC. Give a name as subnetwork hyphen Singapore. Region as Asia Southeast 1. Now, purposely, I'm going to give a different address space, 172 series. Okay, it's good. Click done. Click create. So the moment you create a VPC, VPC, make sure you create your firewall rules. Add at least those two firewall rules, one for SSH, one for your ping. So this is our learning. So we are not going to forget it. So VPC hyphen Mumbai. You can use any naming methodology based on your organization. I'm just using FW so that it's firewall rule. So easy for me to remember. To which network I should apply? To VPC Mumbai. It's incoming. What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply it for all the network. Then no restriction. What are the protocols? Port 22, which is for SSH. Other protocols are ICMP, which is ping, Internet Control Message Protocol. Click create. We have created firewall rule for VPC Mumbai. Let's create one more for VPC Singapore. VPC Singapore hyphen FW. Select the VPC. Similarly, select for all network, for all instances in the network. Open, no restriction. Select 22 and ICMP. Click save. Once I finish this, I'll explain you those specific stuffs on firewall. Maybe after this demo, I'll explain you that part. I'll make a note of that so that I'll not forget it. So far we have set up all good. So we have two VPCs created, firewall rules are good, all good things, all good. So what we'll do is go back to our same steps, create virtual machine in these two VPC networks. So server hyphen Mumbai, come to the networking, make sure you select networking, click on the default one. Now you should see 4 VPCs. We'll select VPC Mumbai. It chooses the right subnet automatically because of the region. It's getting provision. In the interim, let's provision another virtual machine in Singapore. Singapore region name is Asia Southeast 1. Make it a micro VM so that it does not incur more cost. Networking, click on networking, select VPC Singapore, and it will select the right subnet. Click on done and click create. So let's check SSH whether the firewall rules are working. Should work. Mumbai, you see the networks, it's reflecting properly, so all good. Let's do the SSH to check whether the firewall rules, all those things are working. Going back to the same style. Throughout the demo, it will be like this. So that's the same thing. You're using the same concept like ping, but learning new concepts as we are progressing. So get the IP address of the Singapore machine, ping. I'm not going to hit enter. I want your response. Will it ping or not? Will it be reachable or not? If yes, what is the reason? If no, what is the reason? Okay, will it ping? Okay, the answer is yes by one of the participant. One participant mentioning yes, and because it's firewall rule open, another participant mentioning no tunnel, so no ping. I go with the second answer because these are two different VPCs. Go back to the screen. You see this is VPC Mumbai, this is VPC Singapore. How they can communicate each other. Two different silos, like isolated network. They cannot communicate each other. If it communicates, it's a network breach without doing any additional stuff. So the answer is it will not be reachable. It cannot ping. If it wants to be pinged, you need to have a VPC peering enabled. That is one step. Or the second approach which we are going to take is create a tunnel. Only when the tunnel is built, you should see this ping working. I'm going to leave the screen as this. We are going to create a tunnel. So far in our architecture, what we have done is we have created a network. Then we have the VMs. The network is created so far. We need to create a IP address, two static IP address, a gateway, two gateways, and two tunnels. So these are the things which we need to do so that the ping will work. So let me go back to the console to create our first is we need to create our IP address. What we'll do is click on the hamburger menu. If you go to VPC, you may now see we have explored almost everything. VPC network we have explored, firewall rules, routes, peering, shared VPC. The only leftover is external IP address. Click on this. So this is where you can create reserve static IP address. So if you see there's already two IP address. What are these IP address? These are our external IP address of our virtual machines. And if you quickly see, these are ephemeral, meaning if you stop your VM and stopped it later again, the IP address will change. It will not be the same IP address. So if you want your IP address to be static, just click on this drop down and make it static. So that even if you start it after 2 days, you will have the same IP address, external IP address. So that is possible. And just a word of caution, whenever you are reserving an IP address to be static, you need to attach it to a resource, to a virtual machine or to a gateway. If you don't attach it, you will incur cost in a month. What it means is, let's go to the pricing calculator. This is nothing to do from the exam perspective, but a best practice. If the IP address is not used, it's unused and it is static, make sure it has been attached. If it's unused, you see the number of unused static IP address. If I just mention one in my project, if I have one unused static IP address, meaning I have reserved it but I'm not using it, you will be paying $7 per month if you're not using an IP address. If you're using it, it's totally free of cost. So you may ask me why Google has put this. The reason is there are few customers who started just reserving the IP address, thinking they will use it later, but they were not using it. So this created that restriction. They did not want to have this practice. They wanted to avoid this practice. So if you want IP address, reserve it and start attaching it to a resource. Don't just reserve it and leave it unattended. So just to avoid that practice, Google started imposing this restriction. So let's click on reserve static IP address. Give a name Mumbai. We want one static IP address for Mumbai gateway. So IPv6 version 6. Let's give it the default one. Select Mumbai. We are not going to attach it to anything. We will attach it later. So just reserve it. One more static IP address for Singapore. Singapore-static IP. Select the region as Asia Southeast. So you see the IP address is then allocated. All good. So now what we'll do is we'll create a tunnel. So to create a tunnel, click on the hamburger menu, scroll down. You see hybrid connectivity. Now we have finished all the options in this VPC network. The next option is how do you connect hybrid connectivity between on-premise and Google Cloud or cloud with another cloud. So that's where hybrid connectivity. So one of the options is VPN. Let's click on VPN. Create a VPN connection, straightforward. Let's give a name. Let's give a very intuitive name so that we can remember it. VPN Mumbai Gateway. That is one thing. And to which network? VPC Mumbai. Region is already selected because we had set that preference. IP address, it will immediately pop up because we have set the region as South one, Asia South one. So that's it. That's the setting for your gateway. Very, very straightforward. The next one is create a tunnel. Let's give it as Mumbai, VPN Mumbai tunnel 1, indicating this is the first tunnel. You need to mention your remote peer IP address. This is your Singapore's static IP address. So let me get that. I'm going to put a new tab so that it's easy for me to copy paste it. Click on the external IP address. Copy the Singapore static IP address. This is your peer, remote peer. So click on this. So there is something called as, whenever it comes to VPN IPsec connection, there's a concept called as Internet Key Exchange. So there are two versions currently being supported by GCP. One is version 1 and version 2. In AWS, only version 1 is supported, as per what I had seen when I was looking into some documentation. But Google is always up to date, so they try to do the latest one. So let's go with the version 2. This is a secret. You can generate it. That is one way. I prefer typing in something which I can remember. Let me type it as learning GCP so that I'll remember it. There are different ways of routing. What we'll do first is we'll specifically put a hard-coded CIDR range, which is our Singapore's subnet. We'll explicitly put that's where we wanted to route our traffic, right? So let's put that CIDR range. If I'm not wrong, it was 172 address space. Let me copy it. Let me copy the Singapore's subnet, put it here. It is a route based. Maybe after the break, we will also explore this part, dynamic BGP after the break. But let's first learn this part, route based, see what is the drawbacks and advantages of this. Why should we go to the second option? We'll see that. So looks all good. The tunnel is almost getting created. The name, the remote peer, what is your IKV version, secret. Make sure you remember this. And what is your remote network IP address. So just give the CIDR range, click done. If you want to create another tunnel, you can create it for redundancy purpose, but one tunnel is good enough for us. As a good practice, let's click on the create that command line to see what are the various commands it is creating. Let me just zoom this. The first command is gcloud compute target VPN gateway. So this is the command to create your gateway. I would say you don't need to remember this. This is a huge command, but try to get used to it at least in some places because it's a random pool of questions which comes. So there may be a chance you may get a question on how to set up VPN, cloud VPN using the command line. So just make sure you at least get what could be the right choice. So that's the reason. So you're creating a tunnel. That's one thing, and there are certain forwarding rules. So in very simple terms, a firewall rule is the security person which I mentioned in your office who will check your ID card, only then will allow you inside the office premise or your campus. And the road is your route. And forwarding rule, the analogy is when you are going on the road, you'll see signages whether to take a left turn or whether to take a U-turn. So those are your forwarding rules. So routes, forwarding rules, and firewall rules helps you to transfer the package from one place to other. So when it comes to VPN, this is a standard practice. There are three forwarding rules which you need to implement for your VPN tunnel to work properly. This is nothing specific to GCP. This is a standard VPN procedure. What are the protocols? One is ESP, one is UDP, specifically on port 500. Another one is port 450, 4500. So these are three forwarding rules which you must have. Otherwise, VPN IPsec, this thing will not work. This is a standard one. So if you want to know more details of what is ESP, UDP specific port, you can just Google it. You should get more information on that. So that is the one. So you create a tunnel, you create the forwarding rules, gateway, forwarding rules, then your VPN tunnel. Gcloud compute, still it's all compute. Gcloud compute, VPN tunnel, all those details. And lastly, you are going to create manually a route. This is your route which you are trying to create. The route name is Mumbai VPN tunnel hyphen route 1. So these are the 6 gcloud command which gets created when you're provisioning a gateway and a tunnel. So let's click create. Let's create another tunnel. By the time that this tunnel gets created, gateway and tunnel, I'll create one more. So this one is Singapore. So Singapore hyphen gateway. It's the exact same thing. You need to do all the swappings. So here you mention it as VPC Singapore, region as Asia Southeast 1. IP address will automatically pop up because of your region set. Gateway is created. Create a tunnel from Singapore. So the peer IP address is your Mumbai's static IP address. Copy it. IKV version 2. Don't change, leave it as default. Learning GCP, that was my password or secret. Click on route based. Now copy the Mumbai subnet, paste it here and hit enter. And if you see, you can have multiple addresses, subnets added here. It is possible. The reason why I'm mentioning is you will see that later if you do the demo, you will see that. So you have the option of adding multiple subnets when you are doing route based. But since we have only one subnet, let's leave it with that. Click done, click create. So let's wait for the screen to finish it. So gateway is getting provision. Tunnel, similarly, the first handshake is pending because the Singapore tunnel is not created yet. Just zoomed a bit. Still waiting. The notification window is still going on. Okay, ping has already started working. The ping is working now. The reason is the tunnel is set up. If you want to see, you see that route based tunnel established. All good. So with we were able to successfully implement this architecture using Cloud VPN. We had only one machine, one sub network in each VPC. Things all worked, but in reality it will not be always the same. So you may have some change in the network topology. Like for example, if you see on cloud you had only one sub network, which is this one, but on the on-premise side you had 29 racks. You have added a 30th rack which has its own subnetwork. So if you add something of this sort and you want this rack also to receive traffic, communication to be established with Cloud VPN, what you need to do is usually there are two ways of having this routing enabled. One is static routing. That's what we did by mentioning specifically the subnetwork. So this is a static base. So what happens if there's a new set of networks added or subnetworks added in your network topology? The usual practice is tear down the tunnel, rebuild the new tunnel so that you add these new subnetworks so that the connection is established and you can communicate between each other. This is a standard practice. And the way you rebuild your tunnel, tear down and recreate it, every organization or the methodology followed, there's no standard. Everybody does in their own style. So there's no standard. So if you are very smart, what you can do is have two tunnels, create one tunnel, like tear down one tunnel, leave it one tunnel working, update it so that there's no downtime. It's your choice. So various options are possible. There's no standard way, just for redundancy purpose, but there's no standard rules. There's no documentation. Like I do it in a different style, you do it in a different style. So from a networking standpoint of view, so what we will do is we'll try to see this in picture. We'll try to add a new sub network and see what will happen. Will using static route, whether the VMs will be able to communicate or not, we'll see that in action. So what we'll do is in Singapore, we'll try to add a new subnetwork. So let's add a new subnetwork. And what we are going to do is give a name like subnetwork hyphen Singapore 2. And the region is Singapore only. And now let's give an range like 10.4.2.0.0 This good. Click add. Let's see whether it is added. I'm just refreshing. It's taking time to refresh. Okay, two networks are added. All good. Now, the important thing when it comes to routing is your route, whether it's been updated or not. So let's see that we have added a new network. And if you put, say for example, a restriction or a filtering, I've seen even you get questions on this user interface also. How do you filter out certain stuff? So sometimes I had seen something of this sort. So put R and network. So these are the routes with respect to our two VPCs. One is specifically, and this is the one which is important when you are playing with your tunnel. So these two tunnels are important for the communication to happen. These are the routes. So we don't see anything which with respect to 10.4.2.0, the new subnet which we have added. So what it means is if you create an instance, let's name it as server hyphen Singapore 2 in Singapore region. Scroll down, click on the networking, and this time let's select VPC Singapore, and you for this time you'll see two subnets. Let's use the second subnet because that is what we have added as a new introduction to this network topology, and click done. You can add n number of networks in the same region. That is possible. That's one of the examples which I showed you now. So same VPC in one region, but you have two subnetworks. So the server is provisioned. Let's SSH. Now there's a question for you people. I'm going to ping server to Mumbai. Will it be reachable or not? Can I reach this Mumbai machine from here? It will not work because there's no route. Let's try it. Let's not believe anybody. Let's see it ourselves. It's not working. So your understanding is totally correct. All right. Now, second question. If I ping Singapore server 2 from, if I ping Singapore server, will this work? Yes or no? This is a tricky question, I would say. The answer is yes. The reason is both are in the same VPC. That's it. That should be the reason. You don't need to have any setup or anything. Let's see. It's working. No worries there. So it's working beautifully there. So let's go back to our Mumbai machine. Let's try to ping. It's not working. We'll try to do a fix. So let's try to see the fix for this. It's not VPN, VPC. Don't get confused. Singapore server and Singapore server 2 both are in the same VPC. That's because of which they are reachable. And Singapore server 2 and Mumbai machine are in two different VPCs, and there's no route, and because of which they are not reachable. We'll try to make the route now. So how do we do that? As I mentioned in the beginning, there's no standard procedure for this, but since we have only one tunnel, the usual approach is tear down the tunnel and recreate it. If I tear it down for a short time, interim time, there will be a network disruption. I don't want to make that happen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a small hack. The hack is I'm going to manually add a route. How do I add it? Click on routes, create a route, Give a route name of your choice, demo, manual, route. So I'm going to select the network as my Mumbai, and the destination IP address is 10.4.2.0/24. That is my subnetwork. And what is my next hop? My next jump is VPN tunnel. The tunnel is the Mumbai tunnel. That's it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open this window as this. You see, still the ping is not working. The moment I click on create, you should see by the time it gets provisioned, you should see the ping working because we have manually added a route. You see, we were able to fix the thing. So this could be an advantage or a disadvantage based on what kind of organization you are working in. So going back to static route, as long as your network topology is very static, stable, you will not be adding new subnetworks maybe every month or every week. Static route is all good. You can live with it. It will work fine. Small organization, small network, stable network will be all good. But if you are an organization where adding new subnetwork is part of your day-to-day activity, then static route is not the right choice for you. What is the option to address this? Because you cannot tear down the network every time. If you tear it down, there's network disruption there. So static route may not be a good choice. So what is the option? You can use something called as dynamic routing using an option called as cloud router. So what is this all about? Let's see. Let me take my highlighter. It is the same, almost the same architecture. You see the gateway, all the stuffs. The only additional stuff is this cloud router. So don't get confused with the Cisco routers which you work with your on-premise thing, because those routers have two stuffs, a control plane and a data plane. So, but cloud router, which is provided by Google, it is just a control plane. That's it. The data plane has to be handled separately. It is not, it's just control plane. So that's the first information. And how cloud router works is it uses a protocol called as BGP, Border Gateway Protocol. Will not go into the nitty-gritties of what is BGP. If you want, definitely just look for it. You should get tons of information. At least for the exam perspective, only thing which you need to remember is cloud router works using BGP protocol, BGP. That's the key stuff. And in BGP, there's something called as link local IP address. What it means is it uses a specific IP address called 169 address space. So that's what it will use. It has to be using that so that BGP protocol will access what is my cloud router configuration, what is my cloud router details. Based on that, it will advertise any new subnetworks added to the specific this thing. So if there's any new addition, it will advertise, okay, this on GCP, there's a new subnetwork added, so that the routes get automatically updated. You don't need to do any manual intervention. It is like one time setup. You're all good. Yes, you will be using a concept of autonomous system number. I'll just come to the demo, ASN, using which the BGP will identify what is the router, advertises the new additions, like if there's any new subnetwork added, new rack server added, it will advertise it so that you know you can send traffic to it. It becomes totally automatic. The entire stuff is being made possible because of cloud router and BGP. So this is called as dynamic routing for you, where nothing is manually added. It gets dynamic routing. So this is your dynamic routing. Let's see this in action, but let's try to do the demo bits matter. What we'll do is we'll try to use our previous demo to a greater extent, but delete certain stuffs. So let me go back to my demo, because we'll do the same demo again, but we will see without me adding any manual routes. We'll see how things will work. So for that, I need to delete it. I'm also going to delete the VPC, the subnetwork also. Let's wait for this to finish deleting, because if you have a VM attached, you cannot delete the network. So it's like a primary foreign key relation. So let's wait for the VM to be deleted. It's deleted. I'm going to delete this subnet Singapore 2. That is one thing. And I'm also going to delete the route which I manually added. The name was demo manual route. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to make it a clean slate. The only thing is that I can do it right from the scratch, but since we had done this demo to a greater extent, I'm just going to make certain steps, removing certain steps so that I can reuse it. That's the only thing, nothing else. And what I'm going to do is the tunnel. I'm going to leave the gateway as is, but I'm going to delete the tunnel. The reason is when we are creating the tunnel, we had created the tunnel based on route based. We want to create the tunnel this time using dynamic BGP. So I'm going to delete it, but the gateway I'm going to retain it. And if you go back to your VMs, SSH into it, and you see, you may see that you would have broken the system because you have deleted the tunnel. It may not be reachable. You can just try it. By the time the tunnel gets deprovisioned, let's wait. So we have just we are back to square one where where we try to make it reachable. It's not reachable now. So you see, it's not reachable because we have removed the tunnel. Let's see, the tunnel is deleted. What we'll do now is we're going to create a tunnel 2 times, but we are going to use BGP, dynamic routing. For that, you need to have a router in place, cloud router. You get this option here. Click on the cloud router. First, let's create 2 cloud routers. Let's give a name like CR Mumbai to indicate this is a cloud router in the Mumbai. VPC, it's South one. So you have something called as Google ASN, Google Autonomous System Number. So this is a number which is helpful, will be used by the BGP to identify your cloud router. So it gives you a information there. It has to be in these ranges only. So let's go with the first one so that it's easy to remember. Copy, paste it. So what I'm going to do is I'm bad at remembering stuff. So I'm going to make a note here. Its ASN is this one. This will be helpful later. As a best practice, click on the command line to see what is the details. So gcloud compute, you may now be in a position to remember what should be the next thing because it's routers create. Click on create. So let's wait for this screen. By the time it creates, we'll create one more router. This is for Singapore. VPC is VPC Singapore. Region is Asia Southeast 1. ASN is, what we'll do is we'll just add the next number. Let's not make it complicated. Let's make it the next number. So going back to my notes, I'll just add Singapore and it is this number. This is your autonomous system number. So it's just, in very simple terms, this is like a number using which you will be able to identify your router details. That's the key. Click on create. You have created it. Go back to your VPN. Click on tunnel. So we want to create a new tunnel. Click on add tunnel for the Mumbai gateway. So the name comes automatically. Give your remote IP address, which is your Singapore's external IP address, static IP address. Copy the Singapore's one. Come here, paste it, IKV, leave it as this. Let's change the secret key here to just DCP. Last time we used route based, we are now going to use dynamic BGP. Since you have already selected the region, it will automatically pop up the the router automatically based on that region. So we choose because we are configuring the Mumbai thing. It shows the Mumbai cloud router. The next important stuff is your BGP session. You need to configure that. Let's click on this pen icon. Give a name which is very intuitive. BGP. This is from Mumbai to Singapore. I'll just make SG so that it's easy. Now, what is the peer ASN? This is where our nodes comes into picture. The Singapore's peer ASN is this number. Just paste it here. Advertise route priority. This is an optional field. You can just leave it empty. The BGP link local IP address, which I mentioned, has to be 168.169 address space. Let's use that. Let's use the suggestion which is mentioning it. So it's easy for us to remember. 168.254.0.1. Copy this and the peer is 2. When we do the same thing for Singapore, we need to swap this. Click save and continue. Click, let me just verify everything is good enough. Okay, click create. So it will take time for the screen to reflect and show that the tunnel has been added. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new tab so that I can add the second tunnel immediately. So let's not spend time there waiting for the tunnel to get provision. It will get happen behind the scene, but in the interim we'll try to add the second tunnel. So click on tunnel, add tunnel. This is for Singapore. Peer is your Mumbai's static IP address. Did I copy this address? Okay. Let me copy the Mumbai's static IP address. IKV, it has to be GCP dynamic because we have the region is Singapore. It will automatically show your Singapore router. Then configure your BGP session. Give a name again BGP from SG to Mumbai. Peer ASN is your Mumbai's ASN. Copy it. Now you need to do the swap. 169, the link local IP address has to be a swap. 54.0.2. That's it. We have swapped it. Click on continue. Click create. Okay, or we can go back to our screen to see whether the ping will work. The moment the tunnel gets established, you should see the ping working. Same stuff, but using a different approach. Okay, you see the ping is working. So the tunnel has been set up. It took at least a minute or so to finish, and the ping is working. No big deal because we had seen we can make this work even with static routing. But the good thing which dynamic routing brings is when you add a new subnetwork. That is the thing where you will appreciate dynamic routing. For that to for you to see that, the first important thing is go back to your VPC and see your routes. So put a filter. Yeah, no need of filter. I'll just show you as is. So if you see this bottom, at the bottom, you see two things. This is your link local IP address, and you see the mapping for your subnetwork. So it's all because of this, the ping is working. Now, if you add a new subnetwork, the moment you add a new subnetwork, even if the subnetwork does not have any VMs, there is an update to the route. So just keep an eye on this page. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to add that Singapore machine, the subnetwork. Click on this VPC Singapore. Now we are going to add back the same subnetwork. Give a name as subnetwork hyphen Singapore 2, region as Asia Southeast 1, address, let's give the same address, subnetwork 10.4.2.0/24. All good. Click add. The moment you add it, so if you just refresh the screen, you should see a third entry which mentions that subnetwork details. Let me refresh this. If it is not reflecting, the only mantra is do a hard refresh. That's it. I'm going to do a hard refresh. I'm just saying you should see a third entry. That's the key stuff. You see the third entry, which is this one. This is the important stuff. This is our subnetwork Singapore 2, subnetwork Singapore 2's CIDR range. You see that it's been added automatically. It's all because of BGP advertising. There's a new subnetwork added, and the cloud router updates the route. So it's so easy now.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
Now what happens is the same stuff which we did will work like a magic. Let's create a VM now in that subnetwork Singapore 2. Server SG2, make it Singapore 1 micro, come to networking, click on the network interface, change it to VPC. So select your subnetwork 2, click done, create. Now click SSH into your Singapore SG server hyphen SG2 and try to ping this Mumbai machine. So will it ping or not? Yes, it will ping because the route is there. So ping, you see, working without you doing any extra work. It's one-time job where you configure your cloud router and your BGP session. If you do that, any new network additions will be automatically advertised and you should be able to send traffic between each other. So that's the benefit. Now the question is, which one should you go for? So the key thing is it goes back to your business requirement, whether your network topology changes or does not change, and if it is changing, how frequently it changes. If it is changing once in 6 months or once in a year, my personal opinion, go with static routing, because you don't need to, because it's not changing much, it's very stable. But if you are an organization who's adding new instances every time or new network subnetwork every time, just go for dynamic routing because it makes your life very simple. So just for your information, the cloud router is free of cost. That's again an innovation which Google is bringing to you. GCP, I just wanted to show you in the actual steps. So it's totally free of cost. So what it means is, you see this, cloud router is provided free of charge, meaning if I just leave my cloud router as is here in the hybrid connectivity, I just leave it as is without doing anything, I'm not going to get charged. But if I leave my tunnel as is, there are two tunnels created. If I leave it as is, it will incur cost. What would be the cost? Just go to your pricing calculator, because you may get a question on something on this, how to get pricing information. So that's the reason I'm trying to show, and this would be really helpful as a cloud architect when you are designing your system. Like pricing also you need to take into consideration. If you click on this pricing calculator specifically on networking, there's an option for you to see the number of tunnels. You have two tunnels. Let's click on add to estimate. So if you have two tunnels, just leave it unattended. You'll be incurring a cost of $73. So after you finish the demo, make sure you delete the tunnel so that it does not incur cost. So now go to the next part. So we saw Cloud VPN. In Cloud VPN itself, the various flavors of it. One is using static routing, another one is using dynamic routing. Now let's go to the next part, which is Cloud Interconnect. So this one, you directly connect to Google's Edge point of presence. It's called as co-location facility. If you are close to that one of the co-location facility, then you can directly connect to Google's network and you can start communicating easily. So this is not via public internet, this is via Google's optic fiber. So your data transfer would be much faster here. So just a small diagram. So from on-premise, you connect to edge point of presence. From there, you are all into Google's VPC network. So it can be between two regions. You can communicate easily. So that's what you can achieve using Cloud Interconnect. In that specifically, dedicated connect interconnect is an option which you can use if you are close to one of the co-locations. So this is how it looks like. So you have an on-premise stuff here. You have your on-premise stuff, which is like 192 address space. On you have your GCP stuff. What you need to do is this co-location facility. You need to set up that VLAN, the Ethernet switch, all those things. You need to purchase this from Google. And once you establish this, the communication between your on-premise and your GCP is using internal IP address. A word of caution, the moment you try to connect your on-premise with GCP and you want to use RFC 1918 address space, make sure the IP address is not conflicting. This is a very important stuff, very basic in networking. Make sure two machines does not have the same IP address in the same network. So that is the key stuff here. I'll just quickly show you how this looks in the user interface. So in the hybrid connectivity, we had explored VPN, we had explored cloud router. Let's explore the interconnect. So click on start, get started. So you have two options, dedicated interconnect, partner interconnect. Dedicated is if you are near to Google's co-location facility. In India, it's in Mumbai. If you are in Bangalore, for example, you need to work with a partner. So let's assume you are in Mumbai, select that, continue. You need to order this dedicated interconnect. It's a VLAN, it's a physical device, link, all those things you need to purchase. Assume you don't have it, you want to order it, click on continue. So give a name, co-location. This is where you need to mention where is your co-location. So choose it. You have, I guess, various co-locations. Let's put a filter by city, or you can, if you just want to put a filter by city, just search for Mumbai. You see there are two co-locations available in Mumbai, one provided by Tata Mumbai and another one by GPX. So let's select GPX for a minute. And this is what I mentioned about the capacity. One link, 10 gigabits per second. If you want eight links, you will get up to 80 gigabits per second. Click next. The next thing is if you want redundancy and you want to have an SLA of four nines, you need to have a redundancy. So just give a name, demo2, and the co-location would be now Tata Mumbai IDC because you have already used GPX Mumbai. So click select and go to next. This is where you need to mention your company details, all those details. I'm not going to enter this because I don't have any details of this part. But the important thing to note here is co-location facility matters. Only if you're near to your co-location, this will be beneficial. And the price is a important stuff, which is like 27K per month you need to pay. This is because of the device thing, which is very important. And The bandwidth support up to 80 gigabits, increment of 10 gigabits. So that's an important stuff. The question which I got in the exam is a customer wants to connect to Google Cloud from their on-premise and they want a bandwidth of around 40 gigabits per second. What should be the option? It was Cloud VPN, dedicated interconnect, and a couple of other options. I was able to quickly choose it has to be dedicated interconnect because I had seen the screen, gone through this concept. So that's how you will be able to do the stuff. So this is dedicated interconnect in action for you. So what is this Cloud IAM all about? So in very, very simple terms, Cloud IAM gives you the option of who can perform what action on which resource. So in very, very simple terms, who can do what on which resource? Very, very simple. The who resonates to your identity or the users groups, whatever it is. Then what is the role he has, whether he's a read-only user or he's something who can change certain stuffs, that is the one. On if he has roles and users, they should be able to do something on a specific resource, right? That's where the which part comes into picture. So in very, very simple terms, this is what I am all about. And an interesting fact which I wanted to share is, if you see, this is like securing your resource from misused. And this is very, very important. If you see from any organization perspective, security is very important stuff. And just for your information, the API calls to Cloud IAM is totally free of cost, which is a very unique feature of Google. So this is IAM policy, Cloud IAM. All use of Cloud Identity and Access Management API is free of charge, which is a beauty. This is where Google shines in many places. So wherever these such things are there, I'll try to highlight it. Nothing from the exam perspective, but if you wanted to pitch in to any customers as a sales engineer or anything, this could be a different, this would be a good choice, I would say. So let's first understand what is this identity all about. What are the types of identities available? So let's look into this. So there are around 5 types of identities which you can use in GCP. The first one is Google account, which is nothing but your Gmail ID, very standard. So what it represents a human being. This is very, very important. It represents a human being. Using this Google account, that's what we have been using so far. You can call APIs, log into your web console, do interactively everything. So the pattern would be @gmail.com. So that is how you will access it. So very straightforward. The next one is service account. So this is nothing, it does not belong to a human being. It is a service to service communication. If you have a virtual machine which needs to communicate with different service, maybe a storage service or maybe BigQuery or to a database. So if you want to enable some communication between these two services, GCP resources, you will use service account. You may ask me why. The reason is if you attach this kind of a part, maybe let's assume you have a simple batch job you need to run. Maybe every night need to call a specific table in a database, create some script in your virtual machine. So this is something you want to do. So you need to connect and do some process. If you attach this entire stuff to a person, human account, something like @Gmail account, what if he leaves the organization tomorrow? This batch job will fail. So the same concept is used even in on-premise. At least I have done this kind of stuff at least like 10 years back itself, where you create a service account which does not belong to any employee. It is like a generic account you create in Windows or Linux and use that to schedule your scripts. So that's where service account comes into picture. It is service to service communication. You can call APIs, use this account to log in interactively into the web console. And the pattern would be project project number at the rate cloudservices.gserviceaccount.com. So this is the only place where you will see that project number. Hope you can recollect what is project number. When you create a project, you have three options. One is a human readable name, then project ID. That's what we use in most of the place. And another one is a system generated number called as project number. It is used with closely with your service account. So your service account would be starting with your project number at the rate cloudservices.gserviceaccount.com. That's how it looks like. A project service account is not same as, there's a question, service account is the same as project ID? No. Project ID is it is how you will identify your project. That is the thing, that is project ID. So in service account, it is an identity using which APIs can authenticate each other. And the service account option would be the way, because this is an ID, it has to be having an email ID. The email ID pattern would be using project number. There's another option which I'll show you once we do the demo, which will also have a project ID. So there are different types of service accounts available. So if you create your own service account manually, the system creates one service account by default. System in the case here GCP. So that will have project number. And if you as a user create your own service account, it will have project ID. So that's how it works. The next one is G Suite. So if you buy a G Suite subscription, you can migrate all your users, on-premise users, to this G Suite domain, and you can give access to those users and or create groups. That is possible. So usually it would be, the pattern would be at the rate yourcompany.com, which is using a G Suite domain. That is something possible. So that is one thing. And you have another option called as cloud identity. So the difference between G Suite domain and cloud identity is, if you're a G Suite domain user, you have access to G Suite products and services like Hangout for work, uh, docs, slides, all the stuffs of the G Suite stuff. You will have access to that. Plus, you will have access to GCP resources. So that's the advantage with G Suite domain. This cloud identity domain, this was a newly introduced. What you will have is, you will have only access to GCP resource. You will not have access to G Suite resources. So that's the one. And what is Google Group? You can have a group which is a Google account, a G Suite domain, or an cloud identity, or a service account. Combine everything, makes you a Google Group. And Google's best recommended practice is, whenever you are giving specific roles, always create a group. Because today it may be one person, even though it is a one person, create a group and add that person to that group. The advantage is, tomorrow if 100 people joins your organization, you cannot give manually the permissions for 100 users. Simply add those users into this group, and the permissions will get updated. So that's the best option. So let's spend some good amount of time, because service account is an important concept. We'll do a couple of demos on that. Just keep that question for a minute. So we understood the who part. Now let's switch gears to understand the what part. So the roles, what kind of roles you can give. So when it comes to the roles in Google Cloud, you have three different types of roles possible. The first one is on the towards your left hand side, the primitive roles. When Google started its journey, Google Cloud journey, they started with these three roles: owner, editor, viewer. So this is the initial stage they started. And if you look, these have a very broad access, meaning owner is a one who can add users, delete users, create projects, delete projects, enable billing, all those stuffs. Editor can do almost exactly the same as an owner, except he cannot create projects and he cannot add and delete users, but he can create resources. Viewer, very straightforward, is like read only. He can just view how many virtual machines are there, how many storage buckets are there, but he cannot do anything. But this looks like a very broad access, meaning if you make a person an editor, he's an editor for all the resource. be it storage, be it compute, be it BigQuery, any resource. He's editor for all those things. Very, very broad access. It could be sometimes misused. So that's how they started the journey. Then they later realized this does not work in the production, does not makes. So that's where they started with predefined role, which are very granular roles. Meaning, if your job is to just create virtual machines, you just give a specific permission related to compute engine. Don't give him editor permission. If you give editor, he will be able to create virtual machines, create storage bucket, everything. So very fine-grained access is called as predefined role. So the advantage here is it's very, very narrow. It's to the point. If you want to create VMs, that's it. You're not allowed to create storage bucket using that role which you have been assigned to. So there are few hundreds of roles available. We'll discuss few stuffs there. And the last one is custom roles. Not all size fits everybody. So there are some standard predefined roles, but as a customer, you may require some small changes in those predefined roles. Like maybe, say for example, one example could be like you want to provision all resources, but those virtual machines should not have external IP address. Very standard requirement, right? Because if you somebody gives you a permission to create virtual machine which has external IP address, you can misuse it. So you can apply a specific policy so that they cannot create an external IP address when they are creating a virtual machine. So you can set certain rules like that. Or if you want to combine two roles, because say for example, every time you create um, a project, you want to give certain set of groups a specific project, like a specific role, like they should be able to create VMs and also upload certain stuff to storage bucket. So you need to combine this always. So instead of giving it individually, what you may do is combine these two predefined role, make it as one custom role, and make it easy for the admins to apply it easily. So that's where you can use custom roles. What we'll do now is we'll slowly learn primitive roles, predefined roles, then go to custom roles using a demo. So to do that demo, what I'll do is I'll go to my compute this thing. So I'm using my account. So this is learning.gcp2019@gmail.com. This is my ID. And this is where your learning GCP project is there. To access your cloud IAM, click on the hamburger menu, go to IAM and admin. Select the first option, IAM, where you will see the roles and what are the users all available. And if you quickly see, the only one which you may recognize is this one, because I am the owner of that. So that is the one which you can recognize. But there are other few stuffs which we'll discuss when we come to the service account part. So these are all service accounts. So this is the only one which we have. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Google account, meaning a Gmail account. This is another account which I have. I'm going to give a role which is a primitive role. I'm not going to make this user a owner. I'm going to make this user a editor. He can edit, he's having access to all the resource. Let's see that. Just add it. You see it should be reflected here. You see it's been reflected. Editor, Gmail ID, all good. Now I have another browser instance opened. This is my browser instance open, and this is the account which I added just now. Let me do a hard refresh so that that project gets allocated here, and I can use this user and get access to that project. Now let me click on this project. I should see, okay, it's not reflecting. Maybe I should refresh it again. You can add n number of owners, no issues. Because owner is already there, I wanted to show you this editor option. That's the only thing, nothing else. I'm just doing a refresh so that I can see that project. Okay, you see learning GCP. This is the project ID which we have just allocated. Switch to that project. Now I'm an editor. What can I do? Can I come and add users? Let me see. I have another Gmail ID. Can I add users? Let's see. I'm in the cloud. I am. You see the add button gets disabled. It tells you need permission for this. So I can just view users. I cannot create. And that is the thing which you cannot do here. So that's the one. But as an editor, I can go create a virtual machine. Create a virtual machine. So what I'm doing is, as this user, the editor, I'm able to create resources. So let's wait for it. Leave everything default. Let's see whether I can create it, whether my permission of editor works or not. Let's see that. But the intent of the owner was this user should be only able to create virtual machines only. But you have given him a very broad access of editor. What he will do is he will try to misuse it, meaning he will not only create VMs, which he's supposed to do, but he will, along with that, he's also going to create, he can create other resource. He can create storage buckets, upload anything if he wants and make it public. He can misuse it. So there's a chance of misusing it. Let's see whether with the same editor permission can I create a this thing, learning GCP demo. Let's see. I can upload a file of my choice and share it with anybody. That is possible. So very broad access. This is not you wanted in production to happen. Or if you want, you can delete it also. That is possible. Now let's move. This is what we had tried, editor. Let's now move to a predefined role. We saw the drawbacks of it, right? It's very, very broad. The owner screen, what I'm going to do is I learned my mistake. I'm now going to remove this editor and going to give a fine grained permission. Like his job, this user's job is to create only virtual machines. So if it's virtual machine, it's called as compute. So just scroll for the option compute or just type in here. It's your choice. Which one you want, you can try. I prefer using the options here. Compute engine. So there are various predefined roles available. Compute admin looks like something like full control to all the this thing. Looks like good option. Let's enable it. Only compute. Let's save it. Now what I'm going to do is I need to do a hard refresh because I've applied a new role or updated the role. I'm not an editor anymore. I need to refresh it. So and one thing which I have observed, don't quote my name. What I have seen is if you're using free tier account, sometimes the screen loading, the way the resource gets provisions are slightly slower. That's what I heard from few people. Now I am only compute admin. Let me check whether I can do something with my IM. Let me click. It shows still, okay, compute admin. That's what it shows. I can see something, but I cannot add users. Now let me go create a compute engine. Just give a name, just leave it as that. If you come immediately, you will see some message. The caller does not have permission. We don't know what it is. Let's simply ignore it. Go ahead and click create. We just gave compute admin. Looks like something we are missing, but let's see what happens. Because Google is very intuitive to give the errors. Let's wait for the error. Maybe that error can give us more better information. Let's wait for that. Okay, some error popped up. Let's look at the notification. What it does, the user does not have access to service account because when you are working with virtual machines, you will be closely working with service account. It tells you see this is the project ID. @compute@developer.gservice.com. So it is asking, ask your project owner to grant this role, im.service account role. So what we'll do is edit this compute admin, add another role. The role is something related to service account. If you scroll down, you should see that service account somewhere here. Service account user. That was the message which it mentioned. Just add it. So you're just giving fine-grained permissions. Compute admin and service account user. So let's do a hard refresh. Okay, let's create one last time. So now the permission, that message is gone because the service account is visible. Let's go create it. Looks like it is getting provision. All good. It will take maybe a few seconds for the external IP address to be provisioned. You should be all good. By the time the external IP address gets provisioned, what we'll do is we'll go to storage. Let's check whether with this predefined role, can I create a bucket? Go to storage, click on browse. You see immediately it shows you don't have permission for storage browser. So that's what it mentions. If you want permission, come here, edit your this thing, add a storage permission. This is like giving very niche fine-grained permissions. Storage, let's make him storage admin just for the demo purpose. Save it. So compute admin, storage admin, service account user. If we have given this, now if I do a hard refresh, you should see the screen. It's now showing you the screen because we have added those specific permission. Now if you go to some other service, you will not have access to those service, like something like big table or anything, because you have given very fine-grained permission. So this is how predefined role works. I guess there was one question, outstanding question. Okay, how can we get G Suite domain? You can get access to 14-day trial G Suite option. Just search for G Suite free trial option. 14 days you can try it yourself. Afterwards you need to pay. So it's only 14 days. How custom roles can be used on the same demo. Now, instead of using the predefined role, we are going to combine it because we see as a user, he needs to get access to compute admin and storage admin. Both he needs to access. So similarly, tomorrow, if some other user comes in, as an organization policy, you need to give always these two permissions always. This is a repetitive process. So what you feel is instead of always giving this way, you may combine these two roles and give a that new user permission to that thing. So that is possible. So that is one way. But since we are working on we are not working with a G Suite account. So what we will usually be doing is we will not be able to create groups. So the best recommended option is create a group, create those roles and assign it one time. Any new user coming in, you always add the user to that group simply and things will work. But here, since we are using a free tier account, what we usually do is we will be directly assigning the roles to a specific user, not to a group. But in production, or the best recommended practice from Google is always to use groups, even if it is a single user. So just keep that in mind. There's a chance that you may get a question on that kind of topic. So we'll discuss such questions also at the end of this topic. So what we'll do, instead of giving it two times like this, instead of giving two different permissions, what we are going to do is we are going to combine storage admin and compute admin. We'll see how to do that. To do that, click on the roles and you can click on create roles, creating a role from the scratch. That is one way, but I prefer a different way. If you click on storage, search for that, you get those rules. Click on that storage admin you will see all the permissions. So storage admin is comprised of 380 permissions, and usually the permissions would be of this format. I'll explain the format in a minute or so. But this entire role is a combination of 380 permissions. Now what we'll do is create a new role from this. If you click on this, it gets preloaded with all the 380 permissions. So some permissions cannot be inherited or made as a custom role. So around 7 permissions goes off, and the name is custom compute admin. ID ID needs to be unique. You have the privilege of creating the custom role with the same name, which is very exactly similar to your predefined, but that's not recommended. But you can do it. There's no harm. The only thing is that make sure the ID is unique. So let's make it custom compute storage admin. So what we'll do is we'll add few more permissions. This time it is storage admin permission. So in the role, if you search for storage, you get the storage admin. Just select it. There are around 15 permissions. Just select it. And the UI is slightly bad in this way, I would say, because there's no option of select all here. So if you see a small observation, and you cannot you cannot increase the pagination more than 10. So if you remember, the number of permissions in store compute admin was 380, meaning you can just do a math almost like 38 times you need to click next to select all the permissions. So that's the reason I always choose create a custom role from an existing role permission. That is the way I usually do. So this is using the web console, but if you want to do it in the command line, it may become easier. So let's add this 15 permissions. So it's added. Now we have a combined role available. Let's click create. You see the permission has been added. Now what we are going to do now is go to IAM, edit this demo 2000 demo.gcp 2018 user, remove these things and add our custom things. So custom roles are available under the name. You can see custom here. That's where you see here. Select it and save it. Now instead of giving two permissions, we are combining it. So that's where you can see custom roles coming into picture. So we have done. So let's switch back to our browser where I have been logged in as demo.gcp 2018. Let me refresh it. I'm just doing a hard refresh. So it tells me access insufficient permission to view it. So since I am authorized to only to create virtual machines and storage bucket, I don't have access to cloud IAM. I cannot see anything. Who are the people in this like who are the users, all those things I cannot do. Similarly, if I want to look at some other features, like say for example, if you want to create compute Kubernetes engine, just for an example, you should get an error. You don't have any permission. Similarly, App Engine, we'll discuss all these things as it comes, but this is where we are seeing how permissions can be applied. So, but if you click on compute, you should be having full access because you are a compute admin. Click on this. The screen should open up and you should be able to provision the resource as usual. You see, quickly let's provision one resource just to show the permissions is all in place. It's the exact thing, but we have made our life simpler by combining the two roles. That's the only thing which we have done. Click create. Should be getting created. Looks like it's working fine. Yeah. Okay, so it's provision, and the external IP address should be provisioned in few minutes, because usually provisioning the external IP address takes a longer time. That's what I have observed. So we are all good. The permission is working fine. As a best practice, to have the free tier being used fully, delete it. We saw the permissions have been all working fine. Let's delete the instance. Similarly, you should be able to create your bucket because it's a combined role. We should be able to create our storage bucket. Let's create it. I'm just verifying everything is working fine. So if it's working fine, the procedure which we followed looks good. So let me create one more. As I mentioned in the beginning, the bucket name should be unique. One of the easiest option is to use the project ID. That will be always unique. So it should be working. Let's create it. Okay, bucket is working fine. So our combined role, which is the option of custom roles, is working fine. So in custom role, what we use, we just added two roles, made it a single role. Looks like it's working fine. We'll discuss more on those things. What is storage? Because there's a dedicated session on storage where I'll explain you what is regional, what is cold line, what is near line. Let's explain there. But here we are just learning the how to give permissions to a specific resource. Fine. So as a best practice, delete it. So quickly in a demo, we saw how primitive roles could be used, and we saw how it gets a broader access. Like if you give somebody an editor permission, he can do everything apart from adding users and creating projects. Then we narrowed down our access by giving predefined role, and we saw how it worked. And we became very smart by combining roles. So that's where the custom role came into picture. We saw everything now. So let's go much deeper into these things one by one. So whenever you're working with roles, usually the roles would be of this pattern: service dot resource type dot verb is the action. So the names would be something like storage, that is your service name. What is the resource in that it has been used? It's bucket. And what is the action you are trying to do? Create. Similarly, compute is the service name, and what is the resource you are acting on? It's a disk, network, whatever it is, and you are listing all the disks in the compute. So that's what you're doing. Every service, whatever you do, be it, say for example, be it a predefined role, be it a custom role, or be it a primitive role, every role will have the same pattern. That's the standard one. I can just quickly show you one more. That's where you see all the primitive roles, predefined roles, custom roles. Quickly search for owner. This is the highest privilege, right, for at a organization level. If you just click on this, there would be around almost like a huge set of numbers would be there. Almost like 1778 permissions are there. And if you see, it is the same pattern. Like, let me just look for one. You see, compute dot disks dot create. So it will be in the same pattern. Service dot resource type dot verb. That's the pattern. So this is how you can see all the permissions for a specific role. Now, if you want to see do the same thing for using a command line, just provision your Cloud Shell environment. Let's give a minute for this Cloud Shell environment to be provisioned, and we'll see what is the command, because sometimes the chances are there in the exam they ask a specific command line. So getting used to this will be at least helpful. Uh, you may not be able to remember all the commands unless you do an extensive hands-on leave GCP day in day out. But if you at least see once the command, you'll get an idea what kind of commands usually come in. At least you can make a guess at least, because you would have gone through the various command options. You will have an idea whether this command is right or not. Sometimes the one of the options in the command, the options would be like a wrong command option. So that could be that's the reason why whenever possible we'll spend some time on understanding the specific command line, gcloud command line. So let me clear it and so that I can get a full screen. So usually this is on IM. So gcloud, just type GW GCL. You should get that. IA and tab. It should auto complete. IM. What we are looking, we are looking at roles. Just type R O. You should get auto completed. Let's describe a specific role. Owner. So if I hit, you should get all the permissions, like the same set of permissions which you're seeing, 1778. All the permissions will be listed, and it's a huge list. So you'll not be able to see it completely. Another small Linux command which you can use is put a pipe and use less. And you should get an option of like hitting your space bar. You can see all the permissions. So you saw the first permission, which was access context manager, access level. That is there. You see access, this one, see? So it's easy for you to navigate and see. So that's a small Linux command. So this way you can see what permissions, what is this role comprised of. So just make it very clear. Roles is nothing but a combination of permissions. So permissions are your building blocks. So let's minimize this. So this is how the roles are comprised of. Let's move on.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
So let's spend little bit time about these individual roles so that we'll have a good idea. We saw a demo. That's really good, but let's spend some time on these stuffs. The first one is primitive role. As I mentioned, you have owner, editor, viewer, and owner as a one who can do the entire stuff. He has full access. He can create projects, enable billing account, create users, and he can do everything. So next is editor. He'll be able to do almost everything as a owner except changing deleting or creating projects or adding users or deleting users. That thing he cannot do that. The last one is viewer, which is just read only permission. If you just want to give somebody view only permission, like for example, if it's a huge organization, there'll be a dedicated team called as a security team who wants to check whether your VMs or all those things are following some security standard. They'll not be modifying your VM content, but at least they need to get a view access. So in such cases, giving them view permission could be a better choice, because they will not be able to stop, delete anything, just view, okay, at least whether they have followed all the practice. And the buckets, what is the naming convention, have they followed the naming convention followed in the organization, what are the content put, so they'll be able to at least view it. So that would be a better choice if you want to give less permission. Primitive roles are only three: owner, editor, and viewer. The one which is in the braces, the common bracket, is the option for you to view it in the gcloud command. So if you type gcloud im roles describe role/viewer, you will see all the permissions. So that's the reason I have given this part. Moving on to predefined role. Predefined role, there are hundreds of predefined roles. Putting everything in a slide is not a easy task. So I have tried to highlight few important stuffs which could be helpful from the exam perspective, usually because what I personally suggest is, when you are having some good amount of time, just go to IM section, just maybe try to add a user, look at these roles option. Try to explore what is there, what are the various options. Like for example, BigQuery. What are the various roles available? BigQuery, admin, data editor. So just mouse over, you will get what is this role all about, what it gives. Sometimes looking through this, glancing through this will give you a good idea. Okay, these are the stuffs which is comprised of. Say for example, if you go to compute engine, you get compute admin. Then you have, if you scroll down, you'll have compute viewer. So very similar to your owner, editor, viewer. Sometimes the same pattern follows, but this is at a specific resource level. This is not at the entire project level. So you'll get an idea. So I strongly suggest you look at into few important stuffs. Maybe not now. Once we finish the entire course, by the time we finish the entire course, you will see various options like various resources like compute engine, app engine. Then you will have a better idea. Like if it's app engine, these are the permissions, roles available. So at least going through those things will give you a better understanding. So if you see some questions on what role to be applied, at least this glancing through option will help you. Have tried to make that very simple here. When it comes to compute, you get options like compute admin, compute instance admin, compute viewer. So admin, we had seen how it works, compute admin. Compute instance admin, if you give, it gives access, comes into picture. Similarly, you have network admin. The name itself mentions it is a combination. I would say it's a combination of admin, compute admin, and compute network admin. This instance admin, because it has option to storage, compute, networking, all those things. Similarly, if you scroll down, you should see something like storage admin. So compute storage admin, compute network admin, combine it, you'll get compute instance admin. So again, it's your Google already had made few roles which is like you don't need to combine it. So if you still feel you need to do some combination, then you can definitely use custom roles. So these are stuffs. And when it comes to network, it's again part of compute. You see compute network admin, compute network user, compute network viewer. Here you can see a pattern like something very similar to owner, viewer or editor kind of a permission and a viewer kind of a permission, very similar to your predefined roles. So similarly, app engine, one of the important one could be deployer. Maybe you just want to give somebody permission to only deploy your code. App engine is platform as a service where you just upload a file, upload a war file or an executable. It can be just, you can just deploy it there. Don't need to worry about your like infrastructure, and you can have a web application up and running very quickly. So if you just give a specific user or a group deploy a permission, only they can deploy it. They'll not be able to modify it or do any changes or code review. So that's where deployer comes into picture. Similarly, storage, when you're working with storage bucket, we had seen how storage admin works. And if you want to give object admin, meaning you're an admin for that object, because whenever you upload any files into any document or any files into a storage bucket, these are called as objects. So you can be an object admin, creator, or a viewer. Similarly, for BigQuery and Kubernetes, you get this. I'm just putting few important stuffs here, but if you want a comprehensive list, definitely look into the documentation, or I would suggest looking into that IM section, go one by one. So custom roles, as I mentioned, if predefined role does not fulfill your requirement, you have the option of using custom roles. Just one which we had seen was combining the role. So this is where custom role comes into picture. These green dots, so all these green dots are your permissions. If you want to combine these three roles, you want to combine it, use custom role. That is one option. The second option where you will use custom roles is you have maybe like 100 permissions which is a role comprising of 100 permissions, but your requirement mentions you don't need two of those permissions, maybe specific requirement. What you will do is open that role, create a new role from that existing role, but uncheck a specific permission. Like, let me show you one quick example. Roles, compute admin, click on it, create a new role. Last time we combined it, but this time what we are going to do is accelerated type. So this is something like GPUs, all those stuff. So your requirement says you don't need to have some access to GPU related things because it is expensive. As this thing, what you try to do is you make sure you don't have options to get those details. So if you uncheck it, you are removing certain permissions in that role and creating a custom role. So this is how you can use custom roles based on your requirement. If you want to remove certain permissions, you can use it. And another thing could be you're not adding two different roles, but you're just adding a specific permission, like add permission. And so you see all those permissions, like almost like 1500 permissions. You want specifically this one. Maybe I'm not able to select it. Let me select one. Yeah, just for an example, I want to add this option, or maybe let me just get something on compute, or maybe something on storage. Like I just wanted to add, along with this existing permissions, I want to add one more, which is that storage related thing. So it's only one permission I have added. So that is also possible. If you just want to add a specific permission to an existing role, that is also possible. So these are the possible scenarios where you will be using custom roles. Now, so far so good. We saw what is roles comprised of, all the stuff, the various types of roles which is available. Policies connect your resource. So the roles which you make, how do they connect with that specific resource? It is using this policy and binding. So if you see in this screenshot, policies connect the resource, the roles, and the members. So in this case, if you see, there are members, a specific user, a specific set of group, and they are made as instance admin. So by this, what you're doing is you're combining or connecting the members and the roles using binding. So this entire thing is called as policy, IAM policy. This is your policy and policy binding. So policy binding makes sure that it is able to combine or bind the roles and the members together. And this, once you bind it, what you get is a IAM policy. There are so many permissions. How would we know if there is a permission missing in an easy way? Or do we need to create a policy, or it is automatically created, or it will generate it? Question is, so many permissions are there. How do we know whether the permission is there or it is missing? So usually you'll be worrying about that specific version of permission only if you want to create a custom role. So what I would suggest is describing the permission would be a better option. Like for example, if you go here, one way, if you, let me show one example. Let's assume you wanted to know all those 380 permissions of compute admin. You run the same command. Okay, it's case sensitive. Compute admin. You should get all those permissions. Now, one way, if you are a command line guy, what you can do is you can use grep to find whether specific permission is there. That is one way. Or you can just navigate, or you can just redirect this entire content to a text file and do a search. So that way you can see what is the permissions there. That is one way. Or you can use this roles, click on that specific role and see all those permissions there. That is another way. The third way is, before you create any roles, custom roles, what Google usually suggests is there is an option for you to look at the roles which has been created. Let me get that. There's a permissions change log. I guess they update this content very frequently. Lastly was updated on 28th of January. You see some new permissions have been added. So best practice, as what Google mentions, is whenever you're about to create a custom role, come to this page, look whether the role which you are expecting is been added or not. So this could be, it's a change log. So you can look into this. Maybe there's a chance that you already have, it's already there, and you don't need to create a custom roles. And don't be in a hurry to create a new role every time. Check whether the specific role exists, whether the role inside that has the exact permission or not. Do that thorough check before you do create a new custom role. The reason is, if you create a custom role, you need to manage it. Google will not manage those permissions, like, because usually the custom roles which you create are created from an existing predefined role. If the predefined role gets updated, your custom role will not be updated directly. You need to manually update it. So one of the drawbacks of using custom roles is manageability. You need to manage it yourself. But if you're using predefined role, nothing like that. Everything is managed by Google. You don't need to manage anything. So again, it could be an advantage or it could be a disadvantage based on what is your business use case. So these are the various options to check whether a specific permission and a specific role exist or not. This would be an important one. Change log, this thing. So this is how the policy, the binding and the policy works. It has to be combined only if the users and the roles, users are nothing but your members or identity. Here there's a set of there's a group, this is how you add, and there's a user, that is the members, they are all instance admin. Similarly, there's only one user who is a owner. So here it is a primitive role, here it is a predefined role we have used. This is our policy, IAM policy in short. So if you want to visualize or you want to see what is your IAM policy, one way is in your web console. So we usually were exploring this members. If you just click on this roles, you'll see that IAM policy somewhat like that. If you just click, you will see the who is the owner, how many people are editors. You can see it everything easily by clicking on roles tab. That is one way. Another way is you just click on role, or you can just go to members. This is again a question which I had seen, where the question is, how can you find who is an owner in a specific project easily? So one of the options was, come to Cloud IAM, put a filter with the role option. Just mention owner. It should list all the owners in this project. Luckily, there's only one user, so that's the reason it shows one. So if you put something like role, show me all the editors. There are two editors in this project. So this, even sometimes the question on UI comes in. So you need to be very fluent with the how to use the user interface, how to use the command line, both. So this is how you can quickly see who is the owner, who is an editor. And if you click on roles, you will see somewhat like an policy, the IAM policy in place. It shows all the things. This project comprises of these roles: compute, compute engine service agent, storage admin, the custom role which we created, editor, owner, and a service user account. More on service account will come. So this is what it's comprised of. So this is a way of seeing your IAM policy in the web console. If you want to see it from the command line, the option is clear the screen. So the command is slightly different. It's gcloud. It's not starting with IAM, but it starts with projects. Get IAM policy. Get IAM policy of which project? What you can do is you can just copy this project ID and you can just hit enter. It should show you a format which is somewhat like this. It shows the binding, the members. This is, I'm not sure what is the format here called as, but if you are comfortable using JSON, object, JavaScript object notation, what you can use is you can use a flag called as JSON. Now it will be in a JSON format, and in the slides what we saw was a JSON format. So this is one way. Or you can redirect the entire stuff to a file so that you can view the entire IAM policy. Just use your editor of your choice. You can see the stuffs. See, it starts with binding the members. This is the member who was a custom compute admin. The same thing which you saw in the web, you're seeing it in the command line. This is one way. Now, the command which I used works only in my Cloud Shell environment. The reason is I have hard coded my project ID. If I share this command with you, this will not work because this is a unique one, right? So what I can do is I can make this very generic by using an environmental variable called as dev shell underscore project ID. What it does is the moment you provision your Cloud Shell environment, from which project you provision, it will take that project ID and store it in an environmental variable. This is the name of the environment variable. If you hit enter, the same command will work. If you are curious, just do this, echo it. You should see the project ID. So this time, if I now paste this command in the chat window, you should be also able to run it. It's now not hard coded, it's very generic. Let me just put it. If you are curious, you can just try it yourself. So this becomes a handy option. So we will be using this environmental variable called dev shell underscore project ID heavily as we progress. So that's how you can see IAM policy and the binding using the command line. Get IAM policy. The next question which I have is, once we created a custom role, do we need to create a policy? Yes, definitely. If you have a role, you need to add that in the, you need to assign it. So policy is nothing but you have a role. Just having the role does not make any sense because it has to be attached to a specific identity. You need to apply it. Only then you can have a policy. You need to do it. It's not automatic. You need to you can have n number of roles. But if these roles are not added, it is of no use. For example, let's take our project itself. You saw so many policies, so many roles, right? But in our project, we are just using owner, editor, few permissions on few roles on compute engine, one service account. If you see, there's nothing on BigQuery. There's no roles assigned to anybody on App Engine. Nothing has been there because we don't need it currently. So if you need it, you need to add that binding. So how do you do the add the binding? It's by adding this one. You can add a service account, give a specific app engine or those thing. Once you do that, then you are updating your policy, IAM policy, using the binding option. So this is just a snapshot of how the binding looks like. We will be doing some exercise on how to update this binding today. So now we saw what is identity, what is role, what is role comprised of. Once we understood both the stuffs, we tried to combine and make an IAM policy. All good. At now, what level or at what node you will be applying your binding? So is it at a specific resource level or is it at a specific project level? That's what the resource hierarchy all about. So let me just zoom this for a better view. So this is how your resource hierarchy looks like. The topmost node is your organization node. If we are using a free tier, our organization node is no organization. But if you are using G Suite account attached, you can have an organization, something like your organization is nothing but your organization name itself, an entity, something like example.com or abc.com. I have a account which I have created with my domain like maheshkumar.co.in. You can use something like that. You can have it's the organization name as such. Now the next node is folders. You can have folders. So folders comes very handy. The advantage of using folders is you can group certain projects. If it is belonging to maybe if the R&D team is having 10 projects, directly if you, what happens if you directly have projects like if you don't have folders, if you directly after organization node, if you are using projects, all those 10 projects of R&D will be appearing. And if you want to apply some specific policy related to R&D, because maybe developers are just provisioning lots of resources, they are not creating any, shutting down it, or they are overutilizing certain thing. If you want to apply certain policy, say for example, all the development users or the dev users, whenever they are provisioning it, they should not create an external IP address, only internal IP address. If you want to apply a organizational policy for the specific uh, sub business unit, which is R&D, now, if this folder option was not there, you need to apply it for all those individually for all those projects. That is one thing. Or to make your life simple, you can apply it at the org level. But what happens if you apply at the org level? If you create the 11th project, this is not for R&D, but this is for an external website which you want to provision. Maybe marketing team wants to do that, because for marketing, external presence is always important. If they are not able to create an external IP address, their website will not be accessible outside. Now, the moment you add a policy at the organization, it gets inherited to the lower levels automatically. Now the drawback is you don't have the concept of folders. The marketing team will not be able to provision, or when they create a resource, they will not have an external IP address. This is a problem. So to avoid that, what we have is we have something called as folder, which groups your similar, maybe it could be for grouping all your business units, sub business units, or LOB, line of business. So human resource has a specific folder, engineering has a specific folder, sales, marketing. So that way, if you apply the policy here, any project created under engineering folder should not be able to provision external IP address. You can apply it at a folder level. Now the sales or the marketing team are free to create a VM, and they can have external IP address. So this is how you can apply the policies there. So folders plays an important role. Again, you will not be able to create folders if you are using free tier account. Moving on to the next one, which is the project. Projects is what something which we can create using a free tier. You can create up to 25 projects. That's what I have seen. And this is a quota which can be increased when you raise a request. And whenever you're working with the projects, make sure you use it effectively. Don't keep on shutting down projects. If you keep on creating a project, shut it down, then quota sometimes will reduce. I have seen this, that's my observation. So inside the project, what you have is your resource. So whatever you do in GCP, it's always inside a project. So the project, it can be inside an organization or a folder if you're using a full version of GCP or the paid version. If you're using free tier, it is basically project. That is the starting level. So you can apply policies at different level. How the policy applies, the policy inheritance. This is important. It flows from top to bottom. Very, very, very important. There's like 9 or 80% chance you get some questions on this kind of inheritance. What is the policy you are applying and how it is flowing? Always, if you apply a policy at organization level, it gets applied to all the below nodes, folders, projects, resources. If you apply it at the resource, it's only at that resource. If you apply it a project and the resource, it gets applied. So this is how the policy flows. It's top to bottom. Just keep this in mind. This will be very, very important if you get a question. So this will be a very helpful for you to answer it. Go one step deeper into the policies and the inheritance, where we combine both things. The key thing with this is the policy inheritance is transitive. What it means is, so if you have, say for example, if you apply a policy at a organization level, the one which I mentioned, it gets inherited to projects. If you apply a policy at a project level, it gets inherited to resource level. So that is the key thing. Now let's see an example in action here. At a project level organization, this is exact replica what we have in a free tier account. where we don't have an organization. It is no organization. That's what you see here. Now, so if you have a project underscore A, you have a user called bob@gmail.com. So this is a Google account. You are making him a editor permission, giving him an editor permission, editor role, not permission. And you have one resource, PubSub, which is your global messaging, real-time messaging service. It could be any resource, be it compute engine, storage, or whatever it is. It's just a resource here. And for that resource, you have given a specific permission, viewer. So at the project level, you are an editor. At the resource level, you are a viewer. Now, since we know the policy flows from top to bottom, editor union viewer, what will be the output? It would be editor. So whatever you give at a project level, you cannot override that by giving a more restrictive policy at a resource level. That's what you see. At the project level, you continue to be an editor. At the resource level, this gets overwritten and you are still a editor. This is an important concept. Please understand it. Let me know if this is not clear. So if you give a very high privilege at this thing and a lower privilege, you want to restrict the permission at a resource level, that is not possible, because the way it works is it's a union. Editor union viewer, you will always get editor permission. So at a resource level, you are still editor. Again, this is a very important concept. Sometimes you will get a question related to this in a very, like, they may phrase the question very tough, but if you remember the concept very well, like policy flows from top to bottom, you cannot restrict the permission at a lower level, you should be able to answer that. It's like, yeah, it's like a parent child. Yes, definitely, it's like a parent child, because organization project acts as your parent, and the resource acts as your child. So we'll move on. So that brings us to the end of the standard concepts: policy inheritance, the hierarchy, roles, identity, all the stuffs. Now what we'll do is, let's spend some time with service account. What is the service account all about? When you should use service account? Till now, what we did was we were discussing only on a specific type of identity, which is Google account, because it is related to a human. So, and it could be applied to any human being and they can log in interactively. So that's what we had seen. This is the second type of identity called service account. This is actually an identity of a service. So if you want to connect a virtual machine with some other service, maybe a storage component, a storage resource, or BigQuery, or to Cloud SQL, like if you want to connect virtual machine to MySQL database, usually what we'll do is we'll give permissions to this virtual machine. The identity of that virtual machine is your service account, in very, very simple terms. So what is the identity? It is running using an account which is nothing but a service account, and the pattern of that service account would be something like, let me just zoom this out. The pattern of the service account would be something like your project number. This is the only place where you will see your project number being used, hyphen compute @developer.gserviceaccount.com. So this is how the pattern looks like. And you may tell, I did not create this user, how it got created. When you provision the compute engine for the first time, if you recollect our demo, the first demo which we did, when we clicked on compute engine for the first time by just coming to compute engine, the screen was not something like this. Let me wait. It was not like this. There was a screen which was mentioning enabling compute API. What it was doing behind the scene was, one of the tasks which it was doing was, it was creating a service account, and the service account is always with the standard option, project number. If you want to double check it, just go to this thing, the home page. You should see the project number which is starting with 96. There's the same thing which has been used there. So project number hyphen compute, this is the only place I have seen project number being used. Most of the place it is always your project ID. Learning hyphen GCP hyphen that number. So that's where it has been used. So this is the one which gets created, and the default role which has been assigned as an editor role. So you can have service account, each compute engine which you create can have only one identity. So it's like one person can have only one PAN card or one passport, something like that. So a compute engine can have only one service account, but the same service account can be used in multiple virtual machines. What it means here is the the roles and the permissions which you assign to that service account can be used by multiple virtual machines. So if you mention maybe in your organization or in your project you have 10 virtual machines created, what you expect is all these 10 machines should have access to BigQuery, or all these 10 machines should have access to a database using the service account. So instead of creating 10 service accounts and giving permissions, what you do is create one service account, attach the service account to all those compute engine, and once they log in, they'll be having the right permission to access the specific resource from the compute engine. And you can create up to 100 service account in a project. This is including the default one which is already created, meaning so usually when you work with compute engine, one service account is already taken off, and if you work with app engine, another service, so you're left with almost like 98 or 99 service accounts based on what you are working. If you're just working on compute engine, you may get almost 99 service accounts. If you create an app engine, you will be just left with 98 service accounts. And that is an important thing. This is at a project level. And there are two types of service accounts when it comes. One is user managed service accounts. That's the one which we'll be exploring more in the next slides to come. And there's another service account called as Google managed service account. This is a set of service account which Google creates and will be used by Google internally for maybe patching your hardware, your network infrastructure, anything related to network, they do that using this service account. The one which you see this with a question mark, these are all Google managed. Now you should be able to get an answer. I did not create these things. How it got created? This is one Google managed service account, another Google managed service account. So two goes off. This is something which we created. If you want, you can just delete it. We don't need it anymore. So these two are created by Google. This is something created like because this is our account. That is one thing. And the next one is a compute service account related to compute engine. This is created because we activated our compute APIs. The moment you activate it, this service account gets created. Now you get an answer how these users or members are being added. So hope you get that answer now. What we'll do is we'll explore the service account. There's an option to create your own service account. Let's click on service account. You see there's one service account already created, and there's something called as keys. Usually when you're working with identity, the Google account which you are using, it will definitely be using a password. That's a standard option. But if you're working with service account, you'll be always creating keys. You will not be using password, and you can have 10 keys per service account. So currently you see this service account does not have any key. We will be creating keys to access certain stuffs in our later demos. I'll show you how to use those keys and how to use this identity, because you need to give some way connect few resources. I'll show you that in the upcoming demos for a specific topic. At that time we'll create keys. For now, let's just create a service account. Give a service account of your choice. Let's give some name which we can remember easily. Service account hyphen web console, just to indicate this service account is created using the web console. The moment you created the service account ID, it follows a different pattern. Here it is the name which we gave, followed by @project ID dot imgservice.com. So it is not using the project number, but it is using the project ID. So could be a question again. So if the service account is having this pattern @project ID, there's a chance that this has been created by the user, not created by Google. Give a description. Service account created in web console. This would be helpful later. Good. Click create. Now you need to give a specific role to this service account. So what shall we give? You can just make it very simple. Give that service account an editor permission. Or what you can do is we can give a very fine-grained permission. Let's do that way. Because giving an editor permission, we know the drawbacks of it. It's very broad access. Let's just give a compute admin as usual. Let's just see and see what happens with that permission. Scroll, where's the compute engine? One way is doing it, or if you don't find it, you can just search it. That's another option. Compute admin. So creating a new service account and just giving compute admin. Click continue. Now there's an option for you to grant this service account to a identity. The advantage here is that user will be acting as this service account, meaning you don't need to give all the permission to that user, but the user can act as a service account. There may be some cases you may need it. So at that time, you may add a user here, like you can give this a specific user to act as a service account. That is possible. Now we don't need that, so let's ignore it and click on add. So we see a new service account has been created and the name is this one, service account hyphen web console, and we see there's no key created. All good. So far so good. And now if you click on cloud IAM, you should see a new entry. This is your new entry, service account. All good. Now let's try to use the service account because you have just created things. All good. Now since you added a new account, the policy binding is also updated. Now if you click on the roles, you should see, edit. Where's that service account? What happened? Service account is not reflecting. The policy binding should be updated. Let me just refresh it. Okay, because we did not add, we added it to the compute admin. It's now reflecting in this compute admin. So good. So this is our current policy, IAM policy. It's under compute admin. All good. So far so good. Now let's use this identity, attach it virtual machine. So how do we do that? Click on the hamburger menu, scroll down to compute, click on VM instances. Now let's create a virtual machine. Give a name instance using service account or instance, or let's just give it as SCV demo, service account demo. Mumbai should be fine. Make it micro so that we don't incur much cost. This is a standard one. The important thing which you need to focus this time is this part, identity and API access. By default, it will be using the service account created by Google, the default compute engine service account. You see that? Now what we are going to do is we are going to change it to this one, the one which we created. Click create. The next step which we are going to do is we are going to SSH into this machine, and we will upload we'll see can we upload a specific file to a Google Cloud Storage bucket. That's what we are going to do. And now behind the scene, it will be using service account to authenticate between your two different servers from your virtual machine to your bucket. So let's SSH into this. In the interim, I'm going to create a storage bucket. Let's create a bucket. Learning hyphen GCP hyphen SCV service account. Just create a simple bucket. That should be all good. I'm into this machine. Now, a small tip which I wanted to share. If you just run gcloud authent list, it will show you with which account this service account, with which identity this virtual machine is running. So it is using this one, the star to which it has been attached. It shows that, meaning whatever you give as a permission to this service account, this virtual machine will be able to use that. Now we are only compute admin. Now let's see.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
Creating a, like uploading a file to your this thing, the permission. Let's see. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to create a file, test.txt, tu in storage bucket. A small file. I'm going to upload it. So I need to upload it. What is the command to upload a file to your Google Cloud Storage? Anybody recollects it? What command we should use? gcloud, gsutil, or some other command. Let's use that. gsutil cp test gs:// what was the bucket name? Learning hyphen gcp hyphen svc service account. Hit enter. Let's see what happens. So you get a permission access denied exception 403. It indicates this service account does not have the storage object permissions to create it. So what we are going to do is, so that's where you see fine grained permissions coming into picture again. So let's go back to Cloud IAM. The same concept, but we are seeing how it can be attached to compute engine and how you can see working with predefined role works. So click on this. Now instead of giving, you can directly give storage admin. Everything, the things will start working there. But if you just create a storage admin creator, you should be able to create objects in a bucket. Let's use that. Have updated it. It should get reflected. Let's try to rerun the command again. Let's see whether it will work this time. So sometimes for the policy to be propagated, it takes a minute or so. That's what I have seen. Let me try it once again. Or is the creator not enough? Creator should be enough. Access to create objects in this thing. That's what it should be. Let me try once again. Okay, maybe this is not the right permission. Let me make him an admin. Object admin. I can just give storage admin. My job would be easy, but I just wanted to explore stuff. That's the only stuff. By that way, you'll also see how things works. Okay, storage admin makes more sense. Now I'm able to upload the file. Now, if I just list it or cat, I'm just going to just display the content to check whether it has been uploaded correctly or not. So all your Linux commands can be used with gsutil. Most of the commands, you should see the output, or if you want to list it, what is there in this bucket, you will get a list. So the permissions which we have given looks all good. So with these fine-grained permission to your service account, you are able to do the job you wanted to do. So giving an editor permission does not make sense there. And important stuff is when you're working with Compute Engine, let me show one more instance creation. A key thing is the access scope. This is something which we'll discuss in our compute section in a greater deal. This gets activated only if you are using default compute service account. The moment you use your own service account which you have created, this option gets disabled. And just for your information, access scope are legacy way of giving access to a specific resource. This is not recommended if you're doing it in production. In production, the recommended option is you create your own service account and give fine-grained permissions. Don't give primitive role like editor or owner. That's thing. So that's how you can use service account. Now let's try to do the same demo, but instead of doing it in the command in the web console, we saw how we were able to add a new service account using the web console. We'll do the same stuff. We'll try to update the policy also, but everything we'll try to do it in command line. The whole intent is you get used to the command line. That's the whole intent, nothing else. Okay, and let's clear the screen. Now let's use gcloud. It's IAM. What we want to do is we want to create service. Just type SCR. It creates, auto completes. We want to create the service account. Just give a name. The name, let's make it as service account hyphen cloud shell. If you want to give a display name, you can just give a display name, description, all those stuffs. Let's just give a display name. This is a flag. Service account cloud shell. Let's see whether the command works. So the account is created. So how do you verify it? If you refresh it, again a small tip, if the cloud shell environment is open and if you refresh the screen, the environment will close. One way is open this in a new window so that you can refresh all those tricks. That is one thing. The another way is open a new tab, refresh that tab and see it. Or if you want to do something with the command line, what you can just do is gcloud IAM service account. We are not going to create it, but we are just going to list it. You should get 3 entries. One which is your default compute, the one which you created using the web console, now the one which you created using the cloud shell. So you see, this is your service account which you created using the cloud shell. Same pattern, only the starting thing is changed. The @ after @ it's the same pattern. Project ID dot im dot gserviceaccount.com. So far so good. Now you need to assign this service account a specific role, editor, compute admin, whatever it is. You need to assign it, and then create a policy. So there are two ways you can do this. The first way is a slightly a harder way, but we'll try to learn that also. So what we'll do is add an IAM policy. So how do we do that? G-Cloud projects. Last time we used projects to get IAM policy. This time we are going to add a policy. So just type add, hit tab. You should see this add IAM policy. Now to which project you need to do? It is for this project. Now we will use our environmental variable dev shell project underscore ID. To which member? You just need to mention the member. Members usually can be user, groups, service account. Here, since we are working with service account, mention service account and paste the entire service account information. This is the entire service account. Now, what role you want to give to this, you decide. Roles slash, maybe this time to make our life easy, let's type just editor. All good. So this is how you will be adding it. The way which you were doing it here by just clicking on IAM add user, the same stuff you are doing it using command line. So you should see the policy getting updated. Let's check. It's done updated. If you want to verify it, one way is let's put a tab, duplicate this tab. Go to IAM. You should see that new entry there with editor role. This is the one which we added using Cloud Shell and it is having editor role. So this is one way of doing it. I feel this is personally a very difficult thing. You need to remember lots of stuff. There's an easy way to update your policy. The way is first get the policy first, all right? By running this gcloud, which we had tried last time, gcloud projects, get IAM policy for this project. I'm trying to use project devshell project underscore ID every time because it's very unique. You get the project ID without doing any hard coding, and also you'll get used to this. That's the reason I'm doing this repeatedly. Let's get it in a format which we can do. So let's get it in a JSON format. And important thing is let's redirect it to a file, service account JSON, so that the advantage is we'll just go and edit this file, make the necessary changes. I prefer Nano Editor, which comes inbuilt with Cloud Shell. That's an advantage. You get Vim, VI Editor, Nano Editor, and lots of utilities inbuilt with your Cloud Shell environment. So let's what we'll do is, you see this policy. What we'll do is we'll add the newly added service account. Also give the service account a compute admin permission along with editor. So mention service account nano srv. I thought it was an VI editor. So, and one small tip, just don't use tab. Please use space. Service account. Paste your Cloud Shell service account hyphen Cloud Shell. An important thing is put a comma because it's a JSON file. So what we are doing is we are adding this user, giving the role of compute admin. This user already has editor permission. The service account already has editor permission. We are updating this policy. Save it. Just double check it whether it's reflecting. It's reflecting. Just close it. Now what we are going to do is we are going to set the policy. So how do you do that? Just run set Same thing, but feed in the JSON file. You should be able to run this with that setting. Just run that set IAM policy. It should get updated. The policy is updated. Now, if you come and refresh the screen along with editor, you will see compute admin permission. Let's see whether it's reflecting. Our things are reflecting editor plus compute admin. That's what we see for the one which we created from our Cloud Shell environment. Okay, there's one question. So the svc.json has both policies so that you can get executed, or it is not incremental. Whenever you want to get the updated policy, run get im policy and then get the file and update it. It's not incremental. It is like, say for example, if you add something in the web interface and you did not do get im policy, it will be out of date. So whenever you want to update or set an im policy, the best practice is get the updated one, edit the json file and then set the im policy. Okay, so the next question is, yes, so gets the snapshot of the current and then update. Yes, correct. That's your right choice. Get the current snapshot or the current IM policy binding, then update it and do the necessary change by running set IM policy, get and set. Or if you don't like this two-way, because if you just do set and get and set, it's very easy. No need to remember a long command. The better option is just use add IM policy. Just directly one shot. It's your choice. I've given two flavors of it. By that way, you're learning two different commands, so it would be helpful. When it comes to machine learning, there are multiple ways using which you can use machine learning capability in GCP. And based on your skill set which you bring in, based on that, you have a specific service offering. So, let's start with the top one. That would be a really good option. ML APIs, machine learning APIs, where it is already pre-trained by Google. They give you an endpoint. So you just access that endpoint and send a specific data, whether you want to send an image or whether you want to send an audio file or a video file. And the APIs will do some kind of a machine learning capability, run on that data and give you some outputs. It could be like predicting what is there in that image, or doing a speech to text on that audio file, or doing some image analytics. In this video, a specific person comes or a specific celebrity comes. If it wants to do that, you can do that. So, and all these things you can do without writing a single line of machine learning code. You just need to have a web application. So this is primarily well suited for a web developer. If he's a web developer, he knows how to use APIs, endpoints, he will be able to do that easily. The second offering is using AutoML and BigQuery ML. So what is this? So if you're a business user who does not want to code and does not know how to code, but you want to leverage the machine learning capability, and you want a capability which you cannot use these existing machine learning APIs existing. Say for example, this is a standard example which I gave. So if you have windmills, and the windmills, if it's burning or if it's defective or if it's properly running, if you upload that image to these ML APIs, it will just tell windmill. That's it. But it will not say this is defective, this is normal. If you want something like this, a customized machine learning capability, and you still don't want to do any coding, what you can do is you can use this AutoML. This is currently in beta, not a GA product, so you may not get a question on this, but it's a good option. So as a business user, you will be able to just leverage, just upload huge amount of data, and the system will train it by itself. So that's the reason they mention it as auto ML. So machine learning by automatically by machines train themselves using this auto ML capability. That is the key here. And if you are a DBA, database administrator, you don't know Python or anything of that sort to write machine learning, no need. you can write your machine learning using BigQuery ML. So you will be writing it in your SQL command itself. So this is the second option. So AutoML for business users, no need to code anything. This is for DBA. The next part is Cloud ML Engine. So this is a managed service for running or serving your custom models. So assume you have a very niche requirement. Only a data scientist can come and do that kind of a machine learning model. Then you need to give the data engineer an environment for him or her to develop this model and deploy it and productionize it. So this is for data scientist, DS, data scientist. And the next one is Kubeflow. So this is for deploying your pipelines where you can use Kubernetes capability. So why you need to use Kubernetes here is if you have a huge Kubernetes cluster and every time you're not going to do run any machine learning, or you're not going to use it for some CI/CD process or to run some batch workload. So what usually they do is they will create a huge Kubernetes cluster, and whenever you want to use this cluster for machine learning purpose, they use Kubeflow to deploy that and start doing predictions or do some data processing on that. After sometimes, if it's like 10 hours, they use it, and the next remaining hours, it can be used for some other purpose or to run a batch workload. That is one thing. Or if you want to run it as a web application, which is used only for a specific time, you can also use it. So Kubernetes can be used in multiple ways there. So you can have a pod, and inside the pod you have a container. Whatever you do, it will be in a container fashion. You create it and you'll be able to use it. So this is an option again. Kubeflow, this is again a new introduction to GCP's products and service offerings, Kubeflow. And the last one is again, it should be primarily for a data scientist only, but they are using the option of Kubernetes here. So like whenever you want, you can deploy it, and whenever you don't want it, you can shut down that pod. So that's how they use it. But Cloud ML Engine is also a fully managed serverless offering. So this is primarily used when you want to do it for productionizing your machine learning capabilities. So usually when you write machine learning code, usually it will be in a laptop and it will never be productionized. So but Cloud ML can make your application or your model productionizable. So it can be used in production. So that's the main thing. Here the Kubeflow is primarily, I would say, before you do the machine learning, you need to do some data processing, data cleansing. It could be done using data prep, or you can use Kubeflow. And if you want to serve it also, it is possible. But the preferred way is do all the data processing, all the stuffs in your Kubeflow. And once you have the data, use your data cloud ML engine to build and serve your machine learning model. That's the approach. And the last one is deep learning VM machines. So this is virtual machines. And if you just go to marketplace in the compute engine and search for deep learning VM images, you'll get good amount of images where it will have all, say for example, it will have all the machine learning libraries like TensorFlow, Keras, Microsoft's cognitive toolkit, Cafe, Python will be there. Plus, you can run it on either on CPU, GPU, or on TPU, tensor processing unit. All those things are possible. Again, this is usually used by data scientists. So whether you want to go with Cloud ML Engine or deep learning VMs, it's your choice. But this, I would say, it is a development environment. When you're doing it for productionizing it, the serving part comes into handy. So Cloud ML Engine is a good choice there. So for web developers, for DBAs, business users, and for data scientists, it serves almost all the users. So that's a good option, I would say. So now what we'll do is we'll spend some time on some individual machine learning capabilities and also see a small demos on those ML APIs. These are all your ML APIs. The first one is Vision API. The name itself indicates whenever you want to machine learning capability on a image. So the image could be having a photo which is a human being, or it could be a landmark, or it could be a scanned image where you want to do a optical character recognition, or it can have some adult related content, or it can have violence. If you want to do analytics on those things, or want to understand what this image is talking about, you can use Vision API. So this is easily accessible by a endpoint by web developers, and they can integrate that into their application. So a simple use case is if you're using this Vision API in your insurance portal, and insurance portal usually you will use it for claiming your insurance. Like if there's a car met with an accident and it has got damage and you want to claim the insurance, there will be a wizard, right, where you need to upload your car image, all the details. And also when you upload the car image, if you want to do some machine learning capability there to detect whether that is really a car or not. If somebody wants to break the system, instead of uploading a car, they upload a two-wheeler or a image which is like a monkey or a donkey. If they upload it, if you don't have a machine learning capability there, the system will still proceed, and this error has to be found out by a human to figure out and call up the customer saying you have not uploaded the right car image. But if you have Vision API there, the moment you upload it, it can tell whether you have uploaded a car or something else. So that is where you can use. These are your real-time examples of Vision API. Let me quickly show you a demo on that. You can access those APIs. Usually to access those APIs, click on APIs and services, click on the dashboard. So these are usually endpoints. So I guess you should click on library, not on dashboard, sorry. Search for Vision API. This is the API which I mentioned. So first of all, you need to enable the API in your project and start using it. But if you are not a web developer, you don't know how to call these APIs, no worries. There is a small user interface which you can try it yourself. So this is the user interface. So just go, there's an option for you to drag and drop an image. As usual, I will upload my favorite image, which is a burning windmill. So okay, just a verification to show that I'm not a robot. Just click on that crosswalks. That. So just this is just to avoid that you don't use those, because these APIs, they are based on the number of invocations you do. Evocations, like it could be how many times you're calling. Like there's a limit for that. So you should not use directly this APIs in your application. If you want to do it, the right way is use this way. Enable it and start using the endpoint. Don't use this publicly facing user interface. That's the whole intent. You upload the image, you see it just shows windmill. In no place it tells it's a burning windmill. It will never show you that. If you're interested in the JSON format, click on this. You see this part. So when you upload this image, usually whenever you are working with image, it gets uploaded as this is just an information, base 64 encoded image. So this will be in textual format. It would be a base encoded thing. So the image will be in that format. You as a developer, you need to upload this image. So this goes as a base encoded image, 64 encoded image, and you call that endpoint. The endpoint will look like something like this. Try this API. If you click on this, it will show you this. This is the API endpoint. So if you want for image, there are lots of stuffs. You want to just list the vision thing, all related to vision. So this is your endpoint. So you call that endpoint, send your data in a base encoded format, and you'll get a JSON like this. So one of the important stuff is the score. How relevant the score, it's like how accurate it is. Like it is saying almost like 98% it is a windmill. 96 97% it is selling it's a windmill. Here it is wind turbine. So it's a really a good accuracy. And there's one more thing called as MID. This is a machine generated identifier. They use this for linking purpose, like to link like to just open that in a website or anything. For that purpose they use it. um, that is the only intent I see. There's no other importance of that machine generated identifier. We can just check also if there's anything else. Okay, Okay, there's no other importance of that. This is like an identifier, I would say. So unique identifier. So that's the whole thing. So this is how your application looks like. So if you're a web developer, you can make it still look much better. Maybe something like it also shows you where the point, the coordinates, where it has identified a windmill. So if there are multiple stuffs, it's a beach, there's a human being, and there's a ship, all those stuffs, it can tell you the coordinates like in this image, in this x and y z, in this x and y coordinates, here it is a ship, there is a person, and there's a beach. All those things it can identify. That kind of a level of identification is possible using Cloud Vision API. Let's do one more demo on Cloud Vision API. This is the URL. This is created by Googlers. Let's launch it, and I'm going to use an image, I guess, which is in US. That is the image. Let me click on that. It's not loading. Launch. So this is, it's called as City Field. It's a baseball stadium. The moment you upload this image in a base64 encoded format, the system Vision API is able to tell it is like 98% it's a stadium, it's a team sports, it's a ball game, baseball equipment. It's able to predict that level of accuracy with this much of score. That's really good. Now that's the first part. And it can also do OCR. It sees city field, so it does that OCRing. If you just see, it has done some OCRing here. I'm not sure where it has find this part. Should be somewhere. But I see this field, city, Pepsi. It is able to do that OCRing very well. That is also a good choice. And by any chance, do you guys find any face here? It finds a face. This is the face. It has find a face. Can anybody find a face? I cannot find it, but system is able to find it. So there's a small user interface here. Just click on this landmark. It tells here is a face. So this is what I mentioned. By looking in an image, it can use the coordinates, XY coordinates, to highlight this is in this place there's a person, or in this place there is a animal. So that can use that. So it tells, it's on the scoreboard where it is showing the baseball player's photo and he's smiling. That's what it says. Like most of the time it's like uh, there are various sentiments here, whether it's a sorrow, happy, all those kind of, it tells it's a he is in a happy mode. So that's a good thing. And it can also find landmarks where it is. This is because when they train this endpoint, this Vision API model, they have used tons and tons of data related to a City Field Stadium. In whatever the angle you put, it will be able to predict and say this is a City Field Stadium. So these are the important stuffs. And if you see, it can also detect, uh, is there anything, if I click on the this one, yeah, it tells, is there any adult related content? Is there any medical related stuff or violence? None of them are true here. It's a normal image. That's what it is trying. And if you want to see the JSON format of it, you can see it. The face which we saw, how it was able to highlight it here. It was using the coordinates, X and Y, Z coordinates, X and Y coordinates to highlight it. So that's Vision API for you. Hope it was interesting. So let's move on to the next part of the APIs, which is speech to text. So speech to text, this is where the input is a audio. The output for this is a text. So you will get the output as textual information. So this is a awesome feature, I would say. I have personally worked on such technologies in my previous organization. So this is where you can do speech to text analytics. So if you are working on a broadcast organization where they have huge amount of videos which has audio also, and you want to search that audio file, it would be a nightmare to search a specific topic if some specific person or a celebrity has talked about. Or it could be a cookery class, and if he tells put 2 teaspoons of salt or sugar at the 10th minute in the video, if you want to look for that, you need to wait, or you need to play the video, be quiet till 10th minute and then only realize it. Otherwise, if you have a search mechanism, how can you search? Usually most of the search engines can search on textual informations, but this is a video file. What you can do, use the speech to text option, get the text, index this text into a search engine. Now the search engine can search, it will find, okay, salt, sugar, whatever it is, you search for it, it will tell you sugar was mentioned at the 10th minute, and you can start playing the video from that 10th minute. So this is something which you can do. Broadcast monitoring organizations use this extensively when they want to search audio and video files. Primarily it's audio files. If you have a video which has both audio and video, still it will work. So I have done this. I have done multiple POCs on this technology, and it's good to see something being offered in cloud also. I had done this something on premise. And when it comes to speech to text, the important stuff is the dialect or the accent in which the accent which you use. So I use, even though I'm speaking in English, my accent is in Indian accent. But if American speaks, it would be an American accent, and an Australian speaks, it would be an Australian accent. So accent is very, very important. I have seen this in my personal this thing experience. The engine which we built was able to recognize American accent and British accent very well. But if I try to do the same demo with my voice, the accuracy was going very, very bad there. So it was almost like 5 years back. So I had worked on such technologies. Now the error rate which speech to text gives is very, very less, and it can also recognize Indian accents, Indian versions of English and Hindi, Tamil, Kannada. It can recognize all those things. I have tried it personally. In Indian languages, with respect to that, it supports close to in 9 Indian languages: Bengali, Indian version of or Indian accent of English, Gujarati, Kannada, Malayalam, Marathi, Tamil, and in Tamil there are various variations: Indian Tamil, Singaporean Tamil, Malaysian Tamil, Sri Lankan Tamil, Telugu, Hindi. All the languages, almost all the major languages are supported. That's a beauty. And this is the same technology used in OK Google option, which you mentioned. You just speak something, and it becomes the audio gets converted into text. This is the same technology. So let's do a quick demo on this, which will really impress. So this is the one. Again, you can use this URL to do the speech to text. So the first one is, so I'm going to try to speak in Hindi, and we can see how the transcription happens. Let me start. Namaskar, मेरा नाम महेश कुमार, मैं बेंगलुरु का निवासी हूँ. So this is the transcript. Because if I stop it, it's having some issue. I'm not going to stop it there. So this is Hindi. This is the transcript. Let's check whether the transcription was speech to text was proper or not. Let's assume for a minute we don't understand Hindi. We understand only English. You can use the translate option which Google provides. This is the same translate option which you use in your Google search engine, the same stuff. I'm going to use this translate option and copy the transcript which I just generated using the speech to text option. Hope it was a good translation, a transcript. First, let me say I'm not a robot. Select, okay, statues. Should be good, I guess. Where's the other statue? Okay. So this is your translate option. Let's use Hindi to English. Let's do that. Let me remove this Chinese one. Let's see the translation. Hello, my name is Mahesh Kumar. I'm a resident of Bangalore. So the transcript was really good, if I'm not wrong. It's a really a nice transcript. Namaskar, mera naam. Mahesh. You can try it out. Showing an English demo does not make anything. So if I had such products when I was doing pre-sales for my older organization, I would have done closed many deals. I would have said this is an awesome technology. So translate, you're able to translate it also. That is the thing. So it currently supports in speech to text 120 languages are supported. Coming to translation API, this I guess it supports around if I'm not wrong, it supports good amount of languages to translate. And the important thing with translation is it can also detect the language. You don't need to mention what is the language. It can do auto detect language. That capability is also there. And the next part is, let's move on. The next part is text to speech. This is a new addition. So you type in the text, it will speak in a specific set. Like there are few uh, options, like this is like in your Windows also, it was there in the initial time. So this is very similar to that. It looks like as if like a human like kind of an option. So this is used in the options like Google Home. In Google Home, whenever you do this, it uses this option also. Most of the APIs are used in Google Home there. Speech to text, text to speech, all those things are used. It supports currently 20 plus languages. You can use try this also if you want to generate audio from a text. You can do this. The next offering in the APIs are natural language API. This is where the textual data which you have generated from speech to text, or if you have raw textual information, you can use that information to find or do analytics on top of that data to find something like whether this phrase is or this sentence is positive sentiment or a negative one, or it's a neutral. And in this statement, have they mentioned about a specific entity? It could be a person name, it could be a country name, or it could be a location. So all those kinds of natural language processing capabilities can be enabled using this natural language API, natural language APIs. So this is the one. So you see Google headquartered in so and so, all those things. So this is a text. If you click on analyze, it can do magic here. So it detected entities. So entities like organization and location as Mountain View, person name Sundar Pichai, that is the thing. And if you want sentiment, click on the sentiment. It tells it's mostly positive. So the score is mostly green. So if it's green, it's positive. It's red, it's negative sentiments. So the content is mostly positive. That's what it says. And it can also do categories. This is a very important feature when you want to categorize a set of. So if you have huge amount of data and you want to categorize it, this is all textual information. It can tell based on this. It could be falling under computer and electronics or news. So computer and electronics is a good one, I would say. This is talking about a customer electronics show, something on an electronic show. So under categorizing this sentence or this document under this category will be really helpful. So it's a nice option, I would say. And there's a last one which is one of my favorite. It's a video API, video intelligence. And this is the best option, I would say. So this is video intelligence. So you're talking about you're having videos and it can annotate those videos like let me show you a sample here. So there are a few videos which Google itself has uploaded, and if you see quickly, these are coming from your Google Cloud storage. So let's select this one, G bikes and dinosaurs. So if you just play this, uh, so it shows some cycles. I guess this is a Google's uh, campus, if I'm not wrong. So this is the video. So it takes the video. Video is nothing but, in very simple terms, sequence of images, a sequence of frames. So that's what I can say. It takes that into consideration and tries to apply the same vision API capability, vision APIs, and detects whether there's a bicycle or here it is a dinosaur which you see, and plants where there are human beings were walking. You see these are the annotations which it can do. Again, this could be a wonderful tool for your broadcast monitoring stuff. You can also use the same video intelligence API for doing video analytics, like if the footage is coming from CCTV camera and if you want to do some analytics, you can use that also. So it's a nice option, I would say. You'd see it is able to tell it is dinosaur, vehicles. So if you click on the shots, So what is the current shot it is currently going. So you'll be able to, and there is a nice demonstration in the YouTube I have seen somewhere where it is like a 10 minutes video, and in only for 2 seconds a baseball game comes. It is able to identify the baseball game was shown from 2 minutes fifth second to 2 minutes seventh second. It can do that kind of a video intelligence using this API. So nice API, I would say. Now let's move on to the next part. So here we will discuss about some developer tools and management tools which can come very handy. There are some specific tools which is very important from the exam perspective. For example, Stackdriver. At least you can expect one question from this topic. So try to concentrate more here, and I'll also show you some demos on Stackdriver, important stuffs, and also emphasize wherever it is exam related stuff, I'll emphasize that. So what is the Stackdriver all about? First, let's understand it. So Stackdriver is a one-stop shop for all your DevOps activities. So if you want to do any DevOps services on GCP, it is using Stackdriver. What are the DevOps activity usually people will do? So it will be like monitoring your application, uh, the logs generated by your application, doing any diagnostics on your apps, whether my app is running well or it's not running well, what is the CPU utilization, what is the network traffic it is getting, and you want to get system level updates, app level updates, and you want to do monitoring at system level, app level, all those kinds of DevOps related activity, you can do that using this product called as Stackdriver. Just an information, this is an acquisition by Google. Before they acquired, Stackdriver was providing support or monitoring support for AWS also.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
After they acquired it, they tried to retain that as is. So now, if you want to do monitoring, please keep in mind only the monitoring part, AWS is also supported. But if you want to do logging, or say for example trace all those stuffs, that is not supported. Only monitoring is supported, and this is totally a software as a service offering. So no need to install anything. It's totally software as a service offering. Like just use it as like Gmail or your Office 365 kind of a stuff, paper usage. That's it. So in Stackdriver, there are actually 6 product offering. There's a sixth one that is currently in beta, so we'll not discuss that. It's called as Profiler. Let's focus on the GA version. The first one is monitoring. So the name itself makes it very easy. So this is primarily to collect metrics, events, metadata from GCP and AWS. So on various products, it could be on EC2 instance from AWS, or it could be from your GC instance, or it could be from Kubernetes, or it could be from App Engine. So you can collect these metrics, and based on the metrics, you can alert the DevOps team whether to look into a specific issue, or is it exceeding. If it's exceeding, what should you do? So you can have a workflow defined using this Stackdriver monitoring. We'll do a demo on that. So if you're coming from the AWS background, this is equivalent to your Amazon's Cloud Watch. So that is the option. In Azure, it is called as application insights. So that is the equivalent of that monitoring part. The next part is logging. Again, the name itself indicates very easily. So this is allows you to log, like search for your log files. So if your application is generating logs, it could be error logs, or it could be like information logs where it just generates. So you can search for those logs, filter those log files, and see what's really happening with respect to your applications or to your service. And you also have the option of exporting these logs into to various sync. It could be for retaining it for longer runs. So if you want to do an audit log, who logged in into your compute engine, or who created your compute engine, who created a storage bucket. If you want to have such kind of an audit log, you need to retain it for certain days, and who created an object or a file in your storage. If you want to get access to that kind of information also, you need to retain this log. so that an auditor can just do whether it was compliant or non-compliant, all those things. So that's where logging will come effective there. And usually storing that log information is very, very important. I'll show you a demo on that and how to export your log file into various other storage options. I'll also show you that. There would be a high chance you may get a question on Stackdriver. If you get a question on Stackdriver, it would be primarily on logging. That's what I have seen usually. The next option is debugger. So again, the names are very intuitive here. The name itself indicates or it talks for itself. So whenever you have an application, primarily web application, and something has gone wrong, usually if something has gone wrong, you need to roll it back and roll back to the older version. That's the usual procedure. But in some cases, you may not be able to know what was the actual reason of this bug or this issue happening. What you expect is, can we have this application running for at least 1 hour so that we can know what's the actual scenario or what's the issue for this, what is the reason for this. So in that case, what you will do is run this application in a debugger mode. So this is totally transparent to the user. You don't need there will be no breakpoints or anything. The user will never see the developers are debugging your application. It will never, you cannot see that. It's a transparent option, but still you'll be able to get those log informations. Or when you put a breakpoint, usually when you're doing debugging, you'll put breakpoint. When you put a breakpoint in your application, the application will come and stop there. You need to press a keyboard button like go next kind of an option. Only then it will proceed. But when you're using a Stackdriver debugger, it will not stop. It is totally transparent to users. So this way, it will help you to debug your application easily in production itself without impacting any user. So that's the beauty of Stackdriver debugger. The next one is error reporting. Now let's take into consideration. So let's for error reporting, let's take a scenario. You have an application and which has a login process. Unfortunately, there's a issue with your login process. So whenever user logs in, there's an error which gets generated, and this is not impacting the user, but there's an error generating something like a null pointer exception or an array out of index, some kind of an exception which is coming up every time the user logs in, but user is not seeing that luckily. But you still, as a developer, you need to fix this. So this is your current scenario. Now since this is at the login process, you will see like 100 people log in, you will see 100 such logs, null pointer exception or array out of index exception, something of that sort. Some exception is occurring 100 times. Now if you just look that log information using the Stackdriver logging, you will see those 100 entries. Now as a developer, whether should you look into all the 100 entries, or is there any better way where the Stackdriver can aggregate everything and create a ticket for you, so that once you resolve it, you can close that ticket. So something of that sort, is it available? Yes, it is available using Stackdriver error reporting, where it will aggregate all similar errors and show you as one single entry. So that is the option which it shows. So this could be really helpful to understand, okay, this is not 100 different errors, it's the same error, but it's repeating because it is at the login process. So that's how you can use error reporting. Usually it gives you that aggregated view, and it also has that ticketing option where it shows, okay, this is a open issue, so the ticket gets open. Once as an developer you acknowledge such an error exists, you acknowledge it, work on the fix and close the ticket. So that kind of a mechanism. So if you have worked on Bugzilla, Jiras and all, it has something similar to that kind of a capability. And the last one is trace. So whenever, if your application, if you're working on an application, everything is good, but you feel some kind of a latency, like when you login process is too fast. But when you're doing a shopping, you add an item to an shopping cart, that is also good. But the moment you try to check in or check out from the shopping cart, your process is becoming very slow. It spends almost like a minute to process it. So if you are in such scenario, you see a specific part in your application is having a long latency. The latency is really really huge. So if you want to see what is a problem, you can use a Stackdriver trace. So whenever you're working with having an issue of latency, the best option is to use trace. So that is the option. What we'll do is we'll quickly do a demo on monitoring and logging, which is important from the exam perspective. Debugger, if you just know, it should be good enough. I'm going to show you a screen how the error reporting and trace looks like. We're not going to do a demo on that, but logging and monitoring is important from the exam perspective. So we'll do a quick demo on that. So first of all, back to our console. If you see, most of the options we have explored in our home. Compute we have explored. Similarly, database we have explored. Networking, big data we have explored. Artificial intelligence also explored. So the leftover steps are your tools, developer tools, and Stackdriver. So these are tools which we should be able to cover by next Sunday max. So under Stackdriver, you have monitoring, debug, trace, logging, error reporting. This profile is a new option. This is in beta. So let's do click on Stackdriver monitoring. Click on that. And since it's an acquisition, it does not open in the same console. It opens up a new URL. So you see a new URL. And this is the case with all acquired products. Whenever you acquire, you cannot try to merge that into your existing application. You just give a link. And this is also a software as a service offering, right? So just opening up a new link should be all okay. The moment you do this, let me just zoom this for you guys. So when you click on that, you will get a wizard where you need to do it. This is like one time setup. You need to mention which project you want, the resource in which project you want to monitor. So just mention that GCP learning, that's our project. Click a workspace. So it will go to the next screen and it will tell us if you want to add any additional projects. We are good with our current project. So let's just continue. And this is for your AWS stuff. So if you have your AWS account, you need to create a role, add all these things. So then you will be able to monitor your AWS resource like EC2 instance. But since we don't have any account and we are not doing AWS session, let's skip this setup. But there's an option with respect to monitoring. So at least when you see the screen, you will remember that's the whole intent of doing this demo. The questions would be like, you want to support multi-cloud monitoring option. What is the option you can use in GCP? Stackdriver monitoring. So click on skip the setup. The next part is something related to agents. So you need to install these agents to get more logging information or monitoring information. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this. You get the same set if you are installing a Windows machine and you want to monitor those machines. You can also get the equivalent of this Stackdriver agents for Windows also, but usually by default they show only the Linux machines installation. Let's make a note of this so that we can use it later. So these are things, one for monitoring agent, the one for logging agent. So we'll keep that in this thing. Click continue. And since we don't have any compute, what we'll do is let's finish this wizard and install a compute engine, and in that we will mention we want to monitor this compute engine. So this is next part is the reporting part or emails notification part. So if you are doing it in production, I strongly encourage you to put either daily or weekly. Since we are doing a demo, we don't want to get a notification. So let's click on continue. So we are almost set. Launch the monitoring process, the final part. This is one time activity, and next time it will not ask you this. And the screen looks like this. So this is your monitoring part. So what we need to do is first have a resource which we want to monitor. These are the resources which you can monitor. Just click on the resources and you should see that option. Just a quick note here. Not all the GCP products and services can be used in monitoring. There are only certain products only can be monitored, like your compute engine. Where is compute engine? You can have your compute engine should be there. I can't see it here. Maybe it's default, that's one it's not showing. I'll show you the option of there. Some other products are App Engine, BigQuery, PubSub, Dataflow. So if you want to do something with, say for example, Spanner, Cloud SQL, if you monitor those things, there's no option here. So it may come up soon, but currently it's not there. Strange to see that Compute Engine is not there, but our demo will show you that there's an option to do that. So those are the resources which you can monitor. So let's monitor a Compute Engine. So let's go to our hamburger menu, click on Compute Engine. It's been a while, we never created a Compute Engine. We used to create many Compute Engines during our networking and compute class. Let's create a Compute Engine after a long time. And what we are going to do is we are going to install a Compute Engine and install Apache Web Server as usual, and install this agent also, the monitoring agent. So let's name it as Stack Driver Monitoring Demo Mumbai Micro VM. And the important thing here is if you click on this access scope, under access scope, if you just leave it as default, what are the values set is something. When you click on this set access view access for each APIs, you will see most of them are disabled, but stack driver logging and monitoring APIs have write option. So you can use, so these VMs can write into those stack driver products like monitoring and logging to add those information there, so which can be read in the dashboard. So this is very important. This is turned on by default in the access scope. So let's click on create. I should have enabled HTTP there because we need an Apache web server running and we are going to monitor that Apache web server. So let me wait for this to finish. Okay, let's SSH. By the time SSH finishes, let's edit the VM and enable HTTP. The port, let's open the port 80, port 80. Click save. I guess I would have SSH'd into this successfully. Let me increase the font. So let's update the operating system as usual and then install Apache web server. Install. So it will not prompt me because I've already mentioned yes for the installation. So let's wait for this instance installation to finish. The next step is we need to install our monitoring agent. So let's copy this. It will just download a file. If you just put ls, you should see that is your agent. If you're curious to see what is there in the code, let's see it. Okay, huge number. It's a good amount of script there. Let's not explore that. So let's install that monitoring agent. Let me clear the screen. Run the installation. So let's wait for the monitoring agent to be installed. Once it gets installed, you'll be able to detect this machine in a monitoring user interface. Installation is completed. Let's close this. We don't need the shell anymore. Let's go to our stack driver monitoring screen. So here, if I just do a refresh, because the agent is running, there's an option for you to detect the resource. Without you doing anything, the system told it detected an App Engine. This is a beauty of App Engine. When you're working with App Engine, you don't need to do this extra work, which is a platform as a service. You don't need to install any agents to do your monitoring. It is automatically detected. But since we are not doing the App Engine part, that is easy. Let's do the compute engine. So let's say no thanks. That's the advantage with App Engine. So everything is managed by Google every time. So, but if you're doing with Compute Engine, you need to install your monitoring agent. Only then the monitoring starts. So first, let's create an uptime check. So whether an application is up or not. So that's the one. Click on that, and it will ask you a wizard. We are not going to do with the App Engine, but let's select a different one. Let's give a name as Apache Web Server. The check type, let's keep it as HTTP. And in the resource type instance, select instances, and it should quickly show the instances which we have in our project. It's only one. And how frequently you want to check this application. So 1 minute, or if you want 5 minutes, you can change it to 5 minutes. It's your choice. Click on test. It should show you HTTP 200 HTTP code, which indicates the response is coming. The instance is up and running and the Apache web server is up and running. Click on save. So now once you have finished that, it will also ask whether you want an alerting policy. What we created is an uptime check, but what if that instance goes down or this Apache web server goes down? You should get an alert. If you want something of that sort, you can create an alerting policy which will send you a email or SMS or a chat based on the option which you select. So let's select this, give the name, send email. That is the name of our alerting policy. So what it mentions is whenever there's a violation, meaning whenever the resource fails, and you can have how long you should check, whether it's for 1 minute or for 2 minutes, how frequently you want to do this check. You give that information and click on save. Then if fails by chance, you will get a notification. And what kind of notification? You get this option, the notification channel. So these are the notification channels which you can get. So you can get SMS, or if you have a Slack channel, you can get a Slack input or the message, or the default is email. And these things are not enabled for free tier users, Slack, SMS, all those stuffs. So only one is email. Let's enable that, and let's add our email address, learning GCP learning.gcp 2019 @gmail.com. So that's the stuff. Click on save, or just give a name, uh, demo should be good. Now we have the alerting policy also created. So if something goes wrong, you should get an alert. Now currently there's no, everything is going fine, so there's no ticket rise or anything, so all good. Now let's go back to our monitoring. And this entire process, you see this, the Apache web server, currently there's no check yet run, so it takes time. By the time we finish the every check should have been done, we can see a demo at that point. At that time, it has to become green, only then we can do that check. And we will purposely shut down that machine, and we'll see there's a notification which we will get when this goes down. So first, let the initial check happen. Let's leave this as is. The second use of your Stackdriver is you can use Stackdriver monitoring is you can create dashboards, which you can put it on a big screen to monitor if something is going wrong or if everything is good. So click on create dashboard. So let's add a chart, a pie chart or a time series chart. So search for what you want. What is the metrics you want to search for? Look for CPU metrics. Every 15 minutes, CPU metrics. That's it. Click on save. You should see a chart. Okay, this is 15 minutes, not good. Let me delete it. Let me get the 5 minutes chart. It will be good. At least you'll see some chart there. CPU, 1 minute should be good. Save it. Okay, something is just started. It should refresh. Let's add one more chart, maybe on the network packets, incoming network bytes received. Some other charts we'll get. I just want to show you something there. Maybe this is not a good one. Let's delete it. Memory usage. Okay, when it comes to memory, you can use also monitor cloud. This thing also Cloud SQL. I was not knowing that. Memory or network itself. Let me see. Received. Okay, I have to select the right one. Okay, network. It should be okay. Network packets, GCA instances. Maybe I choose the wrong one. Okay, now I have something. Let me refresh it. You see this? There's an auto refresh option. So you see that network packets received and CPU load every minute. So that's the monitoring. So, and if you want to create a dashboard, just give a name to that dashboard. That's it. And if you want to publish this and give a public access also, you can have this option, share this to a specific team or to a individual. You can also do that. So if somebody wants to monitor it, you can do that. So if you go back to your home screen, let's check whether the uptime check, it has done the initial check or not. Still not there. Let's do this auto refresh and keep it. Let's come back to this demo again. Once this initial check has been done, then we'll purposely stop our web server. So let's go back to our compute engine. Let's do a demo on stack driver logging. So for that, what I'll do is I'll create a new VM. Let's not play with this VM. We'll create a new VM and see the logging features. So let's name it as stack driver logging demo. Same stuff. VM is micro, and we know the APIs are enabled and the access scopes are enabled for write logging and stack driver logging APIs and stack driver monitoring APIs. So that should be good. Click create a VM. Once it gets created, we need to install those agent. But I want to show you what will happen before installing the agent and what will happen after that. So let's wait for that to finish. Okay, it's created. SSH into that. And before we install the logging agent, I want to go to the hamburger menu and open stack driver logging. Just wanted to show you how the screen looks like for stack driver logging. Open it in a new window and let's put a filter. You see for all the services, products and services, you can do a logging. It's not like you're monitoring where for only few products it is there. It's here for almost all products it is there. And our important stuff is VM, GCE VM instance. If you just do that, you should see two instances which we have provision. Let's monitor, get the log information of our stack driver logging demo VM. And you have this option of turning on the log in a stream mode. So this is equivalent to your tail minus F command, which you do it in your Linux. That is the command. We have turned on the streaming and you should see two information already coming up. So what is this log information? It tells the instance was created That is the information. So this is more of an administrative logging information. So irrespective whether you install the agent or not, this kind of administrative information will be logged and will be made available to you whenever you want. And more on this administrative logging information, I just wanted to share one more information. Because we are talking about logs, there's one important log called as audit logging. So wanted to know how many people created your VM instance, how many deleted it, how many times you created your storage bucket, when you deleted it, all those kind of administrative informations. If you want to know, you can use that audit log. And in audit log, there are three types of audit logs. The admin activity log, that is the one which you are currently seeing. This is your admin activity log. That will be retained for 400 days, more than an year. So I would say, how many times you will do audit process? Once in a year, right? So without taking any action from your side, you should be able to get this information free of cost, totally enabled for you. No need to enable anything extra. And there's another activity log or another audit log called as system events. So this is at your system level, the CPU, the memory, all those related stuffs you can get again for 400 days. There is one more audit log which is called as data access. So this is like who logged into your VM, what was the user, what he did, whether he copied something or deleted something, or whether he created a or if it's a storage bucket, how many times an object was accessed by a specific user. Did he create an object, delete an object? So this is at object level. If it's at the bucket level, you will see definitely see that information in admin activity log. So these are different types of log, and this data access log is by default for 30 days only. So since it's a small, uh, the retention period is small. If you want this information to be retained for longer days, you need to store it in a different storage option like Google Cloud Storage. That could be one option. Because usually when you have worked with programming, you would have used this logging option, and rolling. This logging option is usually a rolling up. It's like rolling. It keeps rolling. After 30 days, on the 31st day, the first logging information which was generated on the first day, it will be removed, and this 31st day data would be written into that log file. So that's how it happens. And if you want to retain it, you need to move this data to some other option, not retain it in logging, Stackdriver logging. Otherwise, it will be overwritten. So with that background, let's go back to our logging screen. We are currently seeing admin activity log. Good. Now let me open up my Cloud Shell instance, and I'm going to type a command here, logger, and just type hello world. If I do this, if you come back to the screen, it's still in streaming mode. So continuously, the moment there's anything new, it will show you there. But if you see here, the message will not come. The reason because we did not install the agent. That is the main reason. So only if you have installed agent, you can send those log informations like that. It's not there. So what we'll do is install the agent and see how the screen changes. Script to install my logging agent downloaded. Now let's install it. It will definitely get installed. I'm going to show you the screen unchanged. I'm not going to change the screen. You will see this the moment the installation is completed. You will see tons and tons of information getting logged. Also, it will log to a levels indicating what kind of hypervisor it is using. Usually GCP uses KVM as the hypervisor. Till that level of information will be logged when you install that logging agent. Let's wait for that. Installation anyway will be going on there, so let's not see that screen, but let's see the screen. This will be important. So I guess still the installation is going on there, and you see that screen. We have not done any change. Just because the Stackdriver logging agent is installed, you get these information, and it's a huge set. Let's scroll up. I want to show you that information which it logs. There are lots of information which it generates. Let me just minimize this. Go up, still go up. I have to put it in stream mode. So all of a sudden it went in, lost that stream mode option. Let me go up. And these are all because of that logging agent. And let me search for hypervisor. So this is again an option which you get. You see that even this level of low level information, it logs because of your monitor logging agent, stack driver, hypervisor detected as KVM. So I just wanted to show you also this. If it's Azure, it uses the Windows hypervisor, and if it's AWS, it uses Zen as the hypervisor. So this is on which hypervisor is the main thing for your virtualization. So all the bare metals on top of your bare metal, you have this hypervisor, and that is on top of that is only you are creating all your VMs. So that's one thing. And another thing related to the logging is there's something called as FluentD. So this is your open source logging tool, and your logging option is based on FluentD itself. Google took that open source version, they have modified that to make it as Google version of FluentD. So that is the thing. So you see, this is a starting line. So that it indicates. Now let me, so you see this option of searching, all those things, it becomes so handy, right? Now let's enable it in the streaming mode again, and let's see, there's no more new logs. Now let's go back to our compute engine, clear the screen, rerun that logger program, the logger command, hello world again, and you should see the entry now coming logged in your screen. Let's wait for that. You see that hello world again. So that is how your logging works, and this is the first important stuff. So when you enable the agent, you will be able to get logging. Now huge amount of data set is there, and you want to retain it, the data access log, that is for only for 30 days. So there should be some way where you can at least store it for 365 days so that the auditor can come and review our logs. So what can you do? Click on create export. Export this to your various sinks. The various sinks available are BigQuery, storage, and PubSub. So these are the GCP related products. If you want some custom destination, you can choose that. Usually, this is the most important thing which they may ask. The question would be framed like this. You want to store, okay, you want to give access to an auditor, uh, access to your logs. What is the option you should enable? So the usual procedure is you need to, and how should you give access to that auditor? So it's a combination of two steps. So you want to give a 1 year old data of audit logs access to an auditor. What are the procedure you should do? First of all, you need to enable logging. That is the key stuff. Once you have enabled logging, make sure you export it to Google Cloud Storage. That is the second thing. Third thing is, because audits will happen only once in a month, once in a year, store it in cold line storage class. The fourth one is you need to give access to auditor, and he's an external person, and he will come once in a year, and he will review the audit logs and go off. So you don't create an account for him, but give him access using signed URL. Now you can quickly see how all the concepts which you learned previously in storage, you're able to add that value used for your logging information. So that's the important thing. So this is one kind of a question which you may get. The second kind of question is, you have analyst who understands only SQL, and they want to analyze what's happening in your logs. What is the procedure? So that if that is the question, you need to export your logs to BigQuery. Once it is in BigQuery, analysts can do SQL commands to find analytics, like why some specific things are going down, or what is the uh, input, like if you want to query whatever it is in there in your log using SQL, you can do that. So based on two different questions can be coming up. I guess PubSub is not a big deal in this case. The reason is, uh, you send the message, you send your log information, this is a file, you can send this to your PubSub, And after PubSub, definitely it has to be processed either by data flow or some other service, and it has to be persisted. So, but if your intent is to store for more than 30 days, the best option is either storage or BigQuery. If your intent is for storing it for analysis purpose, using SQL commands, use it for, yeah, store it in BigQuery. Or if the purpose is for auditing purpose, and you will be want to share it with an auditor who does not know SQL, definitely no auditors know SQL, so store it in cloud storage. So that should be your option. And there are certain other options which you get in logging called as log ingestion. So there are some log information which is always logged without your this thing, so they would have enabled those things. But if you feel you don't want those information to be logged for some reason, you can come and disable it. So say for example, BigQuery, there's nothing. Compute engine, you should see something huge here. Let's see for our compute engine GC instance, this one, huge amount of data set. So if you don't want this, just come and disable the audit log. So this is disable the admin activity part. If you don't want, you can do that. So that is the option in your Stackdriver logging. Let's go back to our screen, the monitoring screen. Still okay. You see that it's now green. So what we'll do is everything is up and running. Now we will do a thing which is purposely shutting down this machine. This is monitoring machine. So the moment we shut it down, it will do that health check it out. Okay, something has gone wrong, and you should get a email notification in the email which we mentioned. So let's check that. From green, it got checked and it failed. What immediately happened is it should have notified also, right? You should see a mail. This is my mailbox. So let me just refresh it. To get the notification, I should get, it should take time. Let me just refresh it. Still not there. But here you see there's a ticket which is already open. The notification, I guess it takes time to come up, but the notification is already there saying that the uptime, there was a violation, meaning this thing was successful, indicating there was something which is not communicating, or the instance is down, or the application itself is down. That was the thing. And there was a ticket opened. So if you want to acknowledge it, you may say, okay, yes, definitely there's something gone wrong here. Let me acknowledge it and work on the resolution. So you start working on the resolution. The resolution is, in this case, it's very easy. Just go and start it and turn this to resolve. So this is a small ticketing mechanism also added near this thing, and you should see the notification soon, but usually it shows up. So maybe we can continue with our demo session further. Once we get the notification, I'll purposely go and start it. So let's wait for the email notification to come, then we'll uh, resolve it. Let me keep it open. So we saw monitoring demo is still going on. Logging, we saw how useful it is, how you can store it, how you can use that data and share it with like auditors, or give access to analyst who knows only SQL, ANSI SQL. So debugger, I have explained it. So if you want to do some live debugging on applications without having any downtime or without impacting user, you can use that. Stackdriver error reporting, I want to show you a screen. So this is how the screen looks like, where it opens up a ticket if there's any issue, and this is the number which I mentioned. So if this error, the server closed the connection, if this is the error occurring 100 times, you will see only one entry, because it aggregates all the reports and shows you as one single entry. Now as a user, as a developer, it is easy for you to work on this and close this. And even though there are 100 errors, these are all single error which has occurred multiple times. So you just work on one solution and you can just close it. So that is the option which you can get with Stackdriver error reporting. Let me check whether I can show you that in the real screen. So if you just click on the hamburger menu, go to Stackdriver, error reporting. Let's see if there's any error which has occurred. So this is an error which usually occurs in a app engine. If something is not configured properly, if you just leave it like this, it shows you this message. So as an app developer, you acknowledge it, close it, and once you finish it, you close it and do it. So something very similar to what you saw in your monitoring also. So this is the ticketing mechanism is inbuilt here. The next part is your trace. So when you're working with your application and it is having latency issues, you want to find out where is the bottleneck or where is my application spending most of my time. In this case, if you see receive, so this is the URI where it is spending almost like 300 milliseconds. The other part, like getting the product catalog, it is just taking 1 milliseconds. Sometimes it's taking 2 milliseconds, 22 milliseconds. It's okay. But this URI receive, I guess this could be something like payment receive or something like that, which is taking almost 300 milliseconds. This is where my application is spending most of its time. So this is a latency. You can click on this and find out more, and you can also take the help of logging to see whether why it is logging. Is it because of database connection timeout or something of that sort? So it's like these products which we saw, it is not like these will work in silo, but everything will work hand in hand. So you can use monitoring. If something goes wrong, you can just look into the logging thing to see what was the main reason for CPU overload or CPU peaking up. You can get those information. Or when CPU is peaking up, is it because of exception or an error? If you want to get that information, go use the debugger, or if you want to get an aggregated view, use error reporting option. So those are things which you can use like as a joint product offering. So it's not like these will work silos. It's not recommended that way, but if you use it together, you'll get a good DevOps service option using Stackdriver. Okay, it's not coming up. No worries. All good. Now
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session. So now let's start the actual comparison. So first of all, you would know that I've been talking till now, but I've told both our cloud providers, both provide similar services, both provide servers, database engines, and they provide storage and all that. So basically, the first point is that even though there are a lot of things we can compare between them, they are similar on a lot of factors, because they both are companies who provide the same set of services, same set of products, but with different names. That's it. So now the launch date for Amazon Web Services was in the year 2006, when they launched EC2 and S3 for the public, and GCP was launched in the year 2008, but it was not generally available till the year 2011. So basically GCP was generally available after 5 years since Amazon Web Services arrival to the cloud industry. So now there is a 5-year gap. Obviously in technology years, that's a lot, and that's why Amazon Web Services has, let's say, most of the market share. Now looking at availability zones, again this is one of the important things which you'll have to look at while looking at cloud providers, because cloud basically lets your application go global. So you can sit at one particular country and you can host your applications on every single data center across the globe, and every single person across the globe can use it. So that basically makes cloud computing products or cloud computing companies help you make your application go global. And one of the important factors is that are availability zones and regions. So they should have data centers in various regions. Only then you can basically host your applications across the globe. So now AWS has 77 availability zones in 24 geographical regions. That basically means in 24 different places in the world, they have a total of 77 availability zones or 77 data centers. So they have 77 data centers across the globe. Now GCP has the same number of regions. They have data centers in 24 different locations across the globe, but they only have 73 availability zones right now. AWS is leading, and they are still bringing up more availability zones across the globe. So all the cloud providers are bringing up more and more data centers each and every year because they want to make it more competitive and make it more available, make cloud more available for each and every country in the world. And when a data center comes into your country, that basically makes the speed of retrieval for your websites even faster if you host it over there. Okay, so now you can see they are in these locations in USA, in Canada, in South America, in Africa, across Europe. So there is some in India and in Australia. So it's wide across. Same thing goes with Google Cloud. So across US, South America, Europe, India, Middle East, then Delhi. Yeah, it's still India. Sorry. Then in Hong Kong, Osaka, Tokyo in Japan, and in Korea, Singapore, and over here in Australia. So it's pretty much the same geographical regions. You can see that over here. It's pretty much the same geographical regions, and they have 73 different availability zones, and AWS has 77. Now, market share. I talked about market share in the first difference. So now AWS owns 32% of the cloud market share. That mainly consists of infrastructure as a service, where you're providing servers to companies who basically are renting it, and GCP owns only 7% of the public cloud market share. So in second place, Azure comes, and Azure owns around 19% of the market share, and obviously AWS is the number one, and Google Cloud comes third place. So in the public cloud market share and in the public cloud market, AWS is the number one in business, and third comes GCP, but GCP is growing at a really faster rate than Amazon Web Services, because GCP have basically collaborated with Cisco to get more startups and get more companies to invest in GCP and basically grow their cloud platform. So right now I would say that Google Cloud is growing at 2 times faster than Amazon Web Services rate, but even though it will take a lot of time for Google Cloud to catch up with them, but still it's a pretty good growth rate. Now coming to clients, one of the important things you'll have to look at is the major players. So for example, in Amazon Web Services, you can look at this. So Netflix is the world's most popular streaming platform. Twitch is the not streaming platform, video streaming platform. Twitch is the world's most popular live streaming platform. LinkedIn is the world's most popular connectivity or job portal, and Facebook is the world's most popular social media application. So these 4 companies are running their architecture or running their applications on Amazon Web Services one way or another, and Netflix completely uses Amazon Web Services for its cloud needs. Now in GCP, Spotify, which is the world's world's biggest music streaming platform, Verizon, LG, and Toyota. So all of these major companies use Google Cloud Platform. So there is nothing different. So there are no differences over here, but I just wanted to show this because let's say if you want to learn Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud, you should know that major players use these technologies. So basically, if you are good enough, you can get a job at one of these companies in the future. So now services, I wanted to compare the 3 major services all the time. I just want to compare these because these 3 are the most important. There's no use in talking about the newest services which are getting uploaded or updated in AWS because most of them are not required at a beginner level. So these 3 are the major or the most integral components of any cloud provider, that is the servers, storage, and relational databases. Same thing goes over here: servers, storage, and relational database, SQL databases. So it's pretty similar. You can create servers and you can start using them through internet. Same goes with Google's compute engine, and same goes to EC2. And over here there is storage, so this and this are both for object storage, that you can store music files, you can store video files, or you can store any binary files you want over here. So it's pretty similar in this case, it's not different. Services are all the same. So in any cloud provider, if you look into, all the services are the same, the names will be different but the services are the same. They provide the similar or same services. There is no difference in that. Okay, so now finally, pricing model. This is one of the important things because pricing model is obviously going to be different in all of the cloud services. So now Amazon has a pay as you go policy completely, and even GCP uses pay as you go, but the major difference is that AWS charges you by the hour. Even when you use a server for just 1 minute, it will charge you by the hour. So if you're using let's say if you're using a server which costs you $1 for an hour, for just 1 minute, you will be still billed for 1 hour, that is $1. But in GCP, that's where it becomes a little easier. If you're using it for lesser times, that is GCP charges you per minute. For example, let's say you're using a server for 40 seconds and then deleting it. In that case, you will be charged for the minute, but once it goes above 1 minute, then they start charging you by the second. That makes it pretty cheap actually. Like for example, if you're using it for half an hour, you're going to only pay half the money for an hour. So that makes it obviously cheaper than AWS, but the charges or the cost is a little bit higher in GCP. For here you can see 4 virtual CPUs and 16 GB of memory will cost you $0.102 per hour in AWS, but in GCP it costs you $0.08 more than AWS. So right now it might look a small or insignificant amount, but if you're running your servers for 24/7 and if you're running multiple servers, that will be a major impact. But if you're using servers for a lesser time, then in that case GCP would be the right option. If you're using it for long term, if you're going to take up contracts for 1 to 3 years, then you can go ahead with AWS, who provide amazing discounts in those parts where you are reserving an instance which is always there available for you. You don't need to create a new one. Some instances are always available for you, and you pay for them upfront or you pay for them monthly, and that they basically give you around 42% of discount. So if it is $1,000, you don't have to pay most of it. This is the pricing model differences. Here they charge you by the hour, here they charge you by the minute, and after minute they charge you by the second.
So coming to the first question on the top cloud computing interview questions and answer set, we have a question that states compare between cloud and on-premise computing. Well, whenever we go on to compare cloud and on-premise computing, you really have to talk about 5 very important points. And the first thing is, of course, it's always going to be initial cost, because so whenever you're talking about a cloud computing environment, your initial cost to set up the hardware is extremely low compared to having an on-premise setup. And then coming to maintenance is mostly hassle-free in a cloud computing environment because you really do not have to have experts standing by working with the hardware, associated software, network and all of that. But in the case of on-premise software, you do require good amount of expertise there. And when you're thinking about scalability and upgradability, right? Cloud computing, the middle name of cloud computing should be scalability and upgradability in my name, because it's automatic, it's excellent, it does a very good job of, if you want to go from, if you want to scale from, let's say 1 gigabyte storage to 10 terabytes in matter of, half an hour, it is really possible that quick today. And it's not only that, right? So when you're talking about upgradability, you want to use the computing power of one machine versus, 10, 12, 30 at a moment's notice. Yes, it's possible. And then when you think about, one of the biggest advantages of cloud computing is the pay as you go policy, because at the end of the day, you'll only be putting down money for the things that that cost you money, basically, at the end of the day. So what I mean by that is, if you're using certain computing resources, you'll only be charged for that rather than the the entire thing, for example. So in that particular case, depending on how much storage you use, how much computing power you use, for what amount of time has your cloud computing environment been running, it's been up, the instance has been created and it's being used, based on all of that, you will have to pay as per you go. Now, coming to the second question, it states, what is a cloud? Well, this is a very generic question, so make sure you do not get carried away by the simplicity of the question. Make sure to keep the answer concise. See, a cloud is nothing but a collection of networks, collection of hardware, services, storage, and an interface that brings it all together to make sure that you can provide all of these, right? Hardware, computing power, and storage as a service to the people out there who have access to an internet connections. So, who uses cloud? Well, we have end users who make use of cloud. For example, we ourselves will be using a lot of cloud, right? Think about it. Backing up your photos to the Apple iCloud or Google Photos itself is using a cloud service. And then you have business management users and of course the cloud providers themselves, right? So the service providers themselves are the ones who are providing the service. There are a lot of big names when it comes to cloud computing, and you can either use it for personal usages or business applications too. Coming to question number 3, it can be a follow-up to the previous question, but here we are asking, what is cloud computing? See, when you're talking about cloud computing, you have to understand that it's not only just cloud storage, it's a lot more than that. It's literally having supercomputers at the tip of your fingers and using all of its computing power, all of its resources, all of its storage as well. So, you can do everything with today's cloud computing out there. You can run, government organizations, military networks. You can, handle everything that's present in space as well with the use of cloud computing networks. Yes, NASA does use a lot of cloud computing. It's a very important innovation in the modern world where technology is provided as a service, and based on the user's requirements, technology can be implemented in a way to cater to very specific requirements without having to put down a lot of money or a lot of time too. This is cloud computing in a whole. Now, coming to question number 4, it says, what are the benefits of cloud computing? Well, again, this is another question which is very, which makes it very easy for you to get carried away with the answer. But I definitely recommend, at least taking your time to answer it in a concise way with at least 4 or 5 points to talk about the benefits of cloud computing. I am sure you can probably state 10 or 15 points. It's really good. If you're not explaining the points, do talk about the points and list them. But if you want to explain about each different point, make sure you're keeping the answer concise. For example, you can have automated data backups, automated storage of data. You can have very powerful server capabilities, very good amount of productivity. There's not much upfront cost for the hardware. You can save a lot of money. You can save a lot of time. You can access it remotely from any part of the world, depending on how good your internet connection is and all of that. So you can go on and on and on. So make sure you're sticking to at least 5 very good foundational points such as this, and then build your way from there. Coming to the 5th question, it's mention the layers of the PaaS or the PaaS architecture. See, whenever we're talking about PaaS, you have to know that it's platform as a service, right? So you get a lot of details in PaaS, SaaS, and of course, the other kinds of architectures that are present in cloud computing as well. But one thing is that whenever you're asked a specific question such as, we want the layers of PaaS architecture, make sure to know that exactly as how I've shown here. See, there's 3 main layers. One is the cloud controller layer. Of course, we have the storage services layer, and we have the application storage layer. Now, when you're talking about the platform as a service architecture here, what we do with the cloud controller is we make sure that, you have virtual machines that get created. You have controllers for those virtual machines. You can deploy the applications. You can connect to services, scale up, scale down based on your requirement and match, the requirements. So all the things that control the actual environment through which you're going to run your machines on, that's cloud controller. And then we have the storage services. Of course, we have to have a place where we can manage data, ingest data, process it and store it, right? For that particular case, you can make use of objects, you can make use of NoSQL, the relational databases, block storage. There's a lot of different kinds of storage services that are provided. And then of course, when you're thinking about the applications that get stored in these, right? So you can have applications which are simple to scale. They can be easy to recover from if there was any sort of failure. Chances of failure in today's world of cloud computing is very lean, but even if there is a chance of failure, you can recover your data very easily in a PaaS architecture through this particular storage services as well. I mean, of course, you can go on to explain more and more in case if the interviewer does expect, but this is a good framework to approach this question and answer it effectively. Coming to question number 6, it says, what are the cloud service models that are out there today? Well, you can be asked a question in a very different way, saying, can you explain the various services that the cloud offers today as well? It's the same question. Now, coming to the answer of this, there are three main types of, the cloud service models that we have today. One, we have PaaS, which is platform as a service. We have SaaS, software as a service. And of course, we have IaaS, which is infrastructure as a service. If you are in this video at this point of time, I am sure you have heard of all of these and you know the differences that exist between them. If you do not, I would definitely suggest you check out the cloud computing video that we have. In fact, we have multiple videos on cloud computing here on the Intellipaat YouTube channel. So make sure to brush up on all of the concepts, because this forms to be a very basic foundational concept that you really have to know in case if you're planning to have a serious career in cloud computing. So coming to question number 7, it states, what are the components of Windows Azure? Well, the Windows Azure platform services offer a lot of things, but there are three most important components, under which, of course, you have a lot of other components, sub-components too. We have the cloud computing environment, we have SQL Azure, we have the application fabric, which will, allow for a fabric cloud to be used. And then you can have a lot of sub-components as well. See, in the cloud, you can have a lot of subcategories of how the cloud is used, and, what the cloud provides, what makes it native, what makes it special, and all of that too. And of course, when you're talking about SQL, that's an ocean of its own, right? But once you're asked for the components, do put it out in a clear way, such as this. And of course, if you are asked to explain, there might be a follow-up question saying, okay, can you talk about Microsoft Azure Cloud? In that particular case, of course, with the follow-up question, you can go on to answer that too. Coming to question number 8, it says, what are the differences occurred in distributed operations? Well, whenever we're talking about distributed operations, FC and Nova come into the picture, right? So in FC, we have the operations that take place as a master-slave, master-slave architecture. But then when we're talking about Nova, the main difference here lies in how, processes are executed parallelly and how its data gets shared across, the network or the channel whenever it is required to. So whenever you're thinking about distributed operations, make sure you talk about how master-slave operations work, and of course how the data gets stored, how processes can run, either if it's based on events or if it's based on triggers or if it's based on a requirement for scaling, and a lot of that too. Coming to question number 9, it says, which agent is equivalent of Nova Compute? Well, Nova Compute has a very good equivalent, and in fact, I would say that the equivalent of Nova Compute is Azure Agent to one point of time, because it's considered to be on par with Nova Compute. But in my honest opinion, I think Azure Agent has a lot of lot under its belt that makes it that gives it the particular edge to move it one step ahead of Nova Compute. So what do you guys think? Have you used Nova Compute? Have you used the Azure Agent? If you do have, head to the comment section and do let us know. And then coming to the 10th question, it says, mention the reliability and availability of cloud computing. Well, again, this is a very important question. There's a very good chance that you'll be asked this particular question, right? So to attack it really well, do talk about how fault handling is done in the world of cloud computing, right? So when we talk about how two virtual machines are used in a single fault domain, if there is one particular hardware that fails, it means that both of your virtual machines can fail. But what a cloud computing platform like Microsoft Azure does in this particular case is it has the capability to automatically distribute instances of a role across a lot of fault domains too. But when we go on to talk about how we can use the upgrade domains to make sure our data is available and of course it's reliable, right? In that particular case, whenever think of the scenario where a new software version gets rolled out, right? Version control is something that's very important, and every time that this gets done, we make sure that any sort of service that is attached to it, or any sort of data storage that is using this particular instance of it, that it is completely available for usage. And it is making sure that even though there might be multiple instances that get created and operated based upon that, well, in that particular case too, of course, it will be readily available to scale. The availability of programming power and the availability of how data can be scaled in a reliable way is the talk of the day whenever we talk about how we can go on to use upgrade domains. But when we're talking about a cloud computing platform and availability and the reliability in terms of security, one very important thing in my opinion is to talk about network and the storage availability, right? Because you can have your data to be copied in multiple storage areas in multiple different domains across servers in multiple different continents too. So why do we do this? We do this for one, required redundancy, where if there is a data failure, we can pull all the data back to make sure that we have sufficient backups. And the other reason is that if one of these servers, in case if you have accumulated all your data there, is under a DOS or a denial of service attack, in that particular case, you might not be able to access the content present in that server, and it might not be able to function effectively, right? In that particular case, your client, your business, or whatever it is that you're running on the cloud might come to a halt because the server is not able to provide services for you. To avoid all of that, we do have this kind of redundancy that's built in to today's cloud computing platforms. And then coming to the 11th question, it states, give the best example for open source cloud computing. Well, if open source cloud computing has to be spoken about, I think OpenStack always takes the center stage because it's a very, very good example of what an open source platform should be. It's extremely popular among the startups of today, mid-tier companies. It does provide a lot of functionality because, at the end of the day, you might be thinking, do you really have to put in a lot of money into Amazon Web Services, Azure, or Google Cloud Platform? And, if you are a small company or if you're starting up, you might not have the budget to allocate that much too. In that particular case, do think about OpenStack, because OpenStack is one of these platforms that will help you rapidly scale up, at least at the start. And it has, of course, thousands and thousands of developers across the globe pitching in to make OpenStack better than what it is every single day. That particular case, I do believe that OpenStack is in fact one of the best examples of open source cloud platforming we have today. Coming to question number 12, it says, what is AMI? How do we implement it? So AMI is basically short for Amazon Machine Engine. What it means is that it is a copy of your root file system itself. It feeds all the information that is required to launch any sort of instance on the AWS platform. So you implement this kind of a machine image whenever you actually want to go, launch a particular instance. Of course, you can have multiple instances that can be launched from one single machine image with the same configuration as well. Of course, if the configurations now become different, then you'll have to launch multiple instances and you'll have to launch multiple AMIs as well. But if you have a same configuration that you want to scale across multiple instances, do remember this important point that you can use the same Amazon machine image too. So the image on the screen, I hope, is pretty self-explanatory at this point of time. You're going to create an EBS snapshot. It's going to get registered with the AMI, which is the Amazon machine image. And once you launch an instance, you can directly start using the instance. And of course, if you want to copy it to another instance, that can be done directly if there is a similar configuration in the machine in the second instance that you want to launch too. So how can you implement it, right? So coming to the answer of the second part of this, AMI will include one or more of the snapshots of your EBS volumes. Let's say, in the case of backed AMIs, you will have the instance that will get stored. And of course, you will have a lot of other things as well. Think about the template for the root volume, because you'll have to copy it, right? So what are the contents of the template of a root volume? You'll have the application server, you'll have all the applications that bring with it. And what is the most important thing that you require? Of course, an operating system, right? So all of these will be contained in the EBS volumes. So we can go on to basically say that it launches the permission that we decide, based on what AWS account can use what AMI for what instances. That's a mapping that goes on depending on your account too. Now, one very important thing you have to talk about is that it will also require a block device mapping, because at the end of the day, you'll have to specify what volumes have to be attached to what instances whenever they're launched, right? Be it a copy of the same AMI or be it a completely different AMI, you have to, specify the volumes that you want to use, and of course, either you want it to be copied or you want it to start fresh and all of that too. Now, with this, we can move on to question number 13 that states, why are hybrid clouds so important? There are many types of cloud computing today, and guys, you really have to know the different types of cloud computing environments that we have today. And then when you talk about hybrid cloud environments, right, you do have to talk about how they are so effective at what they do. See, there's something called as cloud bursting where you can access all the capacity and the specialized software that are available, let's say, in a public cloud and not in a private cloud, right? So whenever you're thinking about examples, think about Dynamo, think about Amazon, think about virtual Amazon and others too. So why do we do this? We can leverage the best of both worlds, right? When you're thinking about vCloud is basically a VMware cloud. It's of course a little expensive to use, but it will give you enterprise level quality. And then when the talk is about OpenStack makes sure that you have a commodity for servers and storage. Of course, it's a little less reliable, but then you can run all the web servers on OpenStack. The database can be used built on the vCloud, so you can sort of have this kind of a collaboration between 2 or 3 cloud services and make a hybrid cloud based on your requirement of having it to be either in a private space or in a public space too. So for these reasons, for the effectiveness to bring about both kinds of requirements to use specialized software, maybe in an open source kind of a cloud environment, you do require hybrid clouds. And then with that, we can come to the 14th question that says list the platforms that are used for large scale cloud computing. Now, there's 2 main platforms that whenever we talk about extremely large-scale cloud computing or even generic large-scale computing is Apache Hadoop and the concept of MapReduce. These found to be very vital concepts of big data, and big data actually helps a lot in the field of cloud computing because you do have to think about how you can manage all the data effectively, right? So even though there are extremely big names like AWS, Azure, and all of these, even these guys will make sure that your data is stored in an effective way, in an efficient way. To think about all of these, you have amazing tools such as Hadoop, and of course you have MapReduce that will help you with storing large scale data and working with that data without you having to put much effort into it. Now with this, we can come to the 15th question that states mention the different types of model that are used for deployment in cloud computing. Well, there are a lot of deployment models that you have to talk about. As I told you, you have to know all of these guys. You have the private cloud, you have public cloud, you have community cloud, and as we checked out, you have the hybrid cloud. And then, of course, adding an example of how you would use a private cloud, what is a public cloud, why would you require a community cloud, and talking about hybrid cloud is definitely going to add a lot of value to your candidature. So, depending on the interview, read the room, read the interviewer. If he or she is expecting more in detail, then do answer that. If they're expecting a concise answer, then at that point of time you can maybe expect a follow-up questions based on that, right? So you state private, public, community, and hybrid. The interviewer might ask you a little bit more about a community cloud in the next question. So if that's the case, make sure to read the room and then answer the question in a clear and a concise way. And then coming to the 16th question, it says explain security management in terms of cloud computing. Well, security has to be the prime thing whenever the talk is about cloud computing, right? Because here we consider identity management, which will make sure that, whoever is using the applications, whoever you using the cloud platform has an authorization to actually access it. And then with access control permission, we can check who's controlling what, who's using what kind of a services, what instance is being run by whom, who is in fact entering the cloud computing environment as a client or as a user or as a person, who could be a cloud architect or the cloud admin too. So you can restrict access based on all of these. You can have multiple layers of protection through, of course, authentication methodologies and authorization principles that will make sure that you will only have access to the people who need to have specific access to maybe data or in fact even applications as well. So based on all of these, you have to understand that today's world of cloud computing is extremely tight knit when it comes to security, and you can be rest assured that it is extremely good. Hacking into and breaking the security methodologies of a top cloud computing platform today is absolutely no joke at all. Considering that, I definitely think you should talk about the advantages of today's cloud computing security platforms out there too. And then coming to the 17th question, it states, what are the layers of cloud computing? Well, there are many layers of cloud computing, but the most important talk will be, of course, all of these layers. You'll have the cloud controller, as we discussed previously. You'll have the Walrus. You will have the cluster controller, or it's called as a CC. You'll have the storage controller, in short for SC, and of course, you have the node controller, which stands for NC. So these form to be some of the most important layers that get used in any sort of cloud architecture out there. There has to be a scaffolding through which everyone kind of uses uses that to scale upon, right? Be it the small brands, be it open source platforms, or be it even the big tier organizations too. These layers will be a common commodity for all of them. Now, coming to question number 18, it says explain the full form and the usage of eucalyptus in cloud computing. Eucalyptus actually has a full form, in case if you guys did not know. It stands for Elastic Utility Computing Architecture for linking your programs to useful systems. Well, that's a mouthful, right? Let me say that again. It's Elastic Utility Computing Architecture for linking your programs to useful systems. What is it now? Well, it's actually an open source software infrastructure that we use in the field of cloud computing, where we can implement any sort of clustering that we want in a platform online. So it's mostly used in today's world, where you can simplify the entire process of building a private cloud, a public cloud, or even a hybrid cloud too. So it will give you the complete capabilities to make sure that you can have your own data center, and you can use this kind of repurpose the data center into a private cloud. You can have complete functionality over it, and you can do a lot with the software infrastructure, in case if you're willing to use Eucalyptus in your native in-house cloud computing platform too. So it's a big name. It's gaining a lot of popularity in today's world again, and it's being used a lot. So there's a very good chance that you will be asked this question. And then coming to question number 19, it states mention the names of some of the large cloud providers and databases. Well, large cloud providers names, I'm sure you guys will already know. You have AWS, which is Amazon Web Services from Amazon. You have GCP or Google Cloud Platform from Google. And of course, you have Microsoft Azure, right? These three are the big names. Of course, you have OpenShift from Red Hat as well. You have multiple different cloud providers out there. So if you do know more than the 3 or 4 that I stated, do talk about that. And then coming to databases, the 3 most popular databases in the cloud computing platform from Google, we have Bigtable. From Amazon, we have the ASD or the Amazon Simple Database, and of course you have the cloud-based SQL. It's also called as the sequential query language too. So in that particular case, you do have these 3 databases followed with the names of the large cloud providers that you can talk about in detail too. And then coming to question number 20, it states explain the difference between cloud and traditional data centers. See, a traditional data center has one major difference, is that it is extremely expensive to run, because you'll have a lot of equipment running, a lot of hardware. You have to work. You'll have to spend a huge budget, in fact, on cooling these systems down and keeping it working effectively. You'll have a lot of electricity bills. Well, you'll have to have a lot of inboard security, where you need to have physical security to these servers to make sure that people don't access it directly. And there's going to be a lot of expenditure initially in the case of maintaining, and even in the long term, whenever you're running a data center too, it's definitely going to cost money. But then when we're talking about cloud can be scaled up whenever you have a requirement of scaling up. You really do not have to have a lot of cloud, and then you really do not have to have a lot of physical security. Of course, if you have clients connected to the cloud, you do require a lot of security to that. But at the end of the day, you are not you really shouldn't be extremely concerned about how your data can be misused in a physical way, or let's say you really don't have to worry a lot about cooling these servers down or paying the electricity bills. Of course, you will be billed for your usage, but it is definitely going to be a lot less rather than having your own data centers, right? So that is very important. Now, keeping that in mind, let's talk about question number 21. Question number 21 states, what are the uses of APIs in cloud services? Well, what are APIs, right? So APIs are short for application programming interfaces. We use this to make sure that we remove the entire dependency where we have to write complete programs at every single point of time. This will be like a bridge. This will act like a bridge where we are enabling communications between one or more applications very easily, without having to rewrite both of them to run as a single instance. And then at the end of the day, you are doing all of these to make sure that it's easy for the cloud services to run on multiple systems, and of course it's accessible for users who are doing the same too. So to keep it fast, to keep it effective, and to reduce the amount of redundancy that you will have to put in to write different programs, is definitely something that we get to have full control over whenever we're thinking about application programming interfaces, especially in cloud services. Coming to question number 22. Question number 22 states, mention different data center deployments of cloud computing. Well, you will have two primary data centers that you will have to talk about. One is the containerized data centers and of course the low density data centers. When you're talking about containerized data centers, right? So these are basically packages that we contain, like think about a set of servers. You'll have a lot of network components. You'll have storage delivered to large warehouses where it will be completely sealed off. It will be cooled and all of that, right? So whenever you require a containerized data centers, 99% of the time it will be catered uniquely to your requirement. It's not like a one solution that solves for all the problems. So that is one of the I would say one of the advantages of using a containerized data center too. And then when you're thinking about a low density data center, right? So here, and then when we're talking about low density data centers, right? See, even before that, one thing you have to know about containerized data centers is that they will promote heavy density, which will a lot of servers, a lot of network components, which cause a lot of heat. And it's not only just heat and physical troubles; it's going to be an engineering challenge to keep solving all of these day in and day out, right? So to make sure that you really have good amount of hardware that you have the capability to handle and cater to, you will be using a low density data center. Here, as the name suggests, the equipment is established far apart to make sure that it's pretty cool. It doesn't overheat, it doesn't break down, and of course it's protected from the elements in both of the cases too. And then coming to question number 23. Question number 23 states, list down the three basic functioning clouds in cloud computing. Well, there are three very important functioning clouds that you have to talk about. One's the professional cloud, the second is the personal cloud, and the third one is the performance cloud. Well, guys, let me state this again. If you're at this point of time where you might not know what a professional cloud, a personal cloud, or a performance cloud is, I highly recommend you check out our videos that we have for cloud computing. We do have a lot of videos that go in depth into the functioning clouds as well. So make sure to head to the search bar after this particular video and do check them out in case if you have to brush up on any of these topics. Now, coming to the 24th question, it says, what are the characteristics of cloud architecture that differ from the traditional architecture? Again, your interview can in fact start with this particular question, so make sure that you are prepared to answer this in a very clear way. So what happens in a cloud environment is that the hardware requirement that there is fulfilled as per your demand, right? So if you require a machine that can probably handle 10 clients, yes, that can be done now. If you require a machine that can handle 10,000 clients, yes, that can be provided too. And then when you have a traditional architecture, right, that makes it very difficult to do that. And when you're thinking about cloud architecture, of course, scaling up resources on demand is always there. You can manage workloads. You can have dynamic workloads in a way where you really don't have to worry or break your head about any point of failures. You can save a lot of time, a lot of efficiency. You can work from anywhere across the world. You can have your servers across multiple components. You guys, the characteristics of how a cloud architecture will differ from a traditional architecture, right? So you can save a lot of money in terms of manpower to maintain and handle these servers if you had anything on site too. Now, with that, we can check out the 25th question that states, what are the building blocks of cloud architecture? The three main building blocks or the scaffoldings of cloud architecture, in my opinion, is of course the reference architecture, the technical architecture, and how one can go on to work with the deployment operation architecture. So again, if you are at this point in time, you really have to know all of these concepts, guys. But then if you do not, again, I would urge you to take a look at the in-depth videos we have on the channel for this. And then coming to question number 26, it says, explain AWS. Well, it's very easy to get carried away with this question, but then keep your answer very concise. AWS is a short form that stands for Amazon Web Services. It is probably one of the world's best cloud computing platform that we have today. It's an IaaS, or an infrastructure as a service platform, and it provides a lot of services, right? It's a plethora, it's an ocean of its own whenever we talk about AWS, because 99.99% of what you can do on a traditional native in-house architecture, you can do it on AWS today. That is how convenient, that is how effective it is. All you would require is probably a laptop or a mobile phone that will help you get connected to these kind of services to make full use of that. So the basic requirement to have extreme amounts of computing power at your fingertips is just an internet connection, and AWS is at the top of their game. There's There's thousands of companies across the globe that make use of AWS daily, and even when you're talking about the aspects of how AWS is scaling up, when you compare it to Microsoft Azure and when you compare it to Google Cloud Platform, these guys are always punching above their weight. And you can of course talk about a lot of points when it comes to AWS. And then coming to 27th question, this is a very important question. It asks, explain how can you vertically scale on an Amazon instance. Now, vertical scaling is probably one of the very important features of AWS and using cloud virtualization too. So how can you do this? We go on to spin a new large instance where we can actually pause that particular instance, detach whatever volume that we have for it and discard that out. And then what happens when we stop our live instance and detach its root volume, right? So here basically we have to note down the unique device ID that comes with it, and using this particular ID we can attach the same root volume to the new server and scale it up and start it again. So what we basically did is we took an EBS volume from one server, we paused that particular instance, we detached it, we connected to we made sure to note the unique device ID and then you can go on to directly attach that same root volume to another server in case if it's a bigger requirement, you're scaling up or you're scaling down, and then restart it. That's really as convenient and as simple as it gets when you're using vertical scalability and of course cloud virtualization in Amazon's AWS. Now with that, we can come to question number 28 that says, explain the security usage in the Amazon Web Services model. And one thing you really have to know is that AWS supports security groups. Access can be provided based on the jump box, and you have SSH access, which is open for port number 22. But later, if you want to create a web server group or a database group too, yes, that can be created. You can have multiple ports that can be mapping into that. For example, you can have port number 3306 from the web server group. You can have port 22 from the jump box group, and a lot of other things too. So the addition of any machines to any of these web server groups, right, it can be stored in a database. And whenever this is done, one of the most important things in terms of security is that no one can directly SSH into any of these boxes and directly use them, even though the port might be open. So that is one of the ways on how you can solve for a requirement to make sure that no one SSHs into your particular box and accesses the data too. So in that particular case, AWS is doing a good job in terms of security groups. And then coming to question number 29, it states, what are the reasons that make Amazon so big as they are? You can have questions saying, what are the reasons that make Google big, or what are the reasons that make, Microsoft Azure so big and all of that, right? So based on your usage, based on if you've had experiences with that, you can answer this in a clear way. But, since AWS is the most popular one out there, we're talking about that here. So what happens in AWS is that we have the backup storage systems of EBS volumes. This gets maintained directly, so we can do this by inserting a snapshot facility. You can do it via either an API call, or you can make use of an interface, a beautiful graphical user interface called Elastic Fox 2. You can have the performance of your storage spaces improved by making use of RAID arrays, and of course you can copy your data across multiple volumes and have your RAID array perform at its best while giving you good protection against failure and of course good backup redundancy too.
Okay guys, quick info. If you're looking for an end-to-end training on Google Cloud, you are at the right place. We at Intellipaat are providing that exact same course. You can check more about that in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
So it's not only just two reasons, it's just that it's extremely popular in a way that people are willing to spend billions of dollars into AWS, and with that comes a lot of development from Amazon themselves to make sure that they're catering to basically anyone who requires a cloud platform. So be it you're a person who's doing a recreational project, yes, or an entire multinational corporation who wants to scale their complete business into AWS, yes. So depending on how individually can you cater solutions to the problems out there through cloud computing, I think Amazon is doing a really great job of that, and that makes them the biggest cloud provider today. And then coming to the last question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Again, if you're at this point in time in this particular video, you would already know the value of certification programs, right? So you will have top of the line teaching, you will become experts in all of the concepts, you will be taught by you'll be taught by experts across the globe, of course. A good certification program will give you a lot of industry level use cases, a lot of practical hands-on projects, and a lot of other things too. So basically you can go from a beginner to an expert with a certification program. But what does this signify to the interviewer? See, if you are inclined towards cloud computing, and if you're coming from a very different background, maybe a digital marketing background, or maybe a commerce background, a finance background, whatever it is, even though you might not have a computer science degree at hand, it shows that you have put in certain time, effort, and of course money to become experts into this, knowing that you want to expand your career in this particular field. It shows your dedication, your passion towards cloud computing, and that you're a strong aspirer to get to from where you were to where you are today in terms of expertise in cloud computing, right? So all in all, it'll just tell the interviewer, and it'll give an impression that you are an effective learner, that you're really willing to put in the efforts to become an expert here. So what adds value whenever you're talking about answering this question? One thing is that you might have one certification, you might have cleared a couple of examinations, or you might have multiple certifications too. In that particular case, make sure to list the certifications that you have. But instead of talking about what the certifications covered, I highly recommend you talk about how you used it rather, right? So a certification program is meant to give you a lot of theoretical and practical knowledge. But why is this done? This is done to make sure you can practically start solving problems on your own. So instead of talking about what all you learned, do talk about how it's been helpful to you, how you have used it, and how you plan to put it to effective use in that organization that you're interviewing for now. Answering it this way will make sure that it will add a lot of weight to your candidates, and it's going to leave a good impression on the interviewer too.